Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, coming to you live from all around the world, but most especially in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, in the stadium where we're hosting for the first time ever our hybrid World Rowing Indoor Championships. Competitors taking part from 60 nations around the world, 1,600 athletes competing in 69 races over the 2 days. We're 3/4 of the way through nearly as we enter into our last block of racing this afternoon. Well, Canadian afternoon, that is, of course. My name is Peter O'Hanlon. I've been one of your anchors through the course of this weekend. And for this remaining set of races, we're joined now by World Rowing commentator Colleen Saville, who's been commentating with World Rowing for some time. And of course, Natasha Kozak, our rock, the pillar of our commentary team. I'm surprised she still has her voice, but she's been doing stunning work, bringing us all of the latest action, color, and spectacle from the racing that's been happening so far. It's a delight to be back with you this Canadian afternoon. We look forward to a lot more passion and competition as we hope to crown some more World Rowing Indoor champions in the weight and age categories that we've got left, but also looking forward to seeing how things go with the Versa Challenge. Such an exciting competition. But before we get into that, here's a bit of an explainer video that looks at our first hybrid indoor World Rowing Championship.
The World Rowing Indoor Championships are coming to Canada. It's time to spin the wheels. The 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, are being held at the Paramount Fine Food Centre in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. The event is staged as a hybrid competition. Participants are taking part in person in Mississauga, Toronto, or participating virtually from anywhere in the world. Virtual and in-person competitors are racing against one another in real time during the Indoor Championships on their Concept 2 indoor rowing machine. Using Time Team's home race software, the competitors are all virtually connected. While racing, competitors know their placing as their indoor rower is running in race mode. This allows them to see their position in a race on the rowing machine's monitor. Officials, lane judges, are monitoring every race to ensure races run fair, safely, and on time. There are 3 types of races competitors can enter. Individual distance races, either in person or virtual, over 500 meters or 2,000 meters. The relay races, also in person or virtual, where teams of 4 race over 2,000 meters. And finally, there is the World Rowing Versa Challenge, which is a new competition format. The competitors in this category complete 5 challenges on the indoor rowing machine over 2 days. But the catch? They don't know the challenges ahead of time. Competitors from 60 nations are registered to take part in the championships, with ages ranging from under 17 to over 80. The 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, are an event where athletes can show their raw speed. Olympic champions and fitness enthusiasts alike are there to compete and spectate on some intense racing, all hoping to claim the title of a World Rowing Indoor Champion.
It's so cool looking at some of that footage, looking back at most of it, I think, captured at the Pierre Le Coubertin Stadium back in 2020, the last time we had an actual stadium for the Indoor Championships, because, of course, through most of 2021 and 2022, we had COVID measures in place. So it's great to have that stadium atmosphere back with the Paramount Fine Food Centre in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, but also keeping that virtual element where people can compete from home. I love this hybrid element to it. We're your virtual commentators, myself here in the virtual studio with Colleen and Natasha, but we've got Mike Arsenault, who's on the ground in the Paramount Fine Food Centre. So let's jump to Mike.
Peter. Yes, we're on the precipice of crowning our first ever Versa champions in the male and female division. 2 more events to go this afternoon. We've tested thus far endurance and teamwork, both teamwork in event number 2, the Pentagon, and endurance in event number 1 and event number 2. Event 3 here, key speed, is all going to be about accuracy. How accurate are these competitors going to be on the rowers in terms of maintaining a consistent stroke rate? And then we have one unknown event to wrap up the competition coming up a little bit later this afternoon. So the crowd here at the Paramount Center, very excited. You can hear them right now to find out what these athletes are going to take on in the Versa Challenge. But right now, Peter, I'll send things back to you.
Thanks, Mike. Clearly, it's a new format when we're revealing events stage by stage. Not even the athletes know what they're going to have to put themselves through, which just means they've got to keep their fitness high, their versatility on the ergo in absolutely top form for whatever the race organizers decide to throw at them. So if you're joining us for the first time this afternoon, Canada time, here's a little bit of an explainer about what the Versa Challenge is.
The World Rowing Versa Challenge is the newest competition format at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Over 2 days, 10 men and 10 women will race in 5 completely different indoor rowing challenges. This is a far cry from your classic 2,000-meter race. Versa athletes will have to race in formats that they have never tested before, and they need to be prepared to take on any indoor rowing challenge. The Versa will test all the skills and strengths required of indoor rowers. How is your endurance, your stamina, and your strength? How well can you control your stroke rate, your split, and your power output? Do you know how to strategize for any kind of workout just as well as you can react to a new situation in the heat of the moment? How quick are your transitions on and off a machine? Most athletes at an indoor rowing competition compete only once or twice in a weekend. The Versa athletes will take on 5 challenges for only 1 medal opportunity. Fans can expect to see more than just different distances in the Versa. Athletes will be competing in challenges that they can't even recreate on their rowing machines at home. Only 10 men and 10 women have qualified to take on the Versa, but only 1 man and 1 woman will be crowned the world's best indoor rower.
Such a cool format. 5 letters, Versa. Versatility is what we're testing, and how can these athletes handle the different challenges that are thrown at them through the course of only 2 days. So they've got 5, well, with the loss of the elimination event, 4 challenges to put themselves through. They don't know what's coming, but they've got to do it through the course of just 2 days. I don't know about you, but if you've ever done an ergo test, you certainly don't want to be doing one later that afternoon. You might like to leave it a month or 2 before you do another one, but these guys have to qualify to get into the Versa round, and they have to do several challenges through the course of just 2 days. So immense endurance and capability. But we're looking forward to our next challenge. So here's another little video that's going to tell you about what this next challenge is.
Consistency is key, but speed is important too. In key speed, athletes will have the chance to earn 2 scores in one event. This penultimate event of the World Rowing Versa Challenge is a 20-minute row. Athletes will receive a score on how consistent their splits are from 1 minute to the next, and another score for the most meters rowed in any 1-minute segment. The goal? To strike the best balance between consistency and speed. That won't be so easy because their stroke rates will change throughout the piece. We'll need our audience in Mississauga, Toronto to help us decide whether stroke rates should increase or decrease every minute.
Well, Colleen, Natasha, I don't know how you feel about this next challenge, but one line from that little PowerPoint explainer leapt out at me. It says, audience determines whether the stroke rate should increase or decrease. So I wonder, what would you be pushing for, Colleen?
Yeah, Peter, I'm so excited. All of these challenges have been absolutely incredible. And I, as you said, love that this is really testing the versatility of the indoor rower. In terms of the audience, well, what an exciting element to bring into this piece. What would I be rooting for? Well, I'm curious to see what the audience does root for in Toronto and Mississauga, but I'd be looking to bring the stroke rate up, up, up. So I think this will just be an absolutely thrilling way for both us as spectators to take part in this event, and of course for the athletes to participate. I don't know, Natasha, would you scale them back? Would you bring them down, or what's your kind of take on how you might think about this as a spectator in person?
I think the spectators are just so excited to be a part of it. I'd be talking to the people next to me, seeing what their plan is. Right now we're looking at the leaderboard for the Versa Challenge. We can see that Joel Nakarenen from Finland has the highest score right now for the men. So he is trying to strategize in his mind to figure out how to keep that high score. We've seen his power. He might be going for the fastest minute here versus we have some consistency. We saw Daniel Weiger in that first challenge go for a very even split throughout. So we might see him start to go towards the consistency. And then we have the Versa leaderboard for the women. So after that Pentagon challenge we had earlier today, it was quite the upset. We had about 800 meters in between Team 1 and Team 2. And that is some of the reason behind the scores you see now, currently being led by Anna Mula. So depending on who they're cheering for as well, their fan favorite, as you might say, in the challenge, might benefit from a stroke rate going up or a stroke rate going down. So I think we'll hear a pretty split audience, but I'm sure it's going to get loud in there as they try to decide whether or not the stroke rates are going up versus going down. As an athlete, though, Colleen, how does this change how you're going to approach the event? Do you have a contingency plan if the stroke rate is going up or down, or are you just going to stick with it regardless of what the audience decides?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I mean, as we heard from Liz a few moments ago in that explainer video, the goal is really to strike that perfect balance between consistency and speed. So there's certainly strategy in how one approaches achieving that. I think in terms of reacting to new information, this is really a testament, right, to that part of the Versa Challenge, and certainly of this specific challenge. New information will be thrown at these athletes from the audience, in fact, every minute. So we'll see how they're able to adapt. I think if it were me, my strategy would just be to process that information as quickly as possible and to translate it into something that feels like sustainable and like that right balance between achieving consistency and speed. As we mentioned, again, the scoring, there's 2 scores that are given for each of these athletes. Score A, all about the consistency, so measured by the sum of the difference between the overall average split and the average split of each minute. And then score B, the most meters rowed in that minute. So really, really interesting event. And I would imagine something that, these athletes probably haven't ever done or ever, thought to do at home, which just makes it, even more exciting for us to be able to spectate. This is a look at the floor then, and you can see the graphic in the top left of your screen. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. These are the Versa athletes, the men, and then we have 10 women competing as well. So what do you think the atmosphere is like down on the floor right now, Natasha, for both the spectators who are an active part in this challenge and the athletes?
Well, I think we can see here we've got a target stroke rate showing at 19 strokes per minute. So it looks like these athletes are trying to go at 19 strokes per minute. The crowd has clearly chosen to start from the bottom and go up. On the left side of the screen, we'll see the leaderboard. We don't quite have a consistency score yet. We need to be consistent to something, so we'll be waiting for the average of these first 2 minutes before we start seeing the consistency score here. But what we do see is the maximum amount of meters rowed per minute. So it's quite interesting here to see the different strategies We see some people ignoring the stroke rate, trying to get the fastest minute regardless, not really caring about that consistency score. And we see some people trying to get exactly right on it. So once we see that consistency score, I think we'll get a little bit more insight into what strategy each of them are going to. But right now they're at 20 strokes per minute, so it's going to go up quickly. They're going to go up until about 37 strokes per minute. What are you seeing from these athletes here, Colleen? We see we have a consistency score starting on the left side of our screen now.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of focus, I think, Natasha, in the faces of these athletes, right? So as you rightly say, the challenge will get more difficult. The stroke rate will increase. As we've mentioned, we have the audience as a key determination of which way that goes. But right now, their job is just pure focus. The target stroke rate is 20 strokes per minute, and they're looking to get the most number of meters. So it's power, pure power against that target stroke rate. So I think we're seeing, again, good focus, a lot of control, bit of a measured approach, but we know that there's, much more excitement to come, and that the challenge duration around 20 minutes total. So I think we'll start to see, some of the agony set in as the lactic acid really starts to burn, but loving these close-up looks that we can really get a sense of what this looks like and perhaps feels like for those down on the floor. Looking good for Jason Marshall at the moment of Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we do have an update down from the floor. We have Mike on site, so we'll try to toss it down to him so he can give us a bit of a glimpse closer to the action. Not sure if we have Mike down there, but we'll continue on. So here we have
That's the only audience participation. They just make that one decision. So we're going to continue to climb from 22 right now all the way to a 37 stroke rate. And we're seeing different strategies because this is a two scored event. We have the consistency and of course the most meters achieved in 1 minute. So Daniel Viger in lane 8 at stroke rate of 19. He decided, I'm going to go for broke here. He tried to get the most meters he could in that minute and sacrificed his consistency score. That's why he's in first place on the best minute right now and well in last place for the part B of the competition. So each of the other remaining 7 athletes will have to make that same determination. What will their focus be? Are they going to sacrifice 1 minute to get as many meters as possible, or they just go for the consistency to get the 10 points in that aspect of this event?
Awesome. Thank you to Mike down there letting us know what's happening with those consistency scores. We saw Daniel Viger at the bottom with a plus 37 stroke rate when it was supposed to be, I believe it was the 18 or 19. So he decided to go out swinging regardless of what the audience chose, as we were talking about here, to try to get the highest meters rode. And 380 is really setting the bar pretty high. So we'll see how that holds up as the competition progresses, especially as these athletes have maybe a little bit tougher of a stroke rate to hit. You can see some of them are struggling to get exactly on that 23 as opposed to a 22 or a 24. And that's going to affect their consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly right. So again, just to ground everyone in this unique challenge, the Key Speed Challenge, the stroke rate will go up or down every minute. That's determined by the audience. They decide if it will go up or down. It's a range, as we saw, between that 18 or 20 that we started with, and it'll go up to 37. But the scores kind of go against one another. So the first score is consistency. So how consistent is your average split minute to minute? And then the second score really, how many meters did you row in any one given minute? So, will be really, really interesting to see. I think, we talk about strategy, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, I'm not the strongest in the room, but I know that I can even split no matter what you throw at me. So that might be sort of your way in to this competition. And I think what's really wonderful about that, right, is it speaks to the versatility of the indoor rower and the indoor athlete. It's not just someone who for 2,000 meters is going to rip on the handle and be able to achieve the lowest time. It's really about pacing, and thoughtfully sort of determining, okay, this is where I can really lean in to either that consistency or that, most meters rowed. So it's starting to get a little bit hotter down there, though, Natasha. They're now up at 24, 25 strokes per minute.
They are. So we can see that the target split in the upper right-hand corner of the screen is 25, and that's what it will remain for the next 45 seconds. And we can see the stroke rate of each of these men in the Versa Challenge. I'm sure nerves play a bit into this as well. Some of them are struggling to get down to a 25, are a little bit above at around a 26 right now, evidently just trying to get the most meters rowed in terms of their plan, but it is, however, most meters rowed in a minute, so they just have to make sure they keep their split nice and consistent. I think part of it too is that changing stroke rate makes it more difficult to have those consistent splits. We had people starting at an 18 and they really had to go nice and strong in order to hit the same sort of splits that they're able to hit at this mid rate at a 25, 26 stroke rate now. So they really have to plan ahead to what they want to keep as their stroke rate. But we can see for the maximum minute, we probably won't have too many others trying to hit a maximum minute until about a 32 stroke rate. So it looks like Daniel Weiger is really leading there, which is an interesting strategy for him.
Yeah, Daniel Weiger certainly, saw him yesterday, the 28-year-old Canadian, doing a really nice job in this particular competition. Again, 2 scores that they will receive, the consistency and the most meters rowed in any given minute. So, for consistency, even if a competitor were to row at a 240 in terms of average split, which no one is, but they could still win that consistency score so long as that deviation is 0. It's a real opportunity in this event for athletes who maybe didn't do so well yesterday in the first Versa Challenge, the Beep. To come in and have another opportunity in this particular challenge. So that first Beep challenge really being fitness based, and this being much more strategic in terms of especially that consistency score. So athletes perhaps at the bottom of the leaderboard yesterday able to potentially get a really, really good score today. So as we've said, it really each minute, each time the stroke rate changes, one wants to think to themselves, okay, how do I want to approach this? And what do I really want to go for? Right now, we're riding with Zach Fowler of the United States. Fantastic. Look, this is Jordan Monick of Canada. And we can see that the target stroke rate at the moment, just around that 27. So for folks maybe not so familiar with rowing on the erg, the indoor rower themselves, that's a pretty kind of like, higher than steady state, I'd say, but not all out stroke rate that would require them to move really quickly up and down the slide. So Natasha, 27, 28, still probably feeling pretty good for these athletes.
I would say so. They are now, well, once they finish this minute, they'll be halfway through the competition. We're already starting to see some grimaces, but I'll just remind everyone how the leaderboard stands after the first 2 challenges, both the Beep Challenge and the Pentagon. You've got Joel Nachrennen. He is leading with a perfect score here of 20. You can see he's currently in 2nd place for consistency, so that seems to be what he's chosen in this event so far. We've got Maciej Zawadzki from Poland, and he is in 2nd place. He has a total of 17 points, tied with Daniel Weiger right now, also at 17 points. And you can see that he is leading right now in terms of consistency. So that seems to also be the strategy that he's chosen right here. We can see him on the screen right here as we head up another stroke rate up to a 29. And then further down the board, we have Jason Marshall, who's at 16, tied with Zach Fowle, also at 16. This men's leaderboard has really compressed after the Pentagon Challenge. We also have Frederick Loris and Julien Barbu, and they both have a 13 score. They both seem to be at the bottom of this consistency score, so I'll see if we have an extra push from them to try to get up in terms of meters and having the fastest minute. And then rounding out the field is Jordan Monick, who has a score of 12. We see him right there. and he's doing fairly well here. He's in 4th for the consistency score. So that's the leaderboard as it stands right now, but it looks to be upset after this competition.
Yeah, it's getting really, really interesting on the leaderboard indeed, and we can start to see how these strategies are really playing out for each of these athletes as they move on through the event. We saw Daniel Weiger sprint at the beginning, and so clearly has a lot of penalties. That's why he has a high consistency number did at the time. So it's just changing sort of every minute as we go through. It's up now, the target stroke rate, 30 strokes per minute. So continuing to get more and more difficult. It'll be really interesting to understand how the audience is reacting. I understand we might be able to catch up with Mike down on the floor at some point, so he can give us an update. But for now, we'll be able to pan over each of these athletes' face. Really nice close up, good swing and drive. And starting to get a little bit more of that grimace, a little bit more of that pain in their faces. With the leaderboard maybe a touch more consistent now, starting to settle out over the past couple of minutes. So we'll send it down to Mike on the floor, and we'll hear more about what's going on in the stadium.
Seeing stroke rates between 18 and 37, as we've mentioned. And to be honest, the first couple rounds, these guys look very uncomfortable with stroke rates under 20. As we get closer to the late 20s and now the early 30s, they look much more comfortable. So at what stroke rate would rowers of this caliber typically utilize during training? And is that why they're not used to being under 20 or low 20s? Is that why they looked uncomfortable? They're used to being higher in their training and during races.
Yeah, Mike, it's a fantastic question because it's a really, really good question, right? Because when you're in this type of competition setting, I think that your instinct is always to want to go high, right? You just want to get out and win and race really, really hard. You've got adrenaline going. You're incredibly, excited and perhaps nervous. But as we saw earlier, that lower stroke rate, in terms of hitting that consistency score, it really takes, I think, a lot of maturity to be able to channel that energy. And again, as we know, these athletes with the consistency score, they don't just have to be super, super strong, but they also have to be taking this information in real time, understanding, does the audience want the stroke rate to go up and down, and then determining what their own personal strategy is. So it's really fascinating to watch, and we can see, Natasha, that it's starting to get, I think, a bit more challenging as we progress minute by minute here. You can see it on their faces.
I would say so, definitely, especially if they chose an ambitious pace on which to base their consistency score here. These athletes are tired. They do only have 5 minutes left, 4 minutes now in the challenge that they have to complete. So they're really trying to go for that. And it seems we have a couple athletes dropping back down in terms of rate. So really just sacrificing that consistency score there. But they can also see where they are in terms of the standings. So they can see if they're going to win for consistency, or they can see what the stakes are in terms of sacrificing a little bit of that consistency. Some of them might even want to save themselves for the later competition, even though they're not sure what it is. So there could be a variety of strategies going on here. But here you see some of your leaders from the leaderboard, and they are just going as hard as possible. Right now, consistency score, Jason Marshall is actually winning right now. So Magic Zawowski, he was in the lead for a while, but it seems he has dropped to +2 from the rate. So it looks like he tried to go for a max minute maybe, and then that is what sacrificed his consistency score here in keeping the same split for the whole time. But we'll see here that Daniel Weiger, even though he went out really hard at the beginning to try to get that max minute, we saw him with 381 meters rowed in a minute. He has surpassed Julien Barbeau in terms of consistency. So we'll see that even out as they're given their rankings after this. Our leader, Joel Nakarainen, he has fallen to about 4th place here. So depending on people's backgrounds as well coming into this event, they might be more comfortable with consistency or power, or they might be at a loss here. Why don't you talk us through this last few minutes as they head up to a 35 stroke rate, Colleen?
Yeah, Natasha, with pleasure. This is such an incredible moment in this challenge. It's been really, really, really exciting to watch over the past several minutes, and it's only hottening up as we look towards the last stretch. So as you mentioned, Daniel Weiger, just absolutely fascinating in terms of his strategy. Consistency, as you said, he's fallen down just above Julien Barbeau of France. But as that's the consistency graphic top left. But what we can see too is when we look at the best minute, he still has that best minute from when he just shot out of the gate. So sort of knowing that that was his opportunity then, that perhaps overall within having raced yesterday, a sense of what these other athletes could put on the table, he might not be at the top. This allows him to sort of fall in the middle. So very, very interesting strategy here. We're now closing into the final stretch, Natasha. Absolutely thrilling as they bring the stroke rate up to now 35 strokes per minute, still staying with that consistency score in the top left.
Yeah, absolutely. I would pay special attention to Jordan Monink here. He is just behind the athlete on your screen right now, Maciek Załowski. But Jordan Monink was in last coming out of the rankings out of the Pentagon, and it looks like he is setting himself up very well in terms of consistency score here. So that'll definitely be something to keep an eye on. Athletes only have this minute and the next one to achieve the most meters road score. That we just saw as well in our graphic. So athletes will be looking to, if they haven't yet, max out on their meters, or that is just going to be how that score lies. Remember, competitors are going to get two separate scores, right now being led by Daniel Weiger from Canada, far and away ahead of the rest of the crowd with 381 meters. And we can see that Julien Barbeau, even though he did a similar strategy here, sacrificing consistency, he's at 370 meters, so a little bit further behind. But it's interesting to see what our leader, Joel Nakarenen, has chosen to do. He is in the middle for both consistency and for the max meters score. So quite the strategy chosen by him as we head into the last 40 seconds of this race. Colleen, what are these athletes feeling?
Wow, absolutely incredible. I think now is the time just to make sure to get the maximum speed that you possibly can at this 37 strokes per minute. So to Mike's question earlier, this is full on race mode for these athletes. This is Jason Marshall throwing everything that he can, the former professional Canadian rugby player turned indoor rower, just absolutely hammering it as we close into the final now 5 seconds. It's Jason Marshall up at the top for consistency, and then the best minute still looking like Daniel Weiger. What a thrilling event. It's the first time World Rowing has ever done this. Really, really fascinating to see. And we're seeing just looks of exhaustions, some hands in the air, kind of looking around the field. Totally incredible and really, really, as we said, I think fascinating to think about the athlete knowing that I don't necessarily need to be the fastest. I can be the most consistent. That will still get me a better standing on the scoreboard. And I would love to hear from Daniel Weiger at some point on how he's really thought about this. What an exciting event, Natasha.
Oh, it really was. It was quite exceptional. And I think it'll be interesting how the rankings shake out from this. They can all sort of see their scores, but they're not really sure how they'll rank, what the added up rank is going to look like. So you can see a little bit of confusion as well as a little bit of success on these athletes' faces. But I think we'll head back to the studio, and Peter, we'll hear your take on the events that just occurred. It was quite the experiment, I would say, this key.
Yeah, what a race, eh? What a race. That was very cool. Favorite race of the competition so far for me, that one. And a very brave move by Weiger. I mean, he went out in the first one and he got 380 meters. He then had to sit there, cross his fingers and toes, virtually in his head, of course, and pray that nobody came close. I bet he saw Julien Barbeau's name rising up the ranks and started to give him a bit of a nervous moment. But he certainly did well. A clever strategy. But then, of course, Maciek Zawojski, who's the Polish elite international athlete, not surprised to see him top there on the consistency. You can just see his perfect technique. He is a man who has spent many hours surrounded by the Polish elite national squad, sitting on that ergo, rowing at exactly the same rate as everyone else. And he's absolutely nailed it. His consistency score shows. And the tricky thing now, though, is Weiger, because he went for it in that first minute, he then could sit down at 2 minutes 10 split and just go for consistency for the rest of that event, save his energy for the last challenge coming later. So a clever move, perhaps, by Daniel Weiger. We'll see what it does to the rankings shortly, but we're moving on now to the women's key speed versus challenge. So same format this. I wonder, are we going to see people whip out the same sort of strategy as Daniel Weiger, or are they going to go for that consistency thing? Tricky. What do you reckon, Colleen?
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the consistency approach. So we'll have to see, I suppose. Depends on how they're feeling coming out of yesterday. We'll see. But we'll look forward then to hearing from Matt, I believe, on the floor. In just a moment, we can see the women preparing here to take on the same challenge.
All right, thank you very much, Colleen. Jason, what a tremendous performance here on Key Speed. A lot of moving parts to that event. It's provoked a lot of conversation among the commentary team of how exactly to approach that event. So how did you decide when you're going to focus on consistency and when you're going to push for those meters?
So I just went with consistency. It's something I like to do on a regular basis at home and try and get those perfect OCD screens. So yeah, with this one, I realized if I just pick a nice pace and keep it consistent, that I think that my meters and my speed was I didn't have to go for those meters at the end of the round like some other guys had to do.
What was your comfort level with the lower stroke rate as opposed to the higher stroke rate once we get into the mid to high 30s?
Yeah, the heart rate just starts getting jacked up, forearms start going numb. Like you enter that pain cave within that 5 minutes left, and you just kind of got to dig deep and get through it, and just one stroke at a time.
Well, we'll see if you provided some inspiration to the women who are just about to compete. Key Speed, congratulations, Jason.
Good luck, girls.
Very cool indeed. Sounds like a difficult challenge. But before we move on to the women's Versa Challenge, we're going to have a quick message from our presenting partners, Concept 2. So we're moving on to the women's Versa Challenge Key Speed next. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Anna Merler still topping the standings with 19 points, 1 point ahead of us, Elizabeth Gilmore with 18, and then Kirsten Klein with 17. There's a reminder of the Key Speed rules. Audience determines whether the stroke rates should increase or decrease. They seem to consistently increase through the men's version there. I wonder if we'll see something different as we move on to the women's. They look just about ready to go. So what do you think we're going to see here, Natasha?
I would say I wonder if the audience is going to choose something different, so they can choose at the very beginning whether or not we're going to start at an 18 and go up to a 37, or they can choose whether we're going to start at a 37 and go all the way back down to an 18. So we'll see how that fluctuates in this contest. But I think when they saw the increase in intensity, they'll probably choose the same thing, and we can see that target stroke rate 18. So we'll see those women have to climb in stroke rate. Part of me thinks they might have anticipated this from the crowd as they start to go. But now we'll see if anyone is trying to replicate Daniel Weiger's strategy. Maybe not in the minute 1, but maybe in minute 2 here. And as we look at the leaderboard, we've got the best minute on the one side, and it'll switch to a consistency split after the first 2 minutes when we have something for it to compare to. Colleen, how are these ladies looking so far?
Yeah, they're looking really good, Natasha, and I wonder the same, whether they had a moment to sort of learn something perhaps, or keep an eye on the men's event that we just saw, and whether that influenced their own strategy at all. As mentioned, Anna Mula currently at the top of the Women's Versa Challenge in terms of total points, just behind her Elizabeth Gilmore, then Kirsten Klein of the USA. So seeing their names at the top of the board at the moment. So we'll see, how they come into this challenge with the information that they've gleaned, certainly from yesterday and over the course of the past, 36 hours or so. But looking really, really long, I think, at the moment, a bit relaxed as we look at this first minute, the target stroke rate just at 19 strokes per minute. So energy certainly looking to build.
Absolutely. And we can talk a little bit about these women coming from different backgrounds here, right? Not all of them have been indoor rowing for a very long time. We heard from Kirsten Klein the other day, coming from CrossFit, coming from different sports here. So this is going to be a unique challenge to them. They're used to pushing themselves to their max and that being their main strength. But here it comes down to a lot more technique. And we'll see who has been practicing, those long, slow bouts on the indoor rower. And we'll see who's been practicing just to max out their minute. So here we're at a stroke rate 20, and we see that none of the women have elected to go for Daniel Weiger's strategy, which I think is interesting here. We might see that there's a little bit of a change around in strategy once they see how consistency is sorting itself out, which we see in this graphic here. All the women being very consistent. Only a +1 on Kirsten Klein and a +2 on Sarah Pigeon here as we head into the 3rd minute of this challenge. Here we can see Heather Petrasco. She's sort of in the middle of the mix. Now we do have a consistency score because the first 2 minutes have gone by, so we have something to compare it to. You can see that split at 209 here as they try to remain consistent throughout this challenge. Look at almost a worm of people. Some are rowing together and some are rowing separately. What would be your strategy, Colleen? Would you look to row with the person next to you just to try to stay on target?
Yeah, what a great question. And I think sometimes naturally indoor rowers can sort of sync up with the folks around them, maybe even unknowingly, and it can sort of give you a boost of energy to carry on. In this case, I think they will be thinking hard and they'll be thinking a lot. So new information coming at them every time the stroke rate changes as they see the names sort of flip around the leaderboard. So I would imagine that more so than maybe their standard 2,000 meter distance, if that is, a competition that they've done in the past, that more so than that standard distance, they're probably in their own mind and in their own race strategy, because they really do need to pay good attention to how things are developing and changing their strategy depending on what happens around them. For now, we take a look at that consistency score. Anna Mula who's topping up the board at the moment in terms of overall points across the Versa Challenge, has just a really rock solid consistency. And then a look too at the overall speed. So that's what we're seeing there in the top left with the meters gone. Elizabeth Gilmore. So Elizabeth Gilmore, Anna Mula, fascinating. Anna Mula at the moment, she's at the top for consistency. She's number 2 for speed. Elizabeth Gilmore, number 2 for consistency, number 1 for speed. So these two having a bit of a private battle up there at the top of the boards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if I was lower on the leaderboard, I'd start thinking about really switching up my strategy here. It looks like all of the women are going for the same strategy, but this is one that's going to rely on endurance. So keeping the same split, a low split, for the full 20 minutes seems to be what everyone is going for here, as opposed to trying to break those who are trying to keep things consistent at around, it looks like a 158 marker. We know some of these women can sprint well into the 130s. So trying to go for that might be a good strategy here, and we'll see how those lower on the leaderboard, particularly Morgan McGrath and Sarah Pigeon here, decide to go about this once we get into the mid-range for the stroke rate. I anticipate a change in strategy. What about you, Colleen?
Yeah, I'm really interested, Natasha, to see if we do see someone just blow up what we think their strategy might be and go a completely different direction. We know that overall this challenge duration is 20 minutes. So they do, for many of these athletes, they might be thinking, well, I kind of do want to pace myself versus a Daniel Viger who just ran out of the gate, so to speak. So we'll see if sort of, as we approach now just about 25% through this challenge, if someone decides like, look, I'm not where I thought that I would be on, whichever it is, whether it's speed or consistency. And so I'm going to completely take a left-hand turn. I'd say, we still see Elizabeth Gilmore and Anna Mula up at the top of the field. So my eye is looking towards the middle, because as we think about a change in strategy, well, it could well be that athlete who's in the middle of the pack looking to advance up, feel that they're within striking distance of capturing one of these scores. Or it could be someone at the bottom of that board, right, who just decides, I'm going to totally change up my strategy and really go for this next minute, go for sheer power. I don't, though, know, Natasha, if we'd see that in the middle of this, but truly, you never know. I think we'd be more likely to see that sort of at the top, like a Daniel Viger, or perhaps at the end when you can really leave nothing at all in the tank. For now, though, I'm so impressed with both Elizabeth Gilmore and Anna Mula. And worth noting, too, Charlotte Dixon of Great Britain, solid third currently for both consistency and the best minute. So those are kind of our top 3 at the moment.
Absolutely. And just for that consistency score, we can remind our viewers here that the consistency score you see, that is the fluctuation in their 500-meter split that they're seeing on their screen right now. But we also have a stroke rate consistency. These women have to stay to the correct average stroke rate. Otherwise, it is a full plus or minus 1 point on their time. So that's why we're seeing Kirsten Klein +1 for the stroke rate. So that's going to remove 1 point from her overall consistency score. Same with Sarah Pigeon. So you can see 18.1 as opposed to 19.2 of Nicola Goss. But because that correction's being made for staying on the stroke rate, that +2, that'll be applied at the end, and that's what the ranking is going to look like. So I think in the middle here, because if you go up, say, to a 32 stroke rate, and you're trying to do your fastest minute there, it's less of a penalty if you have a higher stroke rate to begin with, like a 26, instead of starting from an 18 to try to get to that high stroke rate. So that's why I think we might see in the middle of the challenge here, we're about 2 stroke rate intervals away from halfway, we might see a change in strategy. So I think we'll be waiting for that. But right now it is Elizabeth Gilmore, Anna Mula really taking the field, and I think they'll be in first by a long shot after these rankings if things continue as they are.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Especially keeping an eye, I think, on Kirsten Klein. So we saw her perform really well in the beat challenge yesterday. She has said that she's just absolutely thrilled to be here. That when she heard about the Versa challenge, she really, really wanted to be able to jump in and participate in and qualify. All of these athletes, of course, have qualified to be here, and she's here. She's executing, so she may well be one of those athletes. And we're starting to see it a little bit with consistency that look sort of at this moment to get to the top of the leaderboard. And Natasha, as you rightly say, it's worth noting that yes, a penalty will be issued against that consistency score, those little boxes popping out, if the stroke rate's above or below exactly what the audience decides is prescribed. So great call on the Delta as well. They're currently prescribed 27 strokes per minute. So if they just want to fly and go for it and take that stroke rate up, there's less of a penalty than they may have otherwise seen. At the moment, looking like no one taking any crazy left-hand turns. We'll keep an eye on that. But is looking like Kirsten Klein moving up a little bit in the consistency score overall, with Elizabeth Gilmore leading the best minute in terms of speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing Elizabeth Gilmore still at the top in terms of best minute, but further down the leaderboard, Nicola Goss and Sarah Pigeon, you can see them start to switch up their strategy here. They're in the middle for the best minute, but they are at the bottom in terms of consistency. And I think that's going to be a trend here. Nicola Goss especially, seeing that she really had to pick it up in order to get into the middle for that one key speed best minute portion instead of for the consistency portion. So I think there was a little bit of change in strategy further down on the leaderboard there. But Kirsten Klein, very impressive here, how she is showing her endurance, especially with those very consistent splits while remaining, in fourth in terms of the best minute as well. I wonder, because she is known for her sprint, if we're going to see a nice little sprint at the end. I think the competitive nature might mean she really is looking to win here. So I wonder how the strategies are going to change. You start to see the tension on these women's faces. We are in the minute for the 29 stroke rate. Remember, they're going up to a 37 stroke rate, and just a great pan over all of these athletes' faces.
Yeah, you mentioned Kirsten Klein once again, and worth noting too that she's a multiple world rowing indoor champion, multiple time, and the top qualifier for the Versa Challenge. So she is one, that we came into the weekend wanting to keep an eye on. Anna Mula, though, just sitting consistent all day at that prescribed stroke rate. So she's, maintaining that place at the top of the board, and she's second in terms of best minute overall. So, unlike perhaps what we saw earlier in the men's run, Anna Mula, someone like an Anna Mula, right, looking to, if you can achieve both of them, then that's certainly what you would want to go out for. But again, want to reiterate that this challenge in particular is really fascinating because it's these two scores, and you don't necessarily need to be the strongest athlete in the room. If you know that you can even split a piece no matter what is thrown at you, then that's what you want to go out and do. As we move towards, we're about 7.5 minutes to go. We'll see if anyone decides, like, you know what, I've still got that best minute in me. I'm really going to throw everything I have at it, as these women move up to now 30 strokes per minute, which still a little bit lower than you might row a 2,000 meter distance. But Natasha, we're getting into that full on lactic acid race mode, aren't we?
We really are. And here we're seeing a bit of a move by Henrietta Hogberg. This is what we came here to see. Look at that. So she's taken the lead in terms of best minute. She knew what she was doing there. And she's setting up a very strong time. We'll see as the target resets, but she's got a 3:13 meter for that minute. And I think the competitors are seeing how easily she moved up there that board. And I think we'll start to see a bit of a push from them as well. So I think we'll see a bit of a jog around in terms of that best minute time, especially as we get closer to the end here. Maybe not at 31, but by 34, everyone should have made their move, I think. But Great thinking by Henrietta Hogberg. She was saying, I'm going to get first in one of them, even if it puts me in last in the other. So really interesting strategy to see here as we only have about 6 minutes left in this challenge.
Yeah, Henrietta Hogberg, the 43-year-old from Sweden, currently behind Anna Müller, Elizabeth Gilmore, Kirsten Klein, and Charlotte Dixon in terms of overall Versa Challenge points. So that, coming into this event, she was sitting 5th, just 1 point off of Charlotte Dixon. So Natasha, as you said, that may well have been her moment to say, I'm just going to throw everything that I possibly have at this to get that point, right, to get that top score for speed. She's currently holding it. Elizabeth Gilmore, well, that puts her in 2nd, then down to Anna Müller running 3rd for overall best minute in terms of distance rode in that 1 minute time. The prescribed rate, well, it's gone up to 32 strokes per minute, thanks to our audience in Mississauga, Toronto, who keeps increasing the stroke rate down there with Mike, riding now with the Canadian Heather Petrowsko, who's having a fantastic piece, good acceleration into the back end. But no doubt about it, the German Anna Müller, so consistent.
She really is. And this is where endurance athletes are going to show through. She's really showing both her consistency, her ability to hold a split, and her ability to hold a relatively tough split for a very long time. But if you look at the determination on her face right here, she barely looks tired. This is a 33 stroke rate, and she is making it look incredibly easy. So just to give a bit of insight into the caliber of athletes that we're working with here, that is magnificent. Here, Nicola Goss. So she is not at the bottom anymore in terms of consistency because of Henrietta Hogberg's big move there, but she is still closer to the bottom. So I wonder if we'll see her make a move here in terms of getting to the top of that max meters road. Because if we're keeping a good consistency score, that max meters road is not going to change very much for each of our athletes, is it, as we move through this piece?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It shouldn't change too much. And worth noting too, Nicola Goss, the 34-year-old from New Zealand, came all the way from New Zealand to try and be crowned the World Rowing Versa champion. So she said she was just, following all of the messages from World Rowing to understand how to possibly qualify. She did qualify. She's here, and she's looking to do everything that she possibly can in this particular challenge to increase her standings. She sits currently at the bottom of those rankings in terms of the Women's Versa Challenge, the standings overall. So for someone like her, well, this is an opportunity, right, to increase her place. Maybe yesterday she left, feeling however she felt, sort of understanding that she was at the bottom of that board within these 10 absolutely incredible female athletes. So we'll keep a particular eye on her to see as we close in, Natasha, to the final, well, nearly 3 minutes of this 4th challenge.
Yeah, and I'd really like to take a look down here at the best minute for Kirsten Klein and Sarah Pigeon. These two ladies may have chosen the exact same split to hold. You can see they're right next to one another, 5th and 6th in the best minute, and they're also 6th and 7th right next to each other in terms of consistency score. So it's an interesting battle because they could be 1 more meter and that would push them up a place ahead of one another, but it also might push them behind one another in terms of consistency. So I think Sarah Pigeon, if she's thinking smart here, she either has to be a bit more consistent or she's got to get that 1 more meter on Kirsten Klein. But this is really her opportunity to make a move. It should be a bit of a trade-off here. So I'll be looking at how that battle plays out as we move into the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, great eye, Natasha. Sarah Pigeon, she is one to keep an eye on here with just 2 minutes to go. Pigeon, a regular name on the indoor circuit, some accolades, certainly from the indoor and the World Rowing Beach Sprints finals as well. And she's showing her versatility in the Versa Challenge. In this challenge number 4, we're less than 2 minutes to go. No one is touching Anna Müller in terms of consistency. Have an eye, though, on that overall speed as these athletes now 1:45 to go. Look towards their very, very last stretch. Will anyone catch Henrietta Höberg, Elizabeth Gilmore riding second in terms of overall speed, Anna Mueller in third? So, well, Natasha, this is the moment. We'll see if any of these athletes at the bottom of the board or mid-pack start to make a move. It's the final 90 seconds.
It really is. We just saw Sarah Pigeon make her move. She's in fourth now, ahead of Charlotte Dixon and Kirsten Klein, but then she did slip those two positions from Alondra Greenlee. So now she's in seventh place for that consistency score. But she just needs one more person to try to make that push in the final minute, which we're going to enter into now. So in this minute, we should see either a flip in the consistency or a flip in the best minute. Otherwise, these ladies have chosen their rankings pretty much, and they just have to hold on for one more minute until they finished the fourth of the Versa Challenges.
Absolutely incredible. It's 40 seconds to go in Versa Challenge number 4. The audience has decided, they have spoken. The target stroke rate, 37 strokes per minute, so full on race pace. The lactic acid running through their body, their legs are exhausted, and yes, all eyes on that board to see if they can make any changes. And now the final 20 seconds. Anna Mueller holding on to the consistency score. What a sprint we saw earlier from Henrietta Höberg. It's looking like it will earn her that top spot, but wow, Natasha, the name's flipping in total speed.
And here Morgan McGrath decides to make her move. Sarah Pigeon's pulling back though. She's in third right now. She's seeing other people sacrifice their best split here. Look at how everything ends up. Heather Petrasco, you saw her. She wasn't even using her arms. She was just using her legs for that last split. She saw others making a move and decided to stay on consistency. So she's in third place for consistency, last for best minute. But man, we really saw some thinking in that last minute of the Versa Challenge, didn't we?
Oh my goodness, we did see so much thinking, and you can see when you look at the key speed graphic, the second one just below the consistency, that Henrietta Höberg was overtaken by the American Morgan McGrath. So just about, well, 10 or so meters separating those two in terms of the overall output that they were able to achieve, the overall distance in any single minute. So absolutely thrilling. We'll be really, really interested, Pete, to hear from you in the studio in terms of strategy, what you saw, perhaps a little bit more pacing for the women, but what a thrilling challenge. This was fantastic.
It's awesome, isn't it? I mean, you just see what they go through. This being the first time they've run it, whether they run this challenge again, who knows? But it's so difficult for them to go into it. And it's walking into the complete unknown as to, if I hold this split, is this going to be enough for me to get high ranking on the best minute? Well, you know, after the first minute, because everybody lands. And then you need to make a decision. How much do you want to compensate by sacrificing your consistency score and jack your best minute slightly higher up on the rankings? So it's tricky, but let's have a look at the standings. This is the scores from the men's consistency, well, the men's key speed, the consistency scores. So Maciek Zawoyski got the full 10 marks, Jason Marshall 9, Jordan Monink 8, and so on. Yolnau Karinen was knocking around at the top of the field there through much of that 20-minute piece, but I think Yol is he's walking away with 7 from that. I think he'll be surprised to have seen some of the less known rowers pip him to higher scores for consistency. Daniel Weiger, though, I really enjoyed seeing him rocket to the top and then sit there chewing his fingernails. Well, not quite, but nervously seeing whether anybody's going to pip him to the top of the best minute. But that was great to see. Julian Barbeau went for it a little bit late. He didn't manage to get to the top of the field. And this is now, therefore, the overall standings for the Versa Challenge after that third event, the key speed. So Yolnau Karinen, the well-known Finnish elite athlete at the top of the field, 4 points on Poland's Maciek Zawoyski, and Daniel Weiger currently riding in joint second place with Maciek. Now that's the current standings for the men's Versa Challenge, but we've got Mike Arsenault, our man on the ground in the stadium in Mississauga. So let's jump to Mike and see who he's got to talk to there.
Thank you very much, Peter. Here with Anna. A tremendous performance here on Key Speed. Of course, it was a double-scored event, so you easily won the consistency. That was never in doubt. It looked like you were going to hold on to a top 3 position in the most meters, but it was a furious race to the finish by all the women. How were you trying to keep track of where you were?
I actually really concentrated on the consistency, and I think I nailed it pretty much. And because I was sitting in spot 3 or 4 with the most meters, I didn't really pay attention to it. I moved down, but that's okay. I mean, I made my decision what to focus on. And in a game like this, especially with the 2 score, you never know what's the tactics of the others. So I picked mine, I stick to it. And of course, I could have changed last minute. But I realized actually too late that I'm dropping, but that's okay.
Now, we've had 4 scored events thus far, 1 more to go. We don't know the final event yet, but if you had your choice, what type of test do you want to see to wrap up this first ever Versa Challenge?
So we got the hint that it's going to be the goal game. I'm really hoping for it because I trained a lot.
You trained for it?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
so every warm-up was goal game. Okay. And I played it for like 10K, and I figured it out, I think, how it works. So if it is the goal game, I'm feeling pretty confident about it.
We'll see if that prediction comes to fruition. Anna, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was great. Thank you.
Well, we'll find out soon enough whether her wish will be granted in that final challenge of the Versa. So exciting seeing game theory really start to insert itself, and Nash's theorem and all of these issues that they've got to compete with, not only their own stamina and strength, but how do they make sure that they take advantage of the game rules alongside what other players or contestants and athletes might do that would upset their strategy? How can they react without throwing everything out and sacrificing too much? But that's the Versa Challenge. We've had the men's key speed and the women's key speed. I'm sure soon, once the scores have rattled their way through our technical graphics, we'll have the leaderboard as it stands for the women up shortly. But in a moment, we're going to go on to the next race. It's the 2,000 meter race for the 23 to 39 year age grouped men. Typically the fastest of the age groups for the men's category. So I think there's some high expectations for some of the athletes that we're going to see in this. Colleen, I'm sure you've been swatting up on who we've got to look forward to competing in this race. In fact, just before we come to you with that question, though, here are those graphics I was mentioning. So the consistency score we know went to Anna Müller. Impressive performance from her. It looks like Charlotte Dixon took a similar course with her strategy, aiming for consistency. We didn't see her bump up too fast on the best minute score. This is that best minute score. Morgan McGrath went for it towards the end. I think she was concerned she was going to get no points from either score category, and she went for it and got the full 10, pipping Hoegberg to the post. So I'm sure in a moment we'll have the full standings for the women's Versa Challenge, but we can see here this looks like the men's has gotten started. Ollie Zeidler there, the big man from Germany, cranking his way through this race for the 23 to 39 year men, Colleen.
Yeah, he is, Pete, and that was exactly where I was going to go when you asked me a moment ago what I was really looking forward to. There's so many fantastic entrants in the men's 23 to 39 category, and we can see here the graphic as they start to get underway. But Ollie Zeidler, 37 strokes per minute, down at a 124. He's back, the reigning world champion in the men's single sculls, competing in person in Toronto, the former swimmer. So it's fast and furious, Natasha, and they're already underway.
Absolutely. And just a reminder to those watching at home, we do have 35 in-person athletes and 15 virtual athletes competing in this event. So that is why your leaderboard is looking so long. And it's great to have Oliver Zeidler here in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. These spectators will get to see some world-class action here as we look for times below the 6-minute marker. So these, as you say, are going to be incredibly fast times. We do have Oliver Zeidler here is our current leader, making it look easy on the board right now. It's going to be a very quick race, already through to the second 500-meter marker. And then we have a very close race right now, trading places between Ward Lemelin and Jakob Pedrazel. Here we have Curtis Watson competing from Canada. You can see we've got a full leaderboard here, not only with our top athletes, but also quite a race for 4th and 5th position here between Dylan Goose, Robert Rama, Marco Serrate, all holding down around a 135 to a 137 here. So close races all down the leaderboard. Colleen, I'll let you take us through this 1,000.
Yeah, really exciting stuff as we approach that 1,000-meter mark, signifying the halfway point. Ollie Zeidler just out. He's now at 36 strokes per minute at about a 126, and we can see the leader as the graphic kind of flips around to show where the standings exactly lie. But just a fantastic start for him. And he'll be first to cross into the halfway point. And then just in hot pursuit behind him, it's Vord Liebenlingen from Belgium, and then the Czech athlete as well, Jakob Podrasil. So fantastic to get a sense of what that looks like truly around the world. We have this global view, people in their garages, in their living rooms, in the men's 23 to 39 category, which really is the closest thing that we have to an open category. So for the men, just open weight, and then back riding now with our leader, Ollie Zeidler. He's now in the 3rd quarter of the race. Again, the reigning world rowing champion in the men's at single sculls, with many an accolade to his name. So we'll see if anyone's able to catch him. But still, it's hottening up at the top a little bit, Natasha, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you see on the leaderboard there, that is for the in Mississauga competition. So it's showing Marco Serrate right there from Uruguay. He is holding a 133, staying nice and consistent. But we do have to make a shout out here to the South African athlete, Abdullah Alwahe. He has steadily been moving up this leaderboard here. So we'll see great things from him coming to challenge as we head into the final sprint of this race. This is your 2nd place right here. Ward Lemelin, he is at a 125 right now, but a convincing 2nd place here. He's 19 strokes off the lead as they head into this final sprint. And 3rd is Jakob Pedrazel, once again, also competing virtually. So Ollie Zeidler sees these on his screen, and he knows that he has to stay that 20 meters in front as he heads through this final sprint. But what consistency from these world-class athletes.
Yeah, it's a real world-class event, isn't it? Worth noting, too, that Zeidler won the World Rowing Indoor title back in 2019 and has not competed indoors internationally in an indoor event since. So he's back. He's looking for nothing less than a gold medal, and certainly that is what he is after. So he's about 20 or so meters ahead of the athlete from Belgium. And then just behind him, the Czech, and that's Jakob Podrasil, who's been in 3 Olympic Games, his first Olympic Games back in 2012. He was in 2016 in Rio, and then in Tokyo as well. So world class indeed, but we get that fantastic close-up here of Ollie Zeidler, who's now less than 250 meters to go, up at now 37 strokes per minute, a 125, and we see the audience just absolutely fantastic. It's looking like the podium may well be set as we cruise into the final 200, but we'll see. There's still some time, Natasha, isn't there?
Absolutely, and we're going to see quite the sprint from these athletes. They're not only going for their medal, they're going for their personal best right here. So that's a 5:37.3 time. Look how happy he is with that. 5:39.7, then 5:42.6. Great times here. We have athletes falling off their indoor rowers, but we do have some more athletes finishing in very tight races. Marco Serrate out in front, Matt Dickey just behind him, and then our South African athlete Abdullah Alwahe just being passed at the end here. We've got Matt Dickey finishing, Matthew Seavey, Dylan Goose, Hassan Kadri, all within seconds of each other. It's almost too close to call. You can see all of those athletes within a second of each other from 6th place to 10th place, 134.4, 134.6, and 134.7. So these athletes have to be proud for that fight all the way to the last meter. And then we do have more athletes finishing, both, as you can see, on those webcams celebrating and in person. But what a race, Colleen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and really nice to see the celebration truly around the world, and of course from Zeidler down in the stadium in Toronto. Really great pacing from him. He got from Zeidler. He got out early. He was able to establish his lead and maintain it, and that's really true for these three top finishers. And we can get a look at the unofficial times. They're just about a 2 second more, 2.5 second or so advantage for Zeidler from Germany. So the German fans, both in person and remotely, will be quite pleased with that. We see Zeidler just getting off the erg, and hopefully we'll have a chance to speak with him. We'll see, but it looks like, yeah, he's got the paparazzi with him now, so just fantastic. The rest of the athletes, well, they're just finishing into their final few strokes here. And Pete, we'll hear from you in the studio. What an exciting men's open event, as it were.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Ollie Zeidler, I think he was the favourite to be at the top, but I did almost hope that we'd see Ward Lemelin give him, a split second or two. I mean, he got sub 540, so they're in that elite club of the sub 540 club. Lemelin was gunning for a 539. He got it, so I'm sure he'll be chuffed with that. And coming second to Ollie Zeidler is an impressive feat for absolutely anybody. So a great result for them. And Jakub Podrazel, the well-known Czech athlete, taking the bronze medal. I mean, a fantastic performance. I really enjoyed seeing. There was one athlete on the screen. I couldn't make out his name on the graphic. He was in a disco. I just thought, what a cool atmosphere to be bringing to your World Championship title bid. You're in a disco with neon lights. Absolutely awesome. But that was the 23 to 39 men. We're going to jump down into the arena now, though. Hopefully, Mike has managed to collar Zeidler and see if we manage to have a chat with him. I don't know if that's a little bit hopeful, but nonetheless, we're going to jump down to Mike.
Thank you very much, Peter. I do have Ollie with me. Ollie, hundreds of fans cheering your name. You're the overwhelming favorite coming in, and you just set a personal best on the 2,000 meter. What is it like competing with all this pressure on you that you were expected to finish first?
Well, sometimes pressure is pretty good and pushes you where you want to be. So I think today was a great day, and with all the spectators here, yeah, just bringing me to my absolute limit was great.
And just how would you describe the experience of just competing in front of a crowd like this? Because I know it's been quite a while, a few years, since you've competed at the indoor championships. What was behind the decision to come back and compete inside?
Well, I think this is, I started my career as an indoor rower, and I really enjoyed the World Games, which was my first indoor rowing competition. We had a lot of people, and it's great to see some of them coming back here. And yeah, just having the opportunity after so many years, having in-person competitions. I think this is what it's all about. All the same setting here, and then just challenging each other.
Last question for you. What is the next phase of your outdoor rowing career? What do you have coming up this summer?
Well, I want to compete every single World Rowing event and the Henley Royal Regatta, so a lot of work to do.
Congratulations, Mississauga. Let's have Ollie hear it.
The formidable figure is Ollie Zeidler, and he's coached by his dad, a formidable figure too. Would you believe it? He's taller than his son. We only know him as Mr. Zeidler, a police officer from Germany. Now, Ollie Zeidler, top of the podium for the indoor men. Now we're going to have a quick interview with Olena Burjak. But here's the results from the 23 to 39 men's category. 537.3, an amazing result for Zeidler. Ward Lemelin, 539.7, and Jakub Podrazel coming in third place. That's the 1, 2, 3. Amazing stuff to see with 35 in-person athletes, 15 virtual. Now, Ollie Zeidler is the undisputed dominant force in the 23 to 39 men's category. Olena Burjak is the equivalent in the women's category, an absolute force of nature on the indoor rower. We heard from her recently.
Hello, I I'm Olena Buryak from Ukraine, and I will compete in women 23-39 categories in 2K and 500 meters. It's very important for me because now my husband, as you know, was injured and I have to be with him. And it's impossible for me to go to Canada to compete. So online competitions is like my safe jacket now. And I want to make rowing more popular sport in Ukraine, also indoor rowing. It's a lot of powerful and long trainings, and it's a lot of my dreams maybe and my possibilities to do this. And we have a lot of new rowing people every year and every month. I hope everything will be happen and we will have a much better rowing school in Ukraine. Oh, I love spectators. Before my performances on World Champs, I thought I don't like this popularity. But in fact, when 1,000 people scans Olena go, it's amazing, and it makes me more powerful. And now to compete online, for me, is a very interesting format, but I hope my friends will be with me, at least few. I'm waiting that I will break 6 minutes and 40 seconds because more than 1 year I didn't do my usual trainings. I'm not in my best shape and I can't break any record for now. My biggest hope is we will have electricity and Wi-Fi.
Well, we're so privileged that Olena is able to compete virtually. As she said, her husband fighting on the front in Ukraine while she did manage to be away for a little while. She's returned there, and it's great to have her competing virtually in this 23-39 women's category for the World Rowing Indoor Championships. A couple of big names we see on the international entries. I saw Sena Yilmaz, the Turkish athletes, competing as well as Olena Buryak. I mean, surely, guys, when we look at this lineup, similar to the last one for the men's, Olena, can anybody come close to her? Colleen, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a great question, Pete. We know for a long time she held the women's overall 2,000 meter, the fastest time on the erg, broken by Brooke Mooney a couple of years ago. But she's, of course, the current record holder for her age bracket, that 30-39. So as we think about this weekend and this event in particular, can anyone get near her? Well, to be determined, but certainly that will be the goal for those who think that they dare keep up with her to do so. And we'll be interested to see if, in terms of strategy, there's a lot of people that just sort of fly out of the gate and see if they can try to pace with her speed. I love that this is a hybrid event, as she told us. So she's able to participate. Worth noting too that our virtual participants did have to qualify to be here, whereas in Canada, down in the stadium, open to those who are able to come in person. But it makes for a really fantastic competition, doesn't it, Natasha? Because it's truly global and inclusive in that sense.
It really is. And we can see from our webcams on the screen, we have rowers from all over the world tuning in for this highly competitive category. We do have Kasha and Sydney from the Canadian Women's 8 that won in Tokyo. We had a quick interview with them yesterday, and they're feeling quite competitive as they go into today. So it'll be interesting to see them race. We also have Heather Petrasco. So one of our Versa athletes, she has decided that Versa was not enough. She's going to enter into the 2,000 meter. So good for her. This is one of the athletes that we always like to look at. So we'll see here on the top of your screen in that number 1 position. Once again, this is going to be a hybrid event, so numbers 1 to 99. Those are going to mean the athlete is competing in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, in person in the arena. And numbers over 100, as you see here on your screen, 103, 104, and those little yellow boats underneath the country flag. That means that the athlete is competing virtually and needed to qualify for the event. There's Elena Buriak. She's got her whole fan group behind her. Definitely one to watch, and it's great she's got her webcam on here. What do you think as we move through all of these webcams of the different athletes, Colleen?
Yeah, I'm just reflecting on the absolute depth that we have in this field. So once again, this 23 to 39 age bracket really being closest to what would be an open category. So we can expect some fantastic speed. We've talked a little bit about the caliber of some of the athletes in this competition. And now we're having the pleasure of really getting a tour around the world to see folks set up in their garages, in their living rooms, maybe a glimpse into their lives, intimate moments with coaches, friends, family, etc. around them. For now, though, awaiting the start of the women at 23 to 39, any moment, and we can see them just looking up at their screens, awaiting that stop rowing, telling them exactly that. So you'll see the handles in their hands. The wheels on the ergometer need to be completely stopped so that it's a fair start for all participants. And they now sit ready.
Absolutely, as we gear up for the start, they are off nice and cleanly. We should see some major splits from these athletes here as they take off. Those are the athletes in Mississauga right now. You can see they have almost a free first 10 strokes now that they've started, and they're going to start settling into their pace here. So as the leaderboard sorts itself out, we'll be able to see that we have our competitors in person right now and our competitors overseas. So we have Ongaro, who is currently in the lead, holding a 137 right here at a 36 stroke rate. So really coming out of the gate quickly, 6 meters ahead of Elena Buriak, who we just heard from, who is holding a 139. So really settling into that pace nice and early. There's still a bit of swishing happening around. We see Piper Treadwell, and of course we see Kasia and Sydney Payne here. They're trading within 2 meters their place, holding a 142 and 144 respectively. So we'll look how that battle plays out further on. Colleen, do you want to take us through this next, heading into the second 500 meters?
Yeah, of course. We're now in the second quarter of this 2,000 meter distance, and my eye is on Elena Buriak because she has been quietly inching her way toward our leader up at the top, Ungaro from Malta. So Leanne Ungaro now slipping into second place. Elena Buriak holding on to that first place position. As we heard in the interview, well, her goal is under that 640 mark, around 637 or so, she said. And so we'll get a sense of her pacing here as the race unfolds and develops. She said her target time at 6:38 is exactly what she had submitted. So early in this piece, she's down at 30 strokes per minute, about a 142, and able to really push the rest of the field now back behind her. Just behind her, though, from Malta, once again, Leanne Ungaro, and then a couple of Canadians, Kasia Verowski and Sydney Payne from Canada as well. A couple of entrants from the USA. As we look now fully around the world, Claudia Seck from Germany, virtual participants, just fantastic. And we're just about 700 meters gone, not quite as halfway. Can anyone catch up at this point with Buriak? Still fairly early on.
It's definitely fairly early, but she's really staking her claim here. You'll notice that some of our athletes starting out super strong, they're just trying to find their legs here. So Leanne Ungaro, incredibly fast first 500 meter split, but she's up around a 147 right now. This could be part of our strategy, settling quite high, but it's Elena Buriak staying nice and consistent at 142, really giving us a clinic on how to pace this 2-kilometer test right here. Got Emma Merrick coming in virtually. She's in about 10th position right now. We have Ongaro staying strong here, 148, 147, not letting it go up too much. So she still is in that third place position. We have Raneem Istanbuli. She is staying strong here too. She's about midway through our list of competitors. And you can see that full list of competitors at the top there. Some close races happening further down the leaderboard. We've got from about 6th to the 10th here, within 10 meters of one another. It's going to be Marcia Caniglio, Rebecca Giles, Nicola Jones, and Eleni Brett Evans, another regular here on the Canadian indoor rowing scene. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out as they come through this middle of the race. They're almost past halfway, and I'll pass it over to you, Colleen.
Yeah, they are. That's exactly right. They're through halfway now, most, and then stepping into the second half of this piece. We see the bottom left, that's Buryak, Elena Buryak in Ukraine, with fans, supporters, friends, perhaps coaches around her, cheering her on. Her goal, again, that 6:38 mark. So she's now well into the third quarter. Still in close touch, though, is the Canadian. So Kazia Gruchela Vierskier, and just about 8 meters or so separating them, and then back to Sydney Payne. So looking good for the Canadians, currently second and third, as it were, on the podium, which means that Ungaro of Malta slipping back currently into what could be a fourth place position. So about 750 meters to go, riding now with Elena Buryak. Again, just an absolutely incredible athlete, and certainly incredible indoor athlete as well. World champion in 2019 and 2020. She's back this year competing virtually from Ukraine and really proving that she's still unbeatable on the erg with now 500 meters to go.
Yeah, we're really heading into this final sprint here. You'll notice Rebecca Giles from Australia. She's been creeping up in the rankings, holding a solid 149, 150, but she's fighting with Elizabeth Garbus from the US, who is in person here. But really look at this sprint from Kasia happening right now. She's got 9 meters between her and Elena Buryak, and she's really starting to open it up right here. She's at a 142. She needs to bring it down to around a 140, and we'll see if she has it left in her legs. Elena isn't doing too much of a sprint here, just trying to stay on her split at a 140 with a 32 stroke rate, and let's see if she goes up. They've got about 30 strokes left in the race, so last 250 is coming up. You see Sydney Payne in the bottom right there for a second. She is in third place, about 40 meters behind her teammates, but about 30 meters ahead of Ungaro, so she really has that third position sewn up if she continues to keep her lead. Colleen?
Oh, this is so exciting. It's just a thrill to watch Elena Buryak back in 2023 with a vengeance. She looks fantastic. 33 strokes per minute, 138 average split. Just behind her, while the Canadian continues to stay on her tail, Kasia Vasirski of Canada, holding on to that second place position, about 15 meters or so separating them. The Canadian, though, up at 41 strokes per minute. So we'll see if Buryak decides to take it up. In fact, she's now in her final stroke. We see the cheers behind her. A look of exhaustion and big smiles all around. She got a 639.9. She made it under that 640 mark. Like she told us in her interview, she had submitted that 638 target, but under 40 is what she had said. So just a job well done, 1/10 of a second. And then pure exhaustion from the Canadian too. What a battle, Natasha, between those two athletes.
It really was a battle, especially holding out with that 9-meter change in between the two of them. And it's no wonder there's less than a second separating them in terms of split, so about 4 seconds in real time. Looking down at that battle for 5th and 6th place, it looks like Kelsey Barilak came out victorious. She will be in the arena. There we see Sydney Payne there, super proud of herself and her teammate. But further down the leaderboard, we can see that Kelsey Barilak from the US, 7:06. She ended up with a great sprint, winning that battle against Rebecca Giles, who in turn won against Nicola Jones, only 0.1 separating the two of them. There we see Elena Buryak celebrating in her place there. So it looks like a celebration all around for breaking that 640 marker. here we have our last few athletes finishing out the race, but we'll pass it over to you, Pete. What did you
Thanks,
think?
Natasha. Very cool. Elena Buriak, what a result. She stayed on top, beating the two Olympic champions from Canada, Kasia Gryczalo-Weserski and Sydney Payne. It did look like he was going to come close in that last 250. I wondered whether Kasia was going to pip her to the line, but she had something left in the tank, Elena. She took it down to a 1:38 in her finishing sprint. So an amazing performance from her all the way to the finish line. She retains her title, top of the podium for the 23 to 39 women's category at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Silver to Kasia Gryczalo-Weserski and bronze to Sydney Payne. Fantastic result for them. That was the 23 to 39 women's. Next up, we've got the 23 to 39 lightweight men's to look forward to. So the field is going to be tightly packed. There's 13 in person and 11 joining virtually. So not quite the full floor of ergos we had for the men and women's 23 to 29. But nonetheless, I'm sure, as we always see with the lightweight rowing, it gets so close. Here are some of those highlights from the 23 to 39 women's category. Emma Merrick there in Great Britain. She did her best to try and stay near the top of the field, but this Elena Buriak, what a performance from her. Great to see that she managed to pull together a little bit of a crowd. Kasia Gryczalo-Weserski did her best on home turf to try and take the title. And then, of course, the Maltese athlete Ungaro, an impressive performance from her. She'll take 4th place in the overall rankings. I think we sort of suspected that Elena Buriak was going to be at the top of the podium. And when you see two Olympic champions from the Canadian Women's 8, where they raced in Tokyo and took the gold, doing their best to try and topple her from the podium, Elena Buriak, goodness me, she doesn't even look flustered after that. Quite the performance. Her supporters are almost more excited than she is by the result. But I'm sure she'll be chuffed to bits with that, and good to see Ukraine staying on the top in the women's category, which is where Elena's put them several times through the last few years. So that was the 23 to 39 women's category. Next up, we've got the 23 to 39 lightweight men's. Colleen, any call outs for you from this standout crowd?
Yeah, I'm just looking across these fantastic names that we have, and another kind of tour around the world in terms of who we'll see. Great Britain, it's Craig Mumby, USA, Amal Yunus, Oliver Banks from Great Britain as well, the United States, Eamon Glavin. So great names across the board. And I think too, I love watching lightweight rowing because, of course, these athletes will have weighed in order to be able to race as a lightweight. So sort of all things considered, there's this one variable, right, which is consistent across, and that's their weight. So size, of course, in terms of height and length, certainly will be different, but it does make for some really tight racing, Natasha.
Absolutely. And we see a lot of these athletes, especially the ones who are coming in virtually, looking to be around that 6:30, 6:20 marker. From Germany, we have Florian Roller. He qualified for Europe with the qualification score of 6:12.4, looking for a target time of 6:08. So this is our 5-time World Rowing Indoor Champion coming into us virtually. So it's great to have past champions here coming into our screen virtually. You'll see them on the left side of your screen there. We have the two races, the light men's 23 to 39, and then we have one more virtual competitor for the heavy men's 23 to 39 there. It is going to be in person for boats numbered 1 to 99, and it's going to be virtual for 100 plus. So we'll flip through some of those virtual athletes right now. You can see some seem to be in a boathouse, and we have a proud flag behind Brendan Metzner from the US. Florian Roller coming across your screen now. All of them sitting ready and really getting prepared for this start. And what sort of things can we expect off the start, Colleen? Are we going to see some high splits? Are we going to see more pacing? What do you think?
I think we can expect some quick turns of the wheels and keeping that stroke rate really high. It's kind of a hallmark strategy for many lightweights, their ability to just be really agile and spin the wheel and keep the stroke rate quite high. So I think we can expect to see many of these athletes just fly out of the gates. We'll see if as they begin, if the board kind of settles itself quickly. I wouldn't think so. I would imagine, as mentioned, that this will be quite tight, which makes it absolutely thrilling to be able to commentate and to have you all with us, of course, on the live stream as the lightweight men 23 to 39 with some open weight men 23 to 39 as well, racing in this 2,000 meter category. So looking into the first 150 meters, maybe settled a little bit earlier than I think, starting to get a sense of speed, Natasha.
Absolutely. So our leader there, Florian Roller, our past champion, he really flew out of the gate. There we have him on his webcam. Nice, very long strokes. He gets quite close to the cage there, but he's looking to stay consistent at that high stroke rate, 35 typically with lightweight rowers. We'll see the higher stroke rate. There is Yuri Simonek. He is in second place from Czechoslovakia right now, and he is going to be at a 34 stroke rate, 133 right there. And then we have a couple competitors in person. I think we just got a glimpse of Moritz Marchart. He is going to be at a 134. So it looks like we have a great spread with all of these athletes, high stroke rates, trying to get through to that podium.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we can see Germany's Florian Roller up there at the top at a cool 34, 35 strokes per minute. He'll certainly be one to watch. His qualification score was 6 minutes 12 seconds. So great speed, accolades to his name, 5-time world rowing champion in the lightweight men's 8 back in 2015. The lightweight men's quad, and then over the years, various indoor champion accolades as well. So we'll keep an eye on his time, see if he's able to beat both that qualifying score and perhaps even take home a personal best. He's up at the top of the field, just 1 meter behind him, though, while the leaderboard's getting really hot. It's our athlete from the Czech Republic, Yuri Simonek, and just maybe able to overhaul him. Wow, incredibly exciting. They're nearly now running level.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a really tight race there. And you can see on the far right of your screen, those are going to be their average splits per 500 meters. So even though they're at the same stroke rate now, it seems like our Czech athlete is going to have a slightly lower split per 500 meters. He might be going out really hard here, though. He is trying to drop his split just before that 1,000-meter marker. So we'll see how his endurance holds up here as they head through the 1,000. There is your athlete from the Czech Republic. He is going really hard, accelerating into that finish, pulling up nice and high. He's got his cheering squad, you can see behind him, and he knows he's in first place, and all he has to do is hold on to it. But on his screen, Florian Roller from Germany knows that he must beat Simonek in order to get to that gold medal and defend his title. And I'm sure that's going to give him a little more inspiration as he heads into the third 500 of this race. That is a great view there of all our athletes competing virtually. We do have a race for fourth going on here. So we've got Mohamed Al-Kafali, and he is fighting Amal Yunus and Mohamed Kota for that fourth place position. He's just 3 meters ahead, but holding a nice consistent split at a 136. So he's looking to maintain that lead. 7:50 to go. Colleen, what do you see?
Yeah, what I see is an incredible battle up at the top of the field. We talked about Florian Roller from Germany and what an incredible indoor rower and rower he is. Worth noting to the bottom of our screen there, riding with Yuri Simonek from the Czech Republic, currently our leader. So a little bit of a patient start for him, able to overhaul the German. We saw him in the Tokyo Games where he rode in the lightweight men's double. He was in the final rowing bow seat, so just off the podium in that event. But an absolutely incredible athlete, certainly up there as well. So Just showing once again the depth of these events in the lightweight men's 23 to 39 and the depth that we've seen truly all weekend across so many categories. It's 500 meters to go, though, and he is out on the hunt for gold, just 5 meters separating him and the German Florian Roller, then back bit of a ways to third for Moritz Marquardt of Germany. So 2 Germans currently, as it were, on the podium if those places were to stand. But Simonak shows no sign of slowing down, just about 400 or so meters to go. And you get a sense with that support person just behind him. And it's, it's evening time there. So he is absolutely, overhauling this erg, big suspension into the back. And doing so in the early hours of the evening. So incredible to see. 250 to go.
Absolutely. They're heading into their final sprint here. We're going to start to see these athletes try to drop their splits. This is where the advantage is going to come in. Florian Roller left himself a little bit of a place to go with that stroke rate, but he's down around a 133 right now. Simonak trying to hold on with a 135. And we'll see Roller slowly start to creep up, but with about 100 meters left, has Simonak done enough to stay on the podium? He is just trying to get through that line right now, and he may have enough to do it. Can't call it until they cross the line here, but it looks like Simonak is going to get there first, ever so close, less than a second separating first and second there. So great race by the 2 of them there in that fight between Koda and Kafali. It looks like 135.5, 135.6, so separated by about 0.4 of a second there. But there is your leader, there is your winner on the webcam right there, and that is second place Florian Roller. You're seeing just recover. My goodness, look at these athletes, especially these international athletes coming in virtually, Colleen.
Yeah, so good to see. What a thrilling event that was for the lightweight men. It was Yuri Simonak of the Czech Republic finishing with an average time of 132.7 as the remaining athletes roll in. Florian Roller taking second of Germany, Moritz Marquardt taking third. So perhaps feeling a little bit inspired maybe by Ali Zeidler and what they'll have seen him do just a couple of events prior. But catching his breath, it's Simonak in the Czech Republic. He'll be just delighted with that result, won't he, Pete?
Yeah, brilliant performance for Yuri Simonak. We see him so frequently in the lightweight boats for the Czech Republic, and just showing why he's earned his place in the Czech national team. An amazing performance from him. Looking down the list, though, Florian Roller, we always expected him to be a high performer in that category. I was pleased to see Eamon Glavin, the American, tinkering away in the top 10 for a period. If anybody's been following his amazing rowing videos, he does some stunning work publicizing our sport. And then, of course, you could follow his training all the way up. Every single training session he published on his way to these indoor championships. I love it when you can see and be part of the journey of some of these athletes getting to the top of our sport. Amazing stuff there. And Moritz Marquardt for Germany taking the bronze. So that was the lightweight men's 23 to 39 age category. We've now got the equivalent for the women. But I think before we jump to the women, we're going to have a quick look at some of the highlights from that lightweight men's edition. It certainly did get close. I did wonder whether Simonak would move through the German Florian Roller. Florian Roller clearly went out quite quickly, but Simonak, an amazing performance from him. So the next race up, though, we'll have the women's, but here's a quick playback. There's Al-Khafaji, the Iraqi, Sebastian Kleinsorgen from Germany. But this man, Yuri Simonak, world champion in the 23 to 39 lightweight men's category, 6'10", 6'11.0. Can you believe it? That's absolutely rapid stuff for somebody who weighs just over 70 kilos. The power to weight ratio, amazing. And we see such close racing in the lightweight versions of rowing because they're really pushing their minds and bodies to the limit of endurance and power. Great performance here then in the lightweight men's 23 to 39 category, won by Yuri Simonak of the Czech Republic, silver to Florian Roller for Germany, and bronze to Moritz Marquardt, also of Germany. Great race from Amal Younis, finishes him up in 4th place ahead of 5th place, Mohamed Kota. Next up, though, we've got the lightweight women coming on shortly, and it's going to be another tight race, as we always see in the lightweight edition of our sport. Let's jump back to our commentators who are doing stunning work, bringing us all of the action and insight into our competitors as they go through the motions of what for many is the culmination of many years of training. So we're moving on to the lightweight women. Colleen, Natasha, any picks from you?
Oh, it's looking like a really fantastic field. It sounds like we might want to hop straight to an interview on the floor, but that'll give me a chance to make my selections, because it's looking like it's another competition with just fantastic depth. So we'll hand it straight down to the floor then with Mike. Thanks.
I was controlling everything, but in first 500, I was a little scared, but it's okay. It was pretty controlled, and also I had a big support team, and they helped me a little. It's not so bright because I really love spectators, but it was fun. I had in my mind only one number, 140, and I knew that I can to row in pace 140, and I did it.
She did it. She certainly did. Great to have the sort of impromptu interview with Elena Buryak, gold medalist, world champion for 2023 at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, women's 23 to 39 category. We're going to jump on to the lightweight women for the same age category. I was casting my eye through some of the names there as well. We've got Khadija Krimi for Tunisia taking part. She's a multiple Olympian. Looking here at the picture of Flavia and now Tieti Sastramoinen, going through those final nervous, tension-filled moments before their race. I think in a moment they're going to be called to attention. So we'll jump back to you, Colleen.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. And again, we're getting that sort of tour around the world for the lightweight women. Just fantastic talent that we should see go off in just a moment. So race number 57, the lightweight women, another kind of wide open category in terms of age range. We have representation from Mexico, Canada, Great Britain, the USA, Italy, France, Denmark, Australia, so Tunisia, Belgium. We're sitting now at attention as we await for the start in the stadium, as it were. And we have a race underway. So just another thrilling event, Natasha, as these lightweight women take off.
Yes, absolutely. We've got some Canadians there in person in Mississauga. I've been lucky enough to race against in the past. So Kirsten Hawk, Ifradette Georges, and Jasmine Carter are all there racing. So it's great to see these Canadians coming to the local event. But as these first few meters go by, we can see the leaderboard sort of start to sort itself out here with Kirsten Hawk at the top right there. She's gone out very fast, a 1:43. She's really doing quite the sprint right here. We have some video on the floor in the upper left of all of those webcams. She's closely followed by Elisa Acara from Italy. Here she is now. She's in her Ontario Tech uniform, so racing, training at her university here in Canada. We have Flavia Ristaldi. She is going to be coming in from a virtual competition here. We also have Sestimoninen. She's coming in from Finland as well. So really the international representation here, but it is going to be a fight up at the top with two women who are in Mississauga right now, Kirsten Hawk and Elisa Cara from Italy. Here's Krimi Khadija. She is fighting for that second place spot, and she just surpassed the Italian for that second place spot. So great to see from these athletes some of the video as they go through and we see the changing of places here. Looks like Krimi Khadija has come into first place now. What a shift to the leaderboard. I'll hand it over to you, Colleen.
Yeah, absolutely. A shift in the leaderboard indeed as they step into now the second quarter of the race. And just fantastic to see Krimi Khadija up there now at the top from Tunisia. You can get a sense here of the graphics just on the right side of those racing with us from truly around the world. And then we have those in Toronto in that top left graphic as well. But yeah, it's Krimi Khadija up at the top of the board right now. Elisa Arcara from Italy managed to get herself up there as well. And then Kirsten Hawk of Canada riding in third. So not too much separating them at the moment. We're still fairly early on in the race, not even quite yet at that halfway point. We'll see how strategies unfold and if anyone is able to find this athlete from Tunisia up at the top. Khadija, a little bit of a patient start from her, and we didn't see her out of the blocks necessarily as the first, the first in terms of ranking in the early stages of the race, but she's showing real stamina here, pacing it really quite nicely, very smartly at about 32 strokes per minute, a 149. She's the only athlete on the board under that 150 mark, which is really fantastic for a lightweight female athlete. So, and we'll keep an eye on her. She'll be the first Natasha to cross into the second half.
Yes, absolutely. And we saw her compete in the 500 meter yesterday, but this seems to be much more her race, doing the endurance straight through the 1,000. As you say, incredibly consistent. We haven't really seen that split waver from a 149. I say now as she goes up to 150, but staying very consistent, 150, 149. She's brought it back down. We've got Kirsten Hawk here. It looks like she goes out very hard, and during this middle third 500 of the race, she's really looking to keep it up there at around a 155, 156. And we'll see if she brings it back down near the end of the race. Just getting a flash through of all the other competitors. Silk Tambourine has moved up into the third place position, but she is being challenged by Justine Touzeau for that third place position here. We're flipping through more of these athletes. You can see we've got a 208-209 split here at a 26 stroke rate from Samari. We have Laura Gioldi. She is also holding a 159 right now, 2 minutes, 159. So she'll be looking to break that 8-minute mark as they head into the 750. They know they've got about 3 minutes left in the race. And this is where we're going to see the stamina of these rowers. A little bit lower of a stroke rate than we saw from the men. We're around a 32. But Krimi Khadija, she's really the story here, isn't she, Colleen? Holding that nice, steady split.
Yeah, I'm so excited for her, and I just, keeping an eye on her at that solid 32 or so strokes per minute. She's just moving, pacing it really nicely, and of course, she's a real talent from Tunisia. She was in the lightweight women's double sculls at the 2016 Summer Olympics in Rio. She qualified to represent Tunisia at the 2020 Summer Olympics as well, so she was there. She'll have loads of supporters, I'm sure, cheering her on, but she's paced this just, again, quite smartly. Not the quickest out of the gates, built momentum in the second quarter of the race, and she's the first now to cross into the final 500, opening up that delta over the Italian and the athlete from Belgium. So she's continuing to open up her margin. She'll be delighted, I'm sure, both to get to the line. She's about 400 or so meters away, but knowing that she's holding that lead. It's getting really interesting, though, on the podium, Natasha, between Belgium and Italy.
It really is. You've got Tambourine and Akara trading places here, and it's really going to come down to this final split. Both of them are heading up in stroke rate, 34, 35, and down in splits at a 151, 152. Let's see if Akara can hold it down, though, because Tambourine is really showing great strength on this sprint. 152. They've got about 30 strokes left in their race, 250 meters. So we'll see how these athletes can pull through. Justine Touzeau as well. She's moving up. She's looking for that third place position, and she knows it's within her grasp. We see her splits going down as well. 153, 152, trying to stay slightly ahead of Akara from Italy. So we'll see how that progresses as we get to the line We've got a great run from Hansen as well, down at a 150. So really sprinting, but it is these two athletes at the top of your screen, Akara and Tizoe, fighting for that third place position. Akara trying to take over, get to that second place position. It's going to be an exciting finish. Colleen, call us through it.
Yeah, exciting indeed. I'm so thrilled to watch Krimi Khadija finish her piece from Tunisia with an unofficial 7:11.2 time. That puts Tamburgine on the podium in second from Belgium, and then Akara from Italy able to grab that third place position and to capture the bronze, with the American coming in just behind her, Justine Tizoe. So absolute exhaustion on the faces of these athletes. That was Justine Tizoe, and then now over to Belgium with Tamburgine. So pure exhaustion, maybe a little bit of a smile to know that she'll have secured that silver medal position. But as you said, Natasha, the story really Krimi Khadija from Tunisia, just fantastic race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see we had a bit of a fight here between Kirsten Hawk and Laura Berrigan as well, inside of 2 seconds, separating those two competitors. So great job from them. We just saw them on the floor. And we have a couple more athletes who are just finishing over here. Peter, I'll toss it over to you. How did you find that race?
That was brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, there was quite a lot of chopping and changing through the positions as they went through that 2,000 meters, but our well-known Tunisian Khadija Krimi made it up to the top of the field. I don't know why her name's the other way around in our graphic, but Khadija Krimi made it all the way to the top, and she held on. It was a really consistently paced race for her, and she's a Rio Olympian, a Tokyo Olympian, and now she's world rowing indoor champion for the lightweight 23 to 39 category. Silke Tamburine coming in second. That was close towards the end. I did wonder whether she'd be able to hold on to that, because the fast-moving Italian Alyssa Akara certainly had something left in store. She retained the bronze medal, though, and a great performance all round, I think. I think you called a hot competition there too, Natasha. Kirsten Hawk and Laura Berrigan. Laura Berrigan we've seen race before, and those two certainly wasn't much to split them, just half a second in the end over the line. Well, now we're going to have a quick look at some of the highlights from that race and just see what we thought of it. I mean, it certainly was quite tense. I did enjoy seeing Silke Tamburine in her what looked like her rowing club. That's Khadija Krimi down at the local gym. Alyssa Akara, the Italian, on site in person, consistent with her split of 150 all the way through. Kirsten Hawk there holding a 154. She had an average split of 152 in the end, so she managed to claw something back down. And this is Silke Tamburine in what looks to be the local club in Belgium. Great race all around there. You can see the effort. She barely had time to take her feet out of the foot stretchers before collapsing onto what must have been a very cold concrete floor. But perhaps that's what you need after putting so much effort into your 2K race. Khadija Krimi, a couple of high fives. She'll be chuffed to bits with that performance. Now, that was the lightweight women's 23 to 39 age category. I believe we've got our man on the ground, Mike Arsenault, in the stadium, who hopefully has somebody for us to talk to with a bit of an interview of a previous winner. Maybe not just yet then. So in that case, we're going to look forward to the next race, which is the 17 to 18 men's first heat. Now, you might be wondering why they're heats, because any of these races could contain a final medalist. There is no final for them to progress onto, but this is based purely on the fact that it is an in-person and hybrid event, and there are only so many ergos on the floor in the stadium. So either of these heats could contain our medalists, but we'll have to wait for the last heat to conclude before we find out who the actual medalists are. So we're going to have to be hot with our pens and papers to jot down the winners' times from this first heat to see what happens then in the second one. Now, guys, it looks like they're getting ready. 31 people in person for this first heat, so no virtual entrance in this first heat, which means there'll be all eyes on what's going on around them. Now, Natasha, hopefully you've had a chance to sift your way through the start list. Anybody in particular you're looking out for here? Any local Canadians that you might know?
We do have quite a few Canadians in this race. You can see from some of the uniforms that they're wearing, they're from local clubs, they're from local high schools. We did see the under 17s earlier today, so grade 9 and 10 come to the event, and there were 3 heats of them as well. So these high school aged athletes in Canada are really showing up in force here. These are their 17 and 18-year-old counterparts, so no doubt they have seen other classmates, peers, and friends race earlier today in a very impressive race, and they'll be looking at those scores and trying to figure out how to beat them here. So a lot of intention going into this race, and we'll see how these athletes do. We have a couple Americans coming all the way up here. We have an athlete from Great Britain, Nathaniel Finney, who is coming to race, and we have the Egyptian, Bilal Muhammad, who is also here in Canada as well. Lastly, the Korean, Jihu Yu. He is also here, 17 to 18. He is 18, so upper age group in this category. But it should be a nice close competition between all of these men here. Colleen, what do you see as they prepare for this race?
Yeah, this is another one where I'm really struck by the depth of entrance. And as Pete told us, there's 2 heats, as it were. So we'll have to, keep an eye on the winning time here and get a sense of how it applies to the next round. But I think it's really exciting for both, the athletes and then, of course, the spectators. So the athletes surrounded in that full stadium, every erg that can possibly be used at use for this event, and that really speaks, I think, to the energy and depth and excitement in this men's 17 to 18 category. So for now, we have a start underway, and it's a quick one and a fast one. We get a sense of early leaders up there in the graphic in the top left, looking really good. Harrison Halper from the United States, from Canada. Thomas Ethan Carter Steele as well. He's up at 31 strokes per minute with just about a 3 or so meter advantage over Halper from the USA. Then Michael Gore from Canada running a really close third. So tightly packed, though, Natasha, as ever, as they come through the first 200.
Yes, absolutely. And these athletes may not be the most experienced. They may have been rowing for a couple years, or this may be their first race. So we'll see a lot of switching going on in the leaderboard as they decide when and how to settle. Remember, everyone is in person here. They can see the plus or minus 1 or 2 meters on the screen in front of them. And as we saw before in the under 17 race, we can expect that to really motivate these athletes to try to beat one another instead of focusing too much on their own race plan. So currently in the lead, we do have Harrison Halper. Here we see Jack Guilfoyle, who may be a sibling to some of the athletes we saw earlier. We have Gore right here, Michael Gore, currently in second place, 3 meters behind first, but looking very calm, cool, and collected with those nice long strokes, 28 stroke rate, holding a 137 as we head into the second 500 of this race.
Yeah, that's Hugh Han-kyu from Korea sitting with him now and getting that great overhead look. And then it's back over to Halper, currently our leader, up at the top of the pack, able to open up his margin kind of stroke by stroke right there. Love these up close pictures. You can see the grimace as he moves toward the finish. Big swing. He's the captain of the Lawrenceville School Boys crew team. He committed to Columbia University heavyweight rowing, so perhaps there's some Columbia coaches tuning in. Certainly they'll be interested to see what his score is here. And he took first place in the U19 2K meter sprint. That was just a few weeks back in Atlantic City. So he's had quite the season, and he is here in search of that gold medal. So absolutely fantastic. But getting a look now at the moment at Sawyer Dalton of Canada.
Yep, absolutely. And we have quite a race going on with these other athletes you see in your vision here. For about 6th position, we have about 2 meters separating Anton Cooley and Thomas Ethan Carter Steele. So that's going to be an exciting one as things progress. Alessio Perco on your screen right now. He is only about 10 meters behind Yuhan Yu, who you see in front of you here. So that's going to be an exciting race as things progress, and they're going to need that stamina a little bit more. And Ji-Yoon Yu is sitting right next to Harrison Halper, so he's using that adrenaline. He can see him out of the corner of his eye, and I'm sure that's going to help push him into the next half of this race. Colleen?
Yeah, really, really cool, I think, to have Ji-Yoon from Korea in Toronto in person for this event. So we've seen so many fantastic folks from truly around the world, and fantastic to see him choosing to be in Toronto, Canada for this event. This is a look, though, at Michael Gore. Michael Gore, closest threat to Harrison Halper from the USA, up at the top of the leaderboard. That's Halper there. Big acceleration back into the finish, currently at 33 strokes per minute at a 135 average split. Gore, well, Gore just behind him by about 20 meters or so, separating them. Gore choosing to row it a little bit lower, down at about 29 strokes per minute. So we'll see if he's got somewhere to go. This is Alessio Perco from Canada, who is looking to get on the podium himself, currently at about a 139. So he's riding fourth behind the Korean Ji-Yoon Hyu. So really hottening up at the top of the pack, Natasha.
Absolutely. And we can see a little bit lower down, Kylan Mills-Williams. He's holding a 141 right now, so he's looking to overtake Charlie Sanson here. On your screen now, we do see you from Korea. He is holding on, but he has 4 meters to go to hit that second place position. So his cardio is really kicking in here. His mental strength is kicking in here. They're heading into their last 500 meters, and this is where the sprint is going to have to start. So you have a little bit of a video cut out here, but you can still see your leader on the board, Harrison Halper. Here we've got Sawyer Dalton on our screen right now. He's a little bit further down your leaderboard, but he's going to be challenging to try to move up those 10 meters to the next closest person, Jacob Chang and Matthew Winslade. So don't count him out yet, because there's going to be quite the sprint happening. There's about 250 meters left. Colleen, can anyone catch Harrison Halper on our screen right now?
Oh, that's the question at hand, isn't it? He's now at 35 strokes per minute, closing in on the final 250 meters and looking to secure the best time in this first heat. Once again, there is another heat of men between 17 and 18 years of age. So while he may well take the top place in this heat, we'll have to wait and see exactly where that shakes out. Within this group, though, can anyone catch Harrison Halper? Well, they're running out of time if they want to make a go for it. We're in the final 200 meters. He's at 34 strokes per minute, 35, down at a 136. My eye still staying close, though, to Michael Gore of Canada, who's at about 30 strokes per minute. So that means Halper is taking 7 more strokes per minute at the moment than Michael Gore. So Michael Gore, well, he's just perhaps run out of time as he takes that final few strokes, but a job well done to him to secure that second place position, just about 7 seconds unofficially behind Halper. And then it is back to the Korean athlete Ji-Yoon Hyu to come in for that third spot. Alessio Perco from Canada as the final athletes in this event continue to take their remaining strokes. But exciting stuff, Natasha, and we have more to look forward to in the next heat of this event.
Oh, it was quite the race. It almost gave me chills looking at that consistent stroke rate all the way down, ending with a 6:15.7 time for our leader. There's Michael Gore, 6:22, just ahead of the 6:23 pulled by Ji-Yoon Yu from Korea. So that's going to be a really close top of the leaderboard. But right now we can see all of the athletes cheering one another on here. So they have a few athletes finishing up the race. We've got Jaden Gedelwitz. He's coming to the line here. We've got Maxwell Morrow, Keith Campbell-Gerhards, and Yunzi Zhao. So all of these athletes taking their last few strokes through that finish line, and the other athletes waiting for them, cheering them on from the indoor rower next to them. So a lot of camaraderie being built here and a lot of exhaustion in all of the faces, but it is a 2,000 meter test, and we do want these athletes to finish and finish strong, especially in the arena right now with everyone cheering them on.
Yeah, just fantastic to see. Oh, we love to see a fist bump, Pete, don't we?
Yeah, that was great. Harrison Halper, going through his wind down motions. But Michael Gore, he gave it everything. Big fella, put a lot on the line there, trying to make sure that he got to the top of the list. But just looking at the times, because we've got another heat to go before we find out who our medalists are, as we've heard. So 6:15.7, Harrison Halper's time to beat. And the split we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for is 133.9 per 500. So this is that replay. You can see Michael Gore there, second away from the camera in the red singlet with the white maple leaf on his chest. There he is, a great performance from him. He came second in that heat, holding a consistent split of 135.5 for a finishing time of 6:22.1. So we'll look forward to see what happens in the second heat. And if anybody can get close to this man, Harrison Halper with a 6:15.7. Got a lot of effort on his face, but he's quite a tall chap, actually. It's quite deceptive, the camera angle we had on him there sitting on the ergo, because he doesn't look as big as he genuinely is, and you got to be able to hold a 134 split for the better part of just over 6 minutes. So lots to look forward to. We've got another packed field in this second heat, because we've got in this second heat 11 virtual contestants and then a full packed field there in the stadium, 39 athletes taking part in person. So it's quite nice for those guys who just raced in that first heat. They can go and sit in the stand with the athletes competing in the second heat. Now then, we've got an interview lined up. We've got our man on the ground there, Mike Arsenault. Mike, who have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Peter. Here with Kasia Gruchalo-Wozierski, who finished second in the 23 to 39 open division. Your first ever indoor rowing championship medal. So how does that experience, how does that feel?
Feels really great. I mean, I'm used to competing in a team, so doing something that's individual is a completely different challenge, and I really enjoy it. And yeah, pretty cool to walk away with a medal.
Now, speaking of that challenge, you're used to racing on open water, and you can know exactly where your competitors are. You were neck and neck with Elena, who is competing virtually. What was that experience like?
Really special. Elena's a powerhouse, so to be within a few seconds of her is really cool. Seeing her name on my monitor was something totally different, totally cool, but I didn't expect to be that close to her. So yeah, it was just a really special race.
Thanks for the time. Kasia actually has to get to doping control now. We'll let you do that. Peter, back to you.
I'd like to make sure we have a clean sport when it comes to rowing, so I'm sure everybody's pleased to hear that she's off to doping control and that is in full flow when it comes to all of the world rowing competitions, to make sure that we're hot on clean sport when it comes to rowing in all of its forms and varieties. Now, we've had the first heat for the men's 17 to 18 category, so we've got the second one coming up now. It's tough to choose who our competition might come from in this race, but here, ready as ever, our pillars of commentary, Colleen and Natasha.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pete. It is tough to choose. I mean, firstly, absolutely love just how many competitors are together in person, indoors and in Toronto. But as we look across the board to our virtual entrants as well, where there's some real pedigree in this category, my eye kind of floats over to Pedro Rodrigues from Portugal. His qualification score is 609.5. So just a fantastic score from him in this 17 to 18 2,000 meter race. But truly, yeah, real talent across the board. Natasha, anyone kind of catching your eye? There's many Canadians entered here, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still seeing those same unisuits from earlier. So teammates of people who went in the last round. We also have Matthias Durhughes here in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, coming in all the way from Denmark. And he posted a time of 6:15, similar to our leader of the other heat, Harrison Halper. So for those looking on at home, you can see those white boats are for first, second, and third place from the previous heat. These heats are finals, so the final official time will stand in terms of determining the placements. But we do have quite a strong start out of the gate. We have athletes up around about 35 strokes per minute. Where are they settling, Colleen?
Yeah, are they even settling? You're spot on. This is exactly where one would expect them to, but we really have some folks still just flying up. Pedro Rodriguez has mentioned still at about 35, 36 strokes per minute, maybe now just starting to lengthen into that base cadence of about 34 strokes per minute. Really pleased to see up at the top of the leaderboard. Well, it's changing every moment, isn't it? From Denmark, Matthias Djurhuus currently running first. Just behind him, well, he's able to overhaul the Egyptian rower Mohamed Abdel Mohsen, currently in second, but a really, really, really close third. Then back to Pedro Rodriguez, whom we know had a fantastic qualifying score. That's the 1, 2, 3, and really, it's nearly impossible to split them, Natasha.
It really is. We'll be looking as that unfolds. I'm sure we'll see a little bit more flipping in that top three. Matthias Djurhuus is doing very well right now, but still holding the exact same split as Pedro Rodriguez, who we see on your screen right now. Looks like he's pacing with one of his teammates, perhaps Afonso Santos there, not quite sure. We've got Pedro Rodriguez there in first place right now. Then we have some athletes in the arena, just showing the kind of competition there is there. We have Mohamed Abdel Mohsen. He's in third place right now, but he can see he's only 2 meters back from second place. He's nice and low in stroke rate there, going at a 28, so he really has room to grow as we approach this 1,000-meter marker.
This is so good. It's getting so close. Up at the top of the board, we can see Pedro Rodriguez now holding that first place position ahead of Denmark. That's Matthias Djurhuus, whom we saw on the video just a moment ago. Matthias, well, he's been rowing since 2019 in the Faroe Islands. He's participated in indoor championships in Denmark, Great Britain, and Canada. His best time, you ask? Well, that's 6:15.2. So we know the time to beat from Helper in the prior round is 6:15.7. He's going to have to get really, really close and to his best time and beat that 6:15.7 that Helper set. First, though, well, what's in front of him? It's the athletes around him, and his closest competitor in first at the moment would be Pedro Rodriguez, who's starting to open up his margin. We're now well into the second half. Afonso Santos from Portugal, he's the closest to the podium, as it were, but just off it at the moment. So it's Portugal, Denmark, Egypt, fantastic global representation. The Egyptian Mohamed Abdel Mohsen, we saw him just earlier in that full screen view, and we can now see the graphic on the bottom right side of your screen of those three images. He's the bottom left. Fantastic support around him, Natasha.
It really is, and they're cheering him on. All of his spectators know how close he is to being in that second place position. 2 meters isn't something he's going to let stand in his way. But Pedro Rodriguez is starting to run away with it here. He's got 10 meters on his closest competitor, and he's really showing no signs of slowing down. A nice and consistent 134 split throughout. That's exactly what we want to see here. And then we have Matthias Djurhuus, nice and consistent at a 135, just peaking up to a 136, but bringing it back down. So he's going to have to stay strong. From Egypt, Mohamed Abdel Mohsen, he is holding a 136. He's being challenged not by anyone who's rowing right now, but by Harrison Helper, who set the first place time in that last heat. We can see him in the white boat on the screen virtually, and that's going to be the challenger for third place here. So he's got about 2 meters that he has to stay ahead of the previous fastest time. Not sure if you can see that on his screen now, but it's hopefully something he's taking into account here, because he is very, very close as Harrison Helper just takes that third place position with the time he originally set. We're heading into the last 250 meters of the race. What are these athletes feeling, Colleen?
Oh, they're feeling lactic acid, they're feeling exhaustion, and they're feeling like, where is the finish line? Many of them, most of them, about 250 meters to go or well through it for Pedro Rodrigues of Portugal. We knew that he was fast coming into this event and proving it there with his teammate just next to him. Fantastic performance. We'll see if he can hold on to this lead. His average, well, we'll get a sense of that in just a moment, but currently at about a 129 or so. And we know that his average to beat Halper needs to be in total below 133.9. Just behind him, it continues to be from Denmark, Duhurst, and Rodrigues now through the line, 132.4. So he did in fact beat Halper's time. And then Denmark, Portugal, Egypt, just absolutely fantastic. But unofficially looking like a Halper could still see himself onto the podium as these remaining athletes roll in.
And we see these athletes roll in just mere seconds behind one another. Afonso Santos and Mohamed Abdelmohsen within 1 second of each other for that third and fourth place position. It ends up being fourth and fifth on your screen because Harrison Halper does take that. And then we have a couple still finishing on your screen there. We can see from South Africa, we have Jaladen, who's on webcam. And then from the Mississauga Arena, we've got McMurtry, we've got Scott, we've got Naraki, Lippold. So just really a lot of competitors finishing out this field, finishing within 1 meter of one another. There's a lot of rejuggling at the end. We've got a tie here between Lou and Lippold. So all of these competitors just facing the end of this race, but very close races all the way down the leaderboard. Pete, what did you think of that?
That second heat of the 17 to 18 men's, and nail-biting stuff. I enjoyed the graphic, the fact that we had the ghost boat of Harrison Halper there. It was surprising me, though, because when the race started out, it looked as though Pedro Rodrigues and Matthias Durhas had a slightly higher split. It looked like they were holding a 135 for a period, and I thought, ooh, that's going to be risky if they want to top the podium. But I guess they had a similar sort of effect on the race as Harrison Halper did, building to the crescendo of a sub 130 split for the last couple of 100 meters. An amazing performance, though. So good to see Pedro Rodrigues racing alongside Afonso Santos, clearly supported by their coaches there, and the delight with their performance. So we'll wait for those official results as we enjoy some of these highlights. There are the Portuguese athletes, and we'll look through some of these highlights with the Danish athlete there, Matthias Durhas, who looks to be good for silver. I'll wait that official verdict when the final times amalgamated together from the two heats shown up on our screen. So just a few more moments, I'm sure we'll be able to confirm the gold, silver and bronze positions from this 17 to 18 men's category. Fantastic performance, though. And what an enjoyable race, because we're done now with the men's junior events, and we're going to be moving on shortly to the women's 17 to 18 and under 17 categories. An enormous field of entries for the under 17 women. We're going to have 4 heats of nearly 35 to 40 entries in each heat coming up shortly. So an absolute swarm of under 17 women taking to the world stage to compete for just 3 medals in that category. So it's going to be tight competition. But what a fun race that was, the 17 to 18 men's second heat. When we're ready with those results graphics, we'll pop them up on the screen for you. But in a moment, we're going to be going to the combined race here. It's all in person, 33 athletes competing, 17 to 18 women's heat 1 and under 17 women's heat 1 competing at the same time. Looks like they're going through the final prep before they start here. So we'll jump to it. Back to you, Colleen and Natasha. I hope you've got your throat lozenges ready. You've been at it a long time here, Natasha. You've basically done 2 days straight commentary. How's the voice?
The voice is holding up. I think I'm getting more excited with my heart rate going up at all these races. It feels like I'm really getting a workout as well for these 2 days. And it's been great to see athletes coming into my hometown, Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, and able to compete at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. So it's just been pure excitement for me, the adrenaline kicking in here as we go into this next bout of races. And you can see these athletes are looking a little bit nervous. a little bit stressed out, but they're going to have a lot of adrenaline as this race begins. Colleen, who are you looking out for in this race? What are you looking to see?
Yeah, I'm just sort of scanning the field, and I'm really curious to see, I think in particular here, how team dynamics sort of come to life, because you do, of course, have such depth from the Canadian rowers. Several Americans entered as well. We have an entrant from Denmark, Victoria Rudd. So I think sort of what pops to me is just this idea of camaraderie and being at this event in person, as mentioned, 33 in-person participants for this very event. And I'm curious to see how that plays out. And Natasha, I love to hear about the excitement that you're feeling, the adrenaline. I even saw some World Rowing employees, the comms team, and some of the event managers hop onto the erg last night after the competition. So perhaps you'll be inspired to do the same after watching today's program. We'll see.
I think so. There's nothing like watching other people compete, and I'm sure people at home are feeling it as well. We have all these rowers doing absolutely great things on the indoor rowers. And it's quite inspiring to see, and maybe next time some of our viewers are at the gym, they'll hop on one themselves just to see how hard it is. We see on these athletes' faces the amount of effort that they're pouring out. Here we have quite the race going on in between these in-person athletes. Zoe Redmond for the women's 17 to 18 age group has really pulled out strong at a 1:44. For some context, that is a time that breaks 7 minutes, which would be absolutely incredible to see here for a 17 and 18-year-old. Zoe Redmond is coming to you from Canada. She's matched in splits by Stella Bittman here, also from Canada. So those two leaders are really pulling out ahead in the first 500 meters, going out very, very strong. Danica Sweats is next from the U.S. She started to settle into her pace around a 1:51. Ella Woodcock just slightly below her at a 1:50, so she might be moving through her to get to that third place position. And then down in the women's under 17 category, which we have displayed, we have Mackenzie Murray as your leader right now, followed very closely by Sarah Stacy. Emerson Darling, she is in fourth position, holding on to fourth, just in front of Molly Hazel here. So they'll be trading positions, I think, both holding a 2:01, staying very consistent as we head into this second 500. Colleen?
Yeah, really exciting stuff, isn't it? Keeping an eye on Emerson Darling, the 16-year-old. So yeah, just fantastic youth in this event, and really thrilling to see what type of race plan, what type of race strategy they're able to put together. And Natasha, you said it well yesterday, for so many of these junior athletes, it's all about experience, right? Just being able to get more and more racing under your belt. So many of these athletes will have gone to elite rowing camps over the summer, junior team, junior national teams, etc. And then for others, well, it may well be the beginning of their journey with rowing, and we're just delighted to be able to be with all of them in any part of their experience. This is Stella Bittman from Canada, whom we're sitting with now. Fantastic rhythm. We see just a really strong swing into the back, and then over to Danica Sweats of the United States, who's currently running in third place in that 17 to 18 category. So she's at a cool 29 strokes per minute. She's behind Zoe Redmond of Canada, who's riding in second, and then it is up to Stella Bittman of Canada holding on to that first place position. So those three, little bit of distance separating them. What can we expect in the second half, Natasha?
I think we're already starting to see what we can expect in the second half. Some of these athletes went out incredibly strong. Zoe Redmond in particular, we saw a 1:44 pace from her. She's dropped down to about a 1:57 here. You can see in the graphic on the left of your screen. It's going to be stroke rates, the 31:30 you're seeing there, and then the split, so average per 500 meters. And it's really started to drop off a little bit for everyone except for Stella Bittman from Canada. We just saw her a moment ago, looking incredibly strong at a 1:48. Danica Sweats we're seeing right there, doing really well in third position, but firmly in third position. She is having a great third 500. Her splits down around 153, 155. The challenge for her here will be to keep it consistent throughout this third 500 meter. They're getting very excited here during this race, but you have to make sure to pace yourself. Colleen, let's drop down to the women's under 17 race because they're holding very competitive times, starting with Sarah Stacey.
Yeah, really cool, right? To be able to have them, I think, race at the same time. I had a coach once say, you can't be it if you can't see it. So to be sort of in that stadium, right, with the women who are maybe a year or so or more older than them, and to be lined up all in one podium setting, I think is a really special thing. You rightly say, though, that it's hottening up because Sarah Stacey of Canada has edged herself. She's holding on to that first place position over Mackenzie Murray of Canada. It is Canada all day for this age category, that lovely Canadian flag with the maple leaf, riding there with Mackenzie Murray, and big effort as they move into the final 500 meters. So with this age category, the under 17, it's looking fantastic for Sarah Stacey, Mackenzie Murray, Jade Postma currently riding in third, and then back to Molly Hazel of Canada as well. That's a look at Sarah Stacey there. In the 17 to 18 category, well, all day it is Stella Bittman, and she's got an 80-meter lead over her closest competitor, Zoe Redmond.
That is phenomenal to see, especially in this age group. The maturity she's showing here to keep a nice consistent split, not get too greedy off the start, and really settle into pace is paying off now. She does, however, she's sitting at a 30 stroke rate. So I'm wondering if we're going to see her bring that stroke rate up as they go into the last 250 meters of the race. She is 90 meters now ahead of her nearest competition, but her nearest competition, Zoe Redmond, is holding about a 156. That's comparable to Sarah Stacey, who you just saw on your screen there, still about 16 meters ahead of Mackenzie Murray, who's trying to hold on to that sub 2-minute split going into the last 250 meters of her race here, followed closely by Jade Postma, Molly Hazel, Claire Jackson, Emerson Darling, who we were talking about earlier. She's fallen back a little bit, trying to stay under that 2:05. She can do it. She knows she's got that 250 meters left, about that 30 strokes left. So really a race shaping up for the under 17. But approaching the line here, we have the women's 17 to 18-year-olds. Stella Bittman could not be caught. A 7:07 time for the 17 to 18 category. That is absolutely phenomenal. She has to be happy with that. Avery Douglas has crept up in the rankings with an incredible sprint here, looking very strong through the line. She's at a 149. Let's see if she's going to hit somewhere close to her personal best here as she goes 7:31, very close to 7:30. Zoe Redmond hanging on to that third place position. We see Stella Bittman cheering on her fellow competitors. This is what it's all about, crossing the line here. We've got Victoria Rudd, Nada Jung, Ella Woodcock, Kendra Frank, all of these competitors coming to their last few strokes across the line. You can see Woodcock just finished right there ahead of her friends. And then we'll flip to the under 17 race. So very competitive category. Sarah Stacey going 129.5, just underneath that 729.5, just underneath that 7:30 marker. So not only is she first place for under 17, but she is the second fastest time currently for the 17 to 18 women. Obviously, that'll change as we go through the different competitors. But as they come to the finish, Colleen, what a race.
Yeah, fantastic. I loved that little moment we just got with Caroline Vesey of Canada putting down the handle. Yeah, what a race indeed. And just to contextualize, that 7:07 time from Stella Bittman, well, that's a pretty strong collegiate time. Like, that's a really solid 2,000 meter piece. So would love to know if that's her personal best. It's a really strong time, and quite impressed with that. So we'll hope, Pete, that perhaps we get to hear from her down on the floor, but we'll see. Great racing from this age category.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And two age categories merged together makes for double the fun. But really exciting stuff. We've got more heats to come from both of those age categories. One more heat for the 17 to 18 women, and then 3 more heats for the under 17. But before we jump into any of that, we're going to come in a moment to some more highlight reels from the race that we just saw, where Stella Bittman absolutely dominated that first heat with a 7:07 flat. She was 20 or so seconds faster than the nearest contender in that heat. So an absolute domination by the Canadian at her home event in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. And looking here at some of the under-17s, Mackenzie Murray was the leader for a period, and then Sarah Stacey took the field, where she took the win 6 and a bit seconds ahead of Mackenzie Murray across the line in the end in that first heat of the under-17s. We'll find out whether it's enough, though, to earn herself a podium place, because there are 3 more heats in that enormous field for under-17 women. So it's going to be tough for her, and she's now got the nail-biting experience of having to wait through 4 more races, because the next race is a 17 to 18 heat. She's got to wait through that before the 3 heats for the under-17s to find out whether she's done enough to be on the podium. So we now have an interview that we can look forward to with Pedro Rodrigues, I believe the Portuguese athlete who just topped the table in the 17 to 18s men. Looks like there's a bit of a time warp going on between us and Portugal, with some good echo in the background. Hopefully we'll get Pedro back later, but he certainly looks like he's still suffering from the exertions of his race. Perhaps he's doing a bit of a cool down. Now, before we move on to the next race, which is the second heat for the 17 to 18s women, we're going to listen to this message from our presenting partners, Concept 2. Right, it's time to find out what's going to happen in this second heat for the 17 to 18 women, and I can't wait for this one. We have some big names taking part in this. We've got Madalena Pesa from Portugal. We saw her compete at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals and Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal last year. We also have Hela Belhaji Mohammed, who is the world champion beach sprint athlete. She's here representing Tunisia. So there's some big names coming into this, which makes it all the more nail-biting for Stella Bittman, who we saw just now set the benchmark time of 7:07 flat. So what's going to happen here? Well, we can see on the race board that they've been told to stop rowing. So Colleen, we'll jump back to you guys to bring us the action.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pete. I think this is going to be just another nail biter, as you said. It's making for really fantastic racing. These athletes, that stop rowing graphic telling them to sit, get the wheel to stop spinning, to sit just ready so they have a fair start. Everyone starting the piece at exactly the same time. These moments can be so tension-filled, it's palpable. So for those that are in the arena, in the stadium, certainly they will feel that sort of reverence for the start as these athletes sit just ready. So as you say, Pete, just fantastic pedigree with these athletes in terms of both the versatility, the type of rowing that they participate in, but then also with many of the scores that have come in as well. So some of these qualification scores just stunning. Doris Meinbeck from Estonia, her qualification score 6:59.8. So that's a sub-7 time, which is really impressive. You know, we talked about collegiate scores. That is a great college score for many universities. She's 18 years old. And she's been an Estonian rowing champion 21 times, just many accolades to her name, silver medals at the 2022 World Rowing Indoor Championship. So Natasha, she'll be one to keep an eye on.
She definitely will. You see her poker nose right out in front here. It looks like she's just about to take over that first place position, and it looks like she's going for her best time at a 1:44. That's going out very, very strong. You can see her number is 103. That means she is competing virtually. So she did have to qualify for this event, and she is coming to us potentially from Estonia. All of the boats we see on the screen there, if they have a 100 level number on them, means those athletes are competing virtually. So they're one of the athletes you see on their webcam right now. We're flipping through all of them, but it is going to be Doris Meinbeck, who is our leader right now. About 12 meters behind her is going to be Mallory Jones from Canada, and we have Adela Bartikova, who is about a meter behind her. So 147 and 148 respectively there. That's going to be quite the fight for second and third place. You can see behind the leader on that board there. So that's going to be quite the fight to take a look out for. We've got Autumn Crow from Canada in fourth place. Amber Talak from Australia, and then we have Hela Balhajmed from Tunisia also there, 1 meter behind. So really some great racing happening early in this women's 17 to 18 age category. Colleen?
Yeah, it's fantastic racing, isn't it? And a full global look at our participants from around the world. We were riding for a moment with Carmela Mariangela Miranda from the Philippines. Our athletes in Europe participating, well, just before bedtime, perhaps around 10 p.m. or so for many of them, and then all kinds of time zones, and just fantastic that they've really stepped up to the challenge of racing in the 17 to 18 women's category. Up at the top of the field, well, perhaps no surprise to see Doris Meinbeck have a great, what's looking like first 1,000 meters or so. Currently, all athletes in the second quarter of the race. This is really a part of the race where you want to settle into your rhythm, as it were, you know, hit your race plan and try to open up the margin best you can, or if you need to, chase down whoever is in closest touch with you. Mallory Jones of Canada, well, she's in closest touch to Doris Meinbeck, although Doris Meinbeck really opening up that margin stroke by stroke. Then running in what could be a third place position, it's Adela Bartikova out of the Czech Republic. We saw her for a few moments as well, and just fantastic to see their full support system. So really, really, really exciting stuff with all of our competitors. Goodness, 33 or so of them in Toronto, and then so many around the world. It's about the halfway point there, Natasha, already.
It is. These athletes are starting to feel it as they go into this third 500 meter of their race. They're probably going to separate it out into those quarters, 500 meter chunks, and staying strong here is Doris Meinbeck. We see on the screen with her cheering squad. Nice long strokes, a bit of a lower stroke rate here. She's going around to 29, while her fellow competitors like Mallory Jones, who we see in Canada right now in the Mississauga arena, she's going up around a 32. And then Adela Bartikova is around a 33, 34, and bringing it up from there. So higher stroke rates by the others in the competition, but we have quite the battle shaping up. All the way down our leaderboard, we have Autumn Crow still vying for a spot here. She's about 10 meters off third place, and Adela Bartikova. So they're both holding the same split right now, but if Autumn Crow has a bit of a sprint, we could see a change up in the podium. But Stella Bittman seems to be pushing a hard time there as well. So it looks like she might get the third place position in that ghost boat there. So it's going to be a bit of a toss-up for third place, I think, as they continue this fight. Further down the leaderboard, we've got Amber Tulloch and then Hella Belhadaj Med. They're almost at the same. They're at 89 meters back from the lead, both of them. So there's really no difference in between them. It looks like Med is pulling a slightly lower split than her competitor. Here we go. We see that switch in the leaderboard, but it's the last 500 meters of the race. It's time to sprint, and we'll start to see some of these athletes slowly move up the leaderboard from whatever place they're in. Colleen?
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's the final 500 indeed, and it's getting really, really hot up at the top of the field. As we know, this is one of the heats for the women, so we have a few different heats, and we'll have to see exactly what the score shakes out to be for these athletes. But for now, within this group, with fewer than 500 meters to go, Doris Meinbach just on the charge, still at a cool 30 strokes per minute, down at 144 in terms of her split. She's just opened up a big margin over the rest of the field. Her target time, she said, is a 6:50. Again, her qualification score, a 6:59.8, just sub 7. We've seen her at several indoor championships in the past for World Rowing, including 2022, and she just keeps getting faster. So a real pleasure to watch this race unfold for her now in the final 200 meters or so. On the graphic just next to us there, the biggest one there, that's Mallory Jones, who's riding in second for Canada. She's closest to Doris Meinbach of Estonia and the quickest athlete currently in the stadium. And then third, continues to be Adela Bartakova of the Czech Republic, now in the final 80 meters or so. Just big sprint, and big hugs for Doris Meinbach. Just fantastic. You've got to get that picture of the monitor, Pete, don't you? It's a way to lock in that time, make sure that it stands the test of time in history.
That was so cool. I mean, when the time to beat was 7:07 flat, I mean, an amazing performance from Doris Meinbach to take the win in 6:52.2. What an amazing performance. Can't be reading that right, but that's amazing. And then Mallory Jones taking silver. Stella Bittman clings on for the bronze, and fantastic performance from her. We found that second heat was faster than the first, as it was with the men's. I wonder if there's something in knowing the time you've got to beat to help you pace it when it comes to the heats, or if they don't know. Well, interesting nonetheless. So that's the second heat for the 17 to 18 women. We're about to go into the second heat for the under 17. And if those heats are going to get progressively quicker through 4 heats for the under 17s, it's going to be a fun next hour or so to look forward to of competition. Now, that was the under 17 women's second heat. Now, I wonder if we're going to have the opportunity for a quick interview with Mike shortly, but I'm sure we'll go to some of the highlights first from that second heat that we've just had. What an exciting race it was, nonetheless. So Doris Meinbach with a consistent split of 143 flat for a time of 6:52.2 finishing time. An impressive performance. She's setting the benchmark for 17 to 18s women for the rest of time. They'll have their eyes on that time certainly next year, where she'll probably be able to compete again in the next age category, of course. But what a great performance from all of these athletes: Autumn Crowe, Mallory Jones. There's Doris Meinbach, though, world champion on the indoor rowing machine for 2023. Autumn Crowe finishing 4th place there. What a fun race. But in a moment, we're going to hopefully go down to Mike on the floor there in Mississauga, Toronto. Let's catch up with Mike. So not just yet with Mike. So we're going to get ready for the next race then, which is the second heat for the under 17 women's. And Let's see what they've got to beat. We saw the times a minute ago. Sarah Stacey set a 7:29.5, which was a consistent split of 1:52.3. So that's the time to beat as we get in to the second heat. And it looks like they're already situated on the ergos, getting themselves warmed up. Any particular names shouting out at you? It's quite tough when the youngsters are moving up through the age groups to have had an opportunity to make a name for themselves. But it looks like we've got a full suite of Canadians taking part in this race.
Pete, my eye just scanning over the roster here. And Natasha, I'll hand it straight to you. Talk to us about this Canadian force we see in this event.
Well, it's just the counterpart to the men's races we saw earlier, right? You see some Dawn Rowing Club, Yael Crosley, Ridley shirts, just a bunch of the different home clubs and the different schools in the area, all taking advantage of having this experience here in Mississauga, Canada. So really excited to see what these athletes pull through. As you said, it is the second heat for the under 17 women. So we saw the under 17 women before in person. This is once again a fully in-person heat. So we've got a full roster there in the building. That means we have all, I'm sure, of the men who competed earlier. They'll be cheering on their teammates, classmates, friends as well. So I'm sure it is just very loud in there. Mike will tell us definitely in the future what the atmosphere is like in there, but it's definitely going to be a very, very exciting race. Here we have the athletes. They're just trying to shake out the nerves. And you do get nervous before these types of races, don't you, Colleen?
Yeah, you do get nervous. And, my eye was just floating toward Claire Junius of the USA. She's just 14 years old. So I think, too, as, you make big gains year by year and the more experience that you get in rowing. So we'll be interested, potentially to see how she performs. We're looking at ages, 14, 15, 16, of course, all under the age of 17 in this category. So it'll be really, really exciting stuff. And currently that's erg number 47. So Ella Carrick of Canada, the 16-year-old, just getting in her final few warm-up strokes before we get that stop rowing graphic, which we may well have. And in fact, we do. So we'll have a start here underway in just a moment. But it's got to be fantastic energy down there.
Absolutely. And we can see the stadium view now. We have the view of the monitors as they're saying stop rowing. And then we have the view of the whole field as everyone is motionless, getting ready for this race. As our start goes off, you can see them getting the handle moving. Some of them even dropped the handle. They're so excited. But we're seeing high stroke rates here, high 30s and 40s, as all the adrenaline comes flooding out of these under 17 athletes. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a shuffling of the leaderboard here. We have all the different competitors. Remember, they're all in person for this race. This is Sierra Hermeri. She is holding about a 1:57 split here. That gets her just under 8 minutes. Remember, from other competitors, we saw Stacy in the last race, time to beat. We'll hopefully see on a ghost boat here. But just under 7:30 is going to be what they're aiming for. And a lot of these competitors look well suited to do it. What would you say, Colleen?
Yeah, they do it. And I'm just so delighted to see Claire Junius up at the top of the leaderboard. So the 14-year-old from the United States, we'll see if she's able to maintain this pace. This could be a quick pace for her. But we don't know. There's certainly still more time for this race to unfold. I know there was an interview earlier with one of the young athletes who said his strategy was to fly and die. And he didn't die at all. He actually had a fantastic piece. So with some of these younger athletes, really, they keep their race strategy incredibly simple, and there's something to be said for that. It's get out ahead, hang on, stay ahead, and we'll see if that's exactly what Claire Junius is up to now. On your screen, though, you can see Rachel Dirks of Canada in the Toronto arena. She's currently riding in 5th place overall, 28 strokes per minute. just barely off the podium, as it were. So she's really, really close to what could be a third spot in this race. We'll have a look then. Ava Simonuk and Sue Tapalogulu of Canada as well. Yeah, Claire's still holding court up there at the top of the field.
My goodness, and now they're 600 meters into the race. So they're really starting to feel it. If they haven't paced correctly, they're starting to get a little bit scared. Maybe we'll see some of the splits jumping around a bit. Some of these splits jump 3 at a time just because some of these athletes aren't used to that consistency. But what's really interesting to see here is a bunch of rowers almost pulling together here and just building off of one another, which is really what this atmosphere allows for. Daniela Sexton right now in second position, only 2 meters ahead of Sydney Swick, but she's looking to keep that position as they go forward. We have Emma Dalton there. She's a little bit further down on the leaderboard, but staying nice and consistently strong around a 2:10 split is what she's been looking for, and she's just moving up in pace, about a meter ahead of Abigail Collet and Natalia Chan, her closest competition. There we see Rachel Dirks. She's holding on to that 4th place position as Daniela Sexton slips into 3rd position. She knows she has about 10 meters. So this is really where the flip is starting to happen. We have Eden Raminas. She is holding well in about 7th position right now, but she only has about 3 meters separating her from the boat in front of her, Mariana Jankowski, and the boat behind her, Sabrina Kotringer. So a fierce competition there as well. All of those women hovering around a 1:58 2-minute split. Remember, we've got that time to beat at that 7:30 mark. And Claire Junius is not quite at what we were seeing earlier, but she's still holding strong at a 1:54 as we go through this 1,000.
Yeah, she is, isn't she? And again, 14 years old. And actually seeing that close up of her, I realized that I had the chance to commentate on her performance and interview with her earlier this month at the U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships, where she had a stellar performance there as well within her age category. So really nice to see her sort of indoor season build and culminate at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Perhaps that earlier race in February, that first weekend of February, paying off now against this hot field of competition. So we'll take a look. She's now 750 meters to go, notably at about 28 strokes per minute. So we'll keep an eye. This is Sydney Swick of Canada in the under 17 category, holding on to what could be a 3rd place position in this event. So still up at the top of the field. And then Ava riding with her for a moment too. She's back at about 4th or 5th. Ashley Biles. So you see them, Natasha, sort of glance up at the leaderboard. They're in the final 750. It hurts really badly right now. They're looking for the line, but they're also motivated, I'm sure, by what's happening around them.
Yes, absolutely. And this is where the experience comes in. This is where it's really starting to hurt. They're starting to question themselves. Did they go out too early or did they hold back too much? But they're really facing down that last 500 meters of the race, and they're wondering if they can do it. Of course, the answer is always yes. They can do this, and we're going to see them find it within themselves, and that's going to be the cause for the mass celebration at the end here. That was boat 62. That was Ava Semenuk. We have Claire Junius, the 14-year-old, as you were saying, still staying very strong here. She's past the 500-meter mark, so we'll start to see her rate creep up a bit. That's Daniela Sexton taking back that 2nd place from Sydney Swick, who you see on your screen right now. They've got about 4 meters separating them, but we'll really start to see a push with about 300 meters to go as we try to sort out who's getting 2nd and 3rd in this heat. Never mind this race. It's going to be very, very close. But Claire Junius still looking very strong, still holding on to that 155 after that extremely strong start. So we'll see what kind of a finish she has in store for us. Rachel Dirks, she's going to be in that 4th place position, still staying strong. This is her race that she has to row through. So she's got 300 meters left to go. But it's really Claire Junius who's stealing the stage, isn't it here?
Yeah, I just love watching her race because she's like clockwork. So now she's up at 31 strokes per minute, negative splitting down 152, bringing down the speed. I remember talking to her a few weeks back and asking about her race strategy. It was so simple. She said, never give up. And that was her advice for all young rowers that want to get onto the erg, want to get involved in rowing, whether it's flat water or indoor rowing. Just never give up, keep going. And I think sometimes the simplest advice, especially from the juniors, can be the most profound. So today she showed up averaging, well, we'll see in a moment, but currently rowing at about a 150. So getting faster and faster now, up at 33 strokes per minute. That was Sydney Swick with us for just a moment. Now we're back with Claire Junius in her final stroke, a 151.9 average split, a 727. Cannot wait to find out if that's a personal best. I have a hunch that it is, as the rest of the field kind of rolls in. It was Daniela Sexton to take second in this heat, then back to Sydney Swick, the Canadian, Rachel Dirks, Edmund Ramunas from Canada, back to Avon Semenuk from Canada as well. And yeah, Natasha, no need to say Canada, I don't think any longer, because it's a big Canadian field.
It really is. And look at these athletes just absolutely pouring in. Quite a few. We've got the top 8 of them underneath that 8-minute marker for the under 17 category, which is really impressive, led by Claire Junius, who you see on your screen now. She is cheering on her fellow competitors with the excellent sportsmanship we've seen throughout all of these under 17 and 17 to 18-year-old races. So we love to see that sharing as everyone is getting across that line and everyone is gaining this experience at the World Rowing Indoor Championship.
Yeah, that's right. Pete, what do you think about being 14 years old and throwing down this time?
Not only throwing down this time, but she is now the fastest under 17-year-old to have competed, as she's beaten Sarah Stacey's time from the first heat at 7:29.5. So that means that when the heats combine, Claire Junius is currently holding on to that gold medal position. So she now has to wait through 2 more heats to see whether she retains it. And Sarah Stacey will have to sit through 2 more heats to see whether she can hold on to her current silver medal position. She was slightly quicker than Daniela Sexton's 7:30.7. So I think that's the 1, 2, 3 as it stands at the moment. But what a great competition it was generally. I mean, Claire Junius was just so consistent all the way through as well. She didn't deviate at all. Maybe she needs to join a junior version of the Versa and have a crack at that consistency score and see what happens there. I mean, I tell you what, based on the size of the entry here, I think that the Canadian rowing or the Rowing Canada bunch ought to be setting up some sort of Versa Challenge equivalent for all these under 17 women who've turned up in force, and see what they can do to get some versatile training getting underway. Because as these amazing athletes start to age up and get through the age categories towards the elite level, they've got some really strong caliber athletes to be looking forward to. Hopefully one day getting into the Canada national team. Now, I believe we've got Mike ready to talk to us down on the floor in Mississauga. Over to you, Mike.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter. I have the silver and bronze medalist recipients from the women's 17-18 division. We're here with Stella and Mallory, and you have quite the friendly rivalry. You belong to the same indoor rowing club, so what is it about that relationship that allows you to push each other during these races?
Well, I mean, I'm sure she could see me the whole race up there, but it's great. I mean, we train together, and on every piece, like as soon as we finish, we're like always congratulating each other, and we always like set our ergs up next to each other. We're always neck and neck. So really for the past 3 months, we've just kind of been building off of each other and beating each other every single piece. And it goes back and forth. So we always get good chunks of training in, and we're always pushing off each other and making each other go faster.
Now, Mallory, you're still a teenager with now a world championship medal under your belt. How did your rowing career get started?
I actually started the summer before my first high school year, grade 9, at a Learn to Row, South Niagara in Welland. And it was just kind of like something to try. And then I was going to E.L. Crosley the following September. So I was like, I'll join their team, and they have a good rowing team there. And I fell in love with the sport. I'm not going to lie, I know it's, but yeah, and I've just been rowing ever since. So.
Now, from the beginning in the sport to your plans for the future, because you're going to have a big decision to make as you approach post-secondary school, Stella. So what is your plan with rowing as we move through the next couple of years?
Well, hopefully, me and Mal's plans this year is to get back in our pair. We're going to be trialing that in a few races this spring, and hopefully that'll be the boat that we get to train in for Worlds on water this year. We're both looking to join the team this year again. We were both on it last year as well. And then both me and Mal post-secondary are going to go to the States this year. I'm going to Virginia, and Mal's going to go to Washington State. So we're definitely going to continue rowing in the next couple of years.
Well, two great performances, two very bright futures. Let's hear it for Stella and Mallory.
Another big tick for the US universities, snapping up junior talent from all around the world. But great for them, because it's an awesome opportunity for them to go and progress their rowing careers at some universities that I'm sure will really look after them. Now we've got the third of the 4 heats for the under-17 women. I'm sure you've all been taking close notes of the times that we're looking forward to. Claire Junius, 7:27.7, which is a consistent split of 1:51.9 for the 2K. So that's the benchmark we've got to keep our eyes peeled for. So as we look at the field setting up for this under-17s third heat, again, it's tough to pick out who we might want to keep our eyes peeled for. You can see them just making their way out to the floor here. Those few tense, nervous moments. They put their name cards onto the holders at the front of the erg. What would be going through your mind here, Natasha, in this final moment of prep? You'd be thinking about your own race strategy, or would you be thinking about the times that have previously been set in the first 2 heats?
I definitely wouldn't be looking at the times from the first 2 heats. I would be thinking about rowing my race. That being said, you've been in the warm-up area and you've heard what's been happening in the arena, and those cheers can sometimes be a little bit intimidating. So there's a little bit of fear on some of these athletes' faces as they get ready for this big event. But once again, you can see there's a huge hometown crowd here, everyone looking for that extra participation. So I think they can know that when they look out into the crowd, they're going to see some of their colleagues and teammates just cheering them on and wishing them well. And that is a very good feeling. You have people in the crowd that you really want to make proud. So I see in this race, we have those ghost boats up top there, don't we, Colleen?
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it, to have the ghost boat graphic. So for those tuning in at home who are just joining us, the time to beat, there's been a few heats of the under-17 women because there's such excitement and participation in this category. There's a lot of entrants and only so many ergometers, rowing machines on the floor. So we do need to split them up into a few heats. So the time to beat, as Pete just told us earlier, well, that's set by Claire Junius in the last heat, a 1:51.9 average and a 7:27.7 2,000 meter piece. So the ghost boats are showing us, in this heat, what is the time to beat. So it's a really helpful tool for all of us to just be sort of able to really quickly see exactly how this heat is pacing. Natasha, if it's anything like the last heats, I think we're in for some good action.
I think so, especially in the first little bit when athletes are going out hard. It's the part we call free speed, isn't it? When you're just, you have a lot of adrenaline in your system and you're going as hard as you can. It almost feels easy to pull on that handle, but it's when the reality sort of sets in around 600 meters in that you really have to focus and taper off a little bit to hold a nice and consistent split here. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of rearranging of the leaderboard for all of these athletes and a lot of cheering coming from the spectators here and for one another, which I think is very cool to see in this instance. But it is the third heat for the under-17 women. So quite a few flights of these athletes going through, and they'll be keeping track of who is just ahead of them, just behind them, just to try to do their personal best score here.
Yeah, you mentioned the crowd, Natasha, a few times, and I do think that those in the stadium will certainly hear from them. They had a little bit of a warm-up, didn't they, with one of the earlier Versa challenges, where the crowd actually determined for that particular challenge an increase or decrease in stroke rate. So the audience is part of the experience too. For now, though, we'll bring our attention to the start of this final heat for the under 17 women. It's a real exciting one. So many of these athletes there in person, these 36 in-person participants. We see so many Canadians, of course, but we also see competitors from as far as China, Germany, and of course their Canada's neighbor, the USA. A fantastic Chinese squad, though. Yikong Wang, among others, and yeah, at least a few, Yating Yu, so it will be fantastic to see how they get on as well. The early stages, though, underway, and yeah, those ghost boats up at the top, Natasha.
Yep, they're really showing us what the leaderboard might look like. This heat is really going out strong, though, so very high stroke rates, very low splits. We're seeing 139, 140 from Carolyn Anderson there. So going out really, really strong, just trying to make the most out of that free speed at the beginning, using her legs and really driving back in the first 200 meters. She has to be a little bit careful here to find her pacing, which she's doing now. You can see her going back up to around a 148, 147. So we'll see how that holds throughout. That's Alexandra Scott, our current second place. She's 11 meters behind the lead. She is also looking to sort herself out, settle into a rhythm here. She's very low stroking, though, at about a 25-26 rate. So we'll see if that continues for the rest of the race. We have Emerson Waymeyer right here. So she's going to be our current third place. She's about 16 meters behind the current leader and about 10 meters ahead of the rest of the competition. Paige Hayworth is in fourth right now. She's trying to settle in as well, around a 26. So once again, very low stroke rate, pulling up nice and high, and just trying to stay under that 2-minute marker. She's at a 158 here, but we're back up at Alexandra Scott, our current second place, as we head into the second 500 meters of this race. Colleen?
Yeah, really exciting stuff into the second 500 meter stretch of this race. So this is the part of the race where participants will really start to settle into their race strategy, as it were, the nerves, the excitement of that first stretch, the first 250, then to the 500 meter down, 1500 to go. Really, really tight up at the top of the field. The women's under 17, so one single category here, racing all together. Caroline Anderson up at the top, just barely, with Canadian teammate Alexandra Scott just hot on her heels. So as we've said, the average split time to beat is a 151.9. So not quite there in this group at the moment, but we'll see how this shakes out as there's still time. But looking really good for Caroline Anderson of Team Canada at the moment. Still up at the top of the field. Can Scott pass her, though, in this second quarter? It's looking like a good one for her.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out, especially with Anderson up around a 158. We've got Alexandra Scott, but we've also got Emerson Waymeyer, and she's around a 155. So we're going to see her slowly creep up in the standings. That's Regan Ham right there. She has a 2-meter lead on her closest competition, Morgan Harris Storts. So we'll see how she sorts out as the race goes on. There is her closest competition. She knows she has 2 meters to go to beat Regan Ham. So she's going to be really pressing for it, taking a quick glance over to size up her competition. But it's Carolyn Anderson still holding on to that first place position after going out very, very hard here. She's really starting to feel it as she's heading through that 1K. And Emerson Waymeyer is going to take the lead here. Very consistent splits by Emerson. 153, holding on at a 28-29 stroke rate. This is just very good rowing from her, staying nice and long. I'd like to see that handle up a little bit more, showing a little bit more energy through this third 500. Then we've got Alexandra Scott, and she's up around a 2:02, 2-minute split. So she's fallen back a little bit, but still quite ahead of Paige Hayworth in fourth place. So we'll see how this race shakes out heading through the 1,000.
Yeah, it was a great second quarter, wasn't it, for Emerson Waymeyer of Canada. She's currently holding court at the top of the field, riding now with Alexa Guindon of Canada as well. So moving into the third quarter of the race. Well, this is where the lactic acid hits. These athletes are absolutely exhausted, and yet they've only moved into the second half. So mentally, emotionally, this can be just a good moment to know that you're sort of on the back half of the piece, as it were, but also really difficult, right? Because they know that there's still a ways to go. I think it's a different mindset when you get to 500 meters left and you know that you've just got the sprint ahead of you. Emerson Waymeyer, well, showing no sign of slowing down as she moves through that third quarter of the race toward the final 500. Absolutely thrilling. Caroline Anderson not able to track her down. So Waymeyer, with a bit of a more maybe mature race strategy, or at least a negative split strategy, really started to pick up speed in the second quarter. Now moving into the final 500 meters. She's first to get through. She's a good 30 meters or so ahead of Caroline Anderson. Alexandra Scott holding on to third, and then quite a bit of distance back to Anna Van Velde. Just fantastic final 500. It's been a great race thus far for Waymeyer. Can she hold it?
Yeah, can she hold on? I think that's going to be the main question here. We saw with those ghost boats in the graphic, Claire Junius just passing her. So Emerson Waymeyer, she's down in about third position right now, but this is really where the sprint is going to come in. She still has room to take back that second place, maybe not the first place, but she has to know she has to give her all to the next, minute or so of her race. So we'll start to see her take up the stroke rate a little bit here, and we'll see what she has left in the tank. As we move down the leaderboard, we've got Caroline Anderson still staying nice and consistent at that 28 stroke rate. The split's going up a little bit to about a 2:08. We've got Alexandra Scott, though, just pictured, and she was around a 2-minute marker here. But here's your leader of this current heat, Emerson Waymeyer, trying to get through to the finish. She knows she's got about 200 meters left. It's going to be about 25 strokes, and she really has to get that split down. Alexandra Scott in third right now. She's got 20 meters on fourth, Anna Van Velde. So she knows that she has to keep that distance heading into the last 200 meters. We also have quite a fight going on lower on with Regan Ham, Nola Foote, Sarah Graham having a great finish, moving up in the rankings. But it's really going to be tight as we go to the line. Colleen?
Yes, so tight as we go to the line for these athletes. Waymeyer still out ahead. Anderson holding on to second. Waymeyer able to build more and more margin, more distance over the last several hundred meters. So again, a little bit of a patient start and then able to charge through the second half of the race. Her time, a 7:32 overall. So we'll get a look at the final standings in a few moments, but we did have those ghost boats kind of pacing us. So we know maybe this heat just not as quick as the last heat. Within this group of athletes, though, which is really quite vast, so many entrants here, it's a good day for Emerson Waymeyer, Caroline Anderson. This is Nola Foote. Pete, wow, I'm so blown away by the depth in this under 17 category. What a delight to watch.
Yeah, that was really exciting. I mean, the performance from Emerson Waymeyer, Caroline Anderson, the early leader, didn't quite manage to hold on to the lead because Emerson Waymeyer slightly slower out of the blocks, but really built into that race pace through the first 500 meters. And then the middle 1,000, she dominated. The last 500 was a little bit trickier for her. That's when we saw the ghost boats of the previous competitors, Junius, Stacey and Sexton, start to move up the field. And I think that's what dropped her down into the overall rankings of fourth place after that heat. So Claire Junius's time still holds out true at the front of the field with Sarah Stacey and Daniela Sexton riding in third. That's the 1, 2, 3 in the overall standings for the under 17 category, but an amazing performance. As you say, Colleen, the depth of field in this under 17 category is immense, and really, really impressive maturity we're seeing from these young athletes demonstrating such levels of consistency through that 2,000 meter race. Because when I look back on when I was under 17 doing a 2,000 meter race, there was certainly a lot more volatility to my split times through the 2,000 meters. Certainly nothing like the excellent caliber we're seeing from these young athletes. So that was the third heat of 4 for the under-17 women's. We've got the hybrid race, the fourth and last heat coming up shortly, where we'll have 4 athletes competing virtually and 39 in person. So there really has been a high volume of under-17s moving through the stadium there in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. But this is what it's all about, getting the next generation into the sport and showing their absolute best in a stadium with an audience, friends and family hopefully able to support them and cheer them on to what has been some amazing performances so far. That means that this fourth and last heat that's coming up is going to be the last of the usual 2,000 meter races, because all that will remain after this is the 4 heats of our last Versa Challenge, and then the team relay to close out what's been an amazing 2 days for the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. So before we jump on to that fourth and last heat for the under-17 women, we're going to look at this quick message from our presenting sponsors, Concept 2. Watching that video. It is from our presenting sponsors, but anybody who's been involved in rowing has come across Concept 2 in some way, shape or form. Founded by Pete and Dick Dreisigacker, 2 of the people we saw in that video, if you've not met them. Lovely folks who have created what is arguably the best or most widely known training machine for rowing on the planet. Just about every gym you walk into has a Concept 2 ergo in it anywhere on the face of this earth, and that's why it's our favorite machine when it comes to consistent method for testing at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. So without further ado, we've got the fourth and last heat now for the under-17 women. 4 virtual athletes, 39 in person. So let's have a look who we've got lining up here. It's tricky, isn't it? I mean, we were joking earlier that we might see the times get better and better as we go through the 4 heats. It's not what we saw with the third one, but can anybody topple Claire Junius's time? It certainly was a formidable. What do you reckon, Natasha?
Well, I do see from the US, we have Annalise Hall, who took the 500 meter yesterday, and she will be in this race remotely. So we're looking to see some big splits from her. Her qualification score was 7:06, and she's looking for a time of 6:57 here. So that is an incredibly fast time for the under 17 section. Barely believe I'm saying that. So that would be a huge contender here for that first place position. She'll have seen these previous heats, and she'll be looking to really hit her mark here. But that's the main standout here from the virtual competitors. Colleen, what about the in-person ones other than the Canadians?
Yeah, well, you can't. I mean, you can't overlook the Canadians, that's for sure. But I think one of the things I'm so excited about is the international representation of athletes in Toronto in this event. So I mentioned in the prior round that we saw several entrants from Team China, even more entrants from the Chinese squad here as well. So just, yeah, fantastic to see that, and really looking forward to, even Saba from Iran participating in Toronto as well. So really looking forward to seeing how the race develops, and potentially to hear from some of them as to what that experience is like to be there in the action. so cool that that we're able to have this type of hybrid event. So for those who aren't maybe able to be here in Toronto in person, that there's still a way to participate. So this is our tour around the world as we get a sense of all of these virtual athletes participating from their garages, their local gyms, many of them their living rooms, and then that lovely juxtaposition against those who are in Toronto, in Mississauga in person. So the ghost boats back up at the top of the screen, those are the average splits that they'll want to bear in mind. And yeah, Natasha, it's a full field.
It really is a full field. I'm sure we'll see some of these athletes coming out very hard, as we saw in Heat 3. So I'm sure we'll see our leaderboard of 1, 2, and 3 drop down at the beginning. But Claire Junius, we have to talk about her performance. Staying super consistent, you can see her ghost boat passing in that third 500, that all-important third 500. So I think that'll be very interesting to see with all of these performances here. But look at the range of competitors. Some of them know each other. You can tell by the matching uniforms. So there are some teammates as well as competitors here. And I'm sure when you see your teammate's name on that screen, you tend to push just a little bit harder. You know that you'll need bragging rights when you head back to your home club. So I'm sure that'll be motivating some of our athletes here today. But for the last time in the under-17 women's race, this heat will round out the race and will decide the final rankings for these athletes. So everyone from previous heats is watching in anticipation to see where they'll fall in the leaderboard. But they're getting ready for the start. They're sitting at attention, and they are off. So watch that start, especially on our webcams here. You can see all around me. We've got the indoor rowers almost jumping around here as we've got just pure power in the first 100 meters of this race. What's it looking like to you, Colleen?
Yeah, pure power, I think, is the right way to describe it. You can see these icons, these graphics just blasting off the starting block, signifying that, well, we're well underway into the first 100, 150 meters. Annalise Hall of the United States looking really good, just barely up at the top, riding now with Caitlin Fortney of Canada. Caitlin up in the top 10 mix as well, maybe top 5 to 7 or so. Annalise Hall then back with her. We saw her earlier in the competition, Triangle Rowing Club, that has been just perfectly placed. So a good support to her team. And she's now riding second. So it's starting to get a little bit tricky there up at the top, isn't it?
It really is. We've got Katarina Simonovica on our screen right now. She is looking nice, long, and strong at around a 31 stroke weight, a 147 split here. Let's see how consistent she keeps that as we head into the second 500 of the race. But Annalise Hall is not letting go easily. She's holding a 144, 146 here. She wants to be in front. And I think we can feel that drive even from here, can't we?
Yeah, we can feel that drive. I think that's exactly right. Annalise Hall just holding that first spot in this heat, just barely over Yekaterina Simonovica from Latvia, who qualified for this event rather with a 7:14.5. So that's her qualification score. Again, for all of our virtual athletes, they did need to qualify in order to compete today. And she'll be certainly looking to either achieve that qualification score or surpass it. But she'll be delighted to know that she's currently running second in this heat overall. Falling a little bit behind now, Annalise Hall. So Annalise Hall still down at about 146 as we move into the second quarter of the race, not quite to the halfway point. So Annalise Hall, just saw her now in the top right graphic there with the Triangle Rowing Club just behind her, that crest. And well, she's still opening up her margins, so perhaps those behind her just falling a little bit off the pace, because Annalise Hall quite consistent, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely very consistent. But what we're seeing on the screen from Mississauga right now is Elizabeth Nadger. I've gotten to know her very well. I was with her when she started rowing, and great performance by the Canadian. She's up there in about 7th place right now. So great to see her coming out. Also very consistent splits there. We've got Chloe Fortin. She is at a 152, holding on to 4th position here, but she's only about 20 meters off of 3rd. So we'll see how that starts to sort out as we head into the second 1K of this race. Remember, we'll see some rearranging as these very ambitious splits are being held, but Annalise Hall showing no signs of stopping through this middle 1K at about a 147. So she's going to get very close to that 7-minute marker that she was aiming for. Here we have Anna Iverson on your screen. She is coming in to us from overseas, doing very well here. She's got about 10 meters on her closest competitor there. And then we have a flashback to the main Mississauga arena. All of these competitors looking to be in a little bit of pain as they head through this 1,000-meter. This is the famed, third 500 here, and this is where we're going to see that ghost boat of Claire Junius start to take over a little bit. But what a lead these top 4 have.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right, with that ghost boat from Claire Junius. We talked a little bit about her consistency, and consistency is exactly what you want in this part of the race now into the 3rd quarter through that halfway point. So those who aren't able maybe to hold the pace that they set in the first 1,000 meters, we may well see to start to drop behind some of our leaders from earlier on, like Sarah Stacey, Claire Junius, Daniela Sexton, and indeed you start to see those ghost boats start to flip toward the top of the pack. Annalise Hall, though, holding on to that speed. Annalise, she's been rowing since 7th grade, and she won a bronze medal at the 2023 World Beach Sprint Championships in Wales in the women's under-19 double sculls. Many more accolades to her name in her junior years. So she's a savvy racer. She's a mature racer, and surely she knows what she's doing as she looks towards the final 500 meter at about a 1:49. Riding then for a moment with from Denmark, that was Anna Raheg Iversen, and then back with Yekaterina Simenovicia from Latvia, about 20 or so meters behind our leader, Hall.
Absolutely, and here we're just back with Emma Godhart. She's our 3rd place competitor right now, going very strong here, holding a 1:49 through this last 500 meters. And she really doesn't show signs of stopping. That's exactly what you want to see at this point in the race. There's a great shot of Elizabeth Nadger. She knows she only has about 3 meters on her closest competition, and she's just trying to hold off Isabella Zinkaski, who we see not in our screen there. Who's in our screen there? That's going to be Kaya, another one of our Canadian competitors at Mississauga, doing her best here just through the 500-meter marker. And we have quite a race going on. Bronwyn Hayes there, going down the leaderboard, still working very, very hard to get through this last final sprint here. But it's Annalise Hall in the lower left corner of your screen who you want to pay attention to. She's at a 1:42 stroke rate, so she's really looking to break her target split here.
Yeah, wow, she's smashing it, isn't she? She's up at 35 strokes per minute. This is Yekaterina Simenovicia of Latvia, who has slipped in this grouping into 3rd. It's the Canadian Emma Godhart. Sneaky, the Canadian able to move into a 2nd place within this group. Once again, those white graphics, the ghost boats pacing us against earlier heat rounds. But it is Annalise Hall to break through with a 1:45.7. She has to be pleased with that. We see her support just around her. She's catching her breath. No smiles quite yet, but Pete, I think they'll be coming.
I'm so tense here, Colleen. I'm looking at the bronze medal finish here. It looks like a level bronze medal finish. We're gonna have to wait for the official results to split that. Chloe Fortin and Yekaterina Simenovicia look to have done a 7:17.1 level for 3rd. We'll have to wait till they can take that down to the hundredths of a second to split them. But this does mean that in the last of the 4 heats, Claire Juniors has been bumped off the top of the podium. Unbelievable. What exciting racing in the under-17 category. It's amazing. So Annalise Hall for the USA dominates the field with a 7:03.1. Going with Emma Goddard, who wasn't really in it until the last few hundred meters, jumps up into the silver medal position. Chloe Fortin, who looked to be tinkering around 4th or 5th, leaps up into 3rd. An amazing turn of events through the last couple of hundred meters. But we'll have to wait for the official results to split whether that is in fact a joint bronze medal for Chloe Fortin and Yekaterina Simonovica, or whether the hundredths and thousandths of a second that I'm sure they have on that time team clock will be able to split them. But an amazing performance nonetheless from Annalise Hall, who takes the gold medal, 2023 World Rowing Indoor Champion for the under-17 category. I mean, the splits were phenomenal. We were looking at 150 odd, and she's just come in with a 145.7. Natasha, how crazy is that?
It is crazy. I'm starting to look at my own 2-kilometer time and get a little bit worried at all this new talent coming up from the under 17 category. But congratulations to Annalise Hall for her first place World Rowing Indoor Championship medal there to match the one from the 500 meters. So really showing herself to be a very versatile athlete, wouldn't you say, Colleen?
Yeah, super versatile. As mentioned, she's got experience in some of the other facets as rowing as well. The World Beach Sprint Championships, indoor rowing, as you mentioned, the 500-meter distance and the 2,000-meter distance. So we'll be really curious to know if that's her personal best. She's so close to breaking 7. So a really, really exciting time for her as an athlete too.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, that's the under-17s done. In a moment, we're going to have some highlights from that race that we just saw. And that really did get exciting towards the end. The fact there's such a big field for under-17s. And with all that chopping and changing of the positions through the last few hundred meters, it was anybody's guess whether the Latvian Yekaterina Simonovica could hang on to that bronze medal. It looks like she may have done, because I'm not seeing anything on my data screens here that would lead me to believe that it's not a joint bronze medal. So we'll wait for the official result. But there's Annalise Hall. Look at that for a start. Such gutsy determination. Here's the Latvian Simonovica and Emma Goddard, the Canadian, who's taken silver. Such an exciting race. And 2 of them in the stadium there, but one of them at least, Annalise Hall and of course Yekaterina Simonovica at home. What does that say? Triangle Rowing Club USA for Annalise Hall. They'll be proud as punch when they see that she's top of the table for the under-17 women's category. Now, that's all of the usual 2K races done here at the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. Next up, we move on to the last of the challenges in our Versa Challenge. It's just been released, but we're going to go and take a look at what it is. And for that, we're going to jump down to Mike Arsenault on the floor in Canada.
Thank you very much, Peter. We have one event to go for the Versa Challenge. 4 scored events thus far out of a total of 40 points. Right now, Joel is leading the men with 35 points. Anna is leading the women's category with 32 points, with 10 more points up for grabs for a first place finish in the Bullseye. The course is set behind me. We have 5 rowers, 5 buzzers. What's it all about? Take a look.
The final event of the World Rowing Versa Challenge is called Bullseye. Using the Concept 2 target training feature, athletes will have to progress through 5 challenge ergs and cross the finish line in under 10 minutes. Each challenge erg will last for 1 minute, but if an athlete does not hit their target accurately enough, they'll have to complete a 100-meter penalty row before repeating the challenge erg where they failed. The first athlete across the finish line will win this challenge.
Well, there we have it. Bullseye, the last of the challenges in the Versa for our athletes to contend with. 5 one-minute pieces, 45% accuracy or better. Otherwise, you've got to redo that 1 minute, having done a 100-meter penalty on the penalty ergo. So each of the ergos are set up, and this should be quite a visual feast for us because they'll have to move their way along a chain of ergos from one to the next to do each 1 minute piece. If they get it wrong, they've got to go back to an ergo that's been set up as their penalty ergo to do their 100-meter penalty on. What an exciting way to enter the last of the challenges. We heard from Mike the latest standings in the points for the men and the women. First up, though, we have the women's Heat 1. So let's have a look at the standings here. Anna Mueller at 32 points ahead of Elizabeth Gilmore with 30. Kirsten Klein joint third with Charlotte Dixon, both on 28. 10 points up for grabs for the win, but this is all about consistency. Anna Mueller, we heard from her earlier that she was hoping for the goal game as the final one. This is along the same sort of lines, just with a few different ergos to do it on and penalties if you get it wrong. So she might be a little bit pleased about that. What do you think, Natasha?
I think so. I think World Rowing was having a little bit of fun with it for these athletes. I was mentioning yesterday, Friday night, I had the privilege of sitting in on a meeting where they heard about the Key Speed Challenge that we just saw today. And I said you could hear a pin drop in that room as everyone was focusing and taking in every word. So I'm sure it was the same sort of situation where they found out about this Bullseye Challenge. And it should be pretty incredible to see the kind of strategies they choose and how they approach having those different drag factors on each of the indoor rowers. I don't think it'll be as straightforward as we think. What do you think, Colleen?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be very straightforward, is it? And yeah, really interesting to hear about that scenario where you were there and they got to sort of hear about the challenge. Taking in information and being able to react to that, to process it in real time, is the name of the game for all of these Versa challenges. I think what's really cool about the Bullseye is that, you know, it's really using Concept 2's target training feature, which many athletes have never used before. So yes, someone like an Anna Mueller, she may well thrive in this type of scenario. We've had a sort of preview of what consistency looks like and feels like to her. We also know too that with these penalties, the athletes basically have enough time to get 2 penalties. If they get a third, they're likely not going to make it. So, you know, it's a really fabulous way, I think, to end both the day and truly the weekend with the Bullseye Challenge. So I'm thrilled. I cannot wait to get underway, Pete.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. And with the points that are up for grabs and how narrow that field is, all it takes is for somebody to completely stuff it up. 1 too many penalties, and they drop from being a winning contender potentially right down out of the top 3 for the Versa Challenge as a whole. So they really do need to be hot on their accuracy in this, the final Versa Challenge, the Bullseye. So we should be having this starting any minute now. So we can now see the leaderboard for the men, and you can see there's not much separating them here either. Yol Nalkarin, the Finnish elite athlete, out there at 35. Maciek Zawoyski at 31, joint with Daniel Weiger. I'm sure Maciek's wife, Agnieszka Koba-Zawoyski, is also an international Polish athlete, will be sitting at home biting her fingernails, hoping that he does well here. But there's not much separating them. You know, the field really did tighten up. I think Daniel Weiger in his speed test really did work out well for him, getting the point to keep him high up on the leaderboard. Now, before the next race starts, we've got Mike on the ground in Canada for a quick interview.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter. I'm just in the middle of 2 very accomplished rowers. We have Chloe and Emma, terrific performances. Now, Emma, is this your first ever World Championship medal? And how did that feel performing in front of this crowd?
Yeah, it is my first. It felt really good, actually. Not during the race, it felt really bad. But it's really nice that I was able to PB today.
And speaking of PB, Chloe, you had set a personal best on the 2,000 meter here as well. What does that mean to you, considering all the training work you've put in to then get a personal best result on a big competition floor like this?
Well, it means our work that we do with the coach
actually works, and it means that I'm capable of achieving new things, achieving new goals, and I'm capable of achieving more after. So that feels awesome.
Now, the sport of indoor rowing, obviously in very good hands with the performances that we've seen from these teenagers so far today. So, Emma, what is the plan for you moving forward? Of course, you're still in high school, but what is your plan with rowing as we move forward in the future?
You know what? It would be really cool to be on Team Canada maybe in the future for junior nationals. I'm just going to try to keep pushing myself, keep, beating my own personal scores and seeing where that can get me.
Now, Chloe, we've seen that you're fantastic on the indoor rowing portion. Have you ever tried rowing on the water? Is that something that you want to pursue in the future?
Yeah, I've been training in water for 5 years, I think so, but 2 years in competition. Well, yeah, for sure, I want to keep continuing to row on the water. And actually, we're a really small club in Montreal, so I'm not able to do a lot of crew boats. I'm alone in my singles goal. And I know that because I'm alone, I can keep working on my technique and improving. And I want to show people that I can get some PBs on the water too.
Well, two fantastic performances this afternoon. Let's hear it for Chloe and Emma.
Amazing to see two Canadians, silver and bronze there in the under-17 women's category. But now we look on to the Versa, the remaining challenge, the Bullseye. The first of the heats for the women, we've got Heather Petrasco, Henrietta Hogberg, Kirsten Klein, Elizabeth Gilmore, and Morgan McGrath. Going head-to-head, 5 athletes competing in these 5 one-minute pieces for consistency, really, to get on that bullseye. So we're going to see what's happening. They should be getting themselves ready down there on the floor. Just a quick recap on the bullseye rules. First competitor to hit their finish buzzer wins. I'm sure that the umpires or the officials down there on the floor will be keeping a hot eye on whether they've achieved their accuracy score, and if they need to go and do a penalty, whether they've gone and done that accurately. Right, well, it looks like the stadium is in a tense moment there. Lights dimmed down, ready for the start. So, Colleen, Natasha, what would your strategy be here? Slow and steady for the first one to get a feel for it, or guns blazing and just hope that you can hold some sort of accuracy through?
Oh man. Oh, it's such a good question. Truly, my heart is racing. I love that view of the floor with the lights down there. And, it was only revealed about an hour ago or so to these athletes what this final competition would be like. It was published on World Rowing just about an hour, revealed to the athletes as well. So what would my strategy be? Well, goodness, I think we talk about more and more information and being able to manage that sort of in real time. I think these athletes will now sort of have a really good sense of their co-competitors and how they race. As we said, Anna Mula for consistency. It's the last challenge of the day. I really like to think that I would just go for it. I don't know. Natasha, what about you?
The strategy, if you haven't tried out each of these different pressures, each of these different prescribed splits that you have to hold. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch these athletes learn. I think we might see some penalties in the first round even as these athletes try to get used to that score. But I'm going to look back at the consistency splits for these athletes to see if maybe that plays a role in this Bullseye challenge, but also having to hit these really intense targets. World Rowing is not going to make it easy for these Versa athletes, that we can be sure of. But look at these buzzers on the floor as well. It's really different visually, isn't it, looking at this setup?
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And it is different. And, worth noting or emphasizing once more that athletes must complete this challenge in 10 minutes. The time is capped at 10 minutes. So those penalties that we mentioned, maybe unlike earlier rounds where there's sort of, points added for consistency or deductions, like this is an event where you really don't want to get penalized, because as mentioned, if you get something, more than say 2 penalties, you won't be able to make it. So I think that may be something that these athletes are really, processing as they think about how to approach this. But once again, they've known for a full 60 minutes or so how this event will be run. Really, really cool, though, that target training feature. Some athletes have used it, some have not. It sounds like perhaps, it's like teased a little bit because we heard Anna Mueller earlier tell us that accuracy was something she thought might be coming in this Versa Challenge 5. So will it be Anna Mueller's event? Well, we'll have to find out, but she's up at the top of the board, and yeah, we should have a start underway. Just a great look at that full scene.
Well, you could see just then that they were having to go and set up 5 ergos, if you notice that. It's unusual, right? Usually you're just going in there and setting up 1, but of course they've got to go make sure that the foot stretcher's in the right position on 5 ergos plus their penalty ergo, just in case.
Yeah, really, really
Absolutely.
interesting. It's true.
And I think what's interesting as well is the visual component of this race. Colleen, you touched on it a little bit, but we're actually going to see these athletes progress up to each indoor rower closer to the buzzer. And I think that's a great thing to see in indoor rowing. We heard a bit from the mastermind behind this, Liz, about the idea behind doing this. And part of it was to be able to see, visual progression for these athletes and for them to feel like they're really moving up more than just what their monitor is telling them. So it's going to be almost the amazing race to the end, hitting that goal buzzer. But I think visually it's going to be very entertaining, and I'm sure the spectators are going to add a lot to this.
Yeah, spot on. And yeah, worth giving a real shout out to Liz Suter, sports manager at World Rowing, the brain behind the Versa Challenge. And we know that she, put so much thought into these events. It's just been an absolute thrill to have the privilege of commentating. And it's been really, really cool to hear from some of the athletes sort of on their journey to get here, right? There's the qualification round first. So some, we heard they found out about this event, that something like this would be coming. The most versatile indoor rower in the world. It actually kept them up at night. We heard that from Nicola Goss of New Zealand. She so badly wanted to participate in this. She's come all the way from the other side of the world to North America, to Toronto, Canada, to do just that. And this is the culmination of all of that effort, all of that training for so many unknowns. Once again, this last challenge, these athletes just found out about 1 hour ago. So yeah, really, really delighted to see how this unfolds. And we should have a start underway pretty soon.
Yes, we should. And just talking about the leaderboard here as well, this is very high stakes. The leaderboard is within from Nicola Goss and Alondra Greenlee at 18 points to Anna Mueller at 32 points. So it just takes 1 extra penalty, not completing this challenge, for that to drop, that whole 10 points here. So it is a bit more of a compressed leaderboard than I think we're realizing right now. And as much as we're wondering if Anna Mueller has an advantage, I think we'll see some fierce competition, especially in Kirsten Klein. She's here to win this, to add to her other accolades. Sarah Pigeon, I'm going to be looking at. She's done the, coastal rowing beach sprints. She knows what it is to really change your position, move from one piece of equipment to another. So I think we'll see some pretty dramatic changes here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just fantastic. And we know, Kirsten Klein, the 34-year-old from the United States, multiple-time world rower indoor champion. She was the top women's qualifier for the Versa. But as we know, it's just been a full, diverse range of activities and ways to be measured. So Anna Mueller really able to pull herself up to the top of the list, as it were, with that consistency that we saw earlier. Yeah, just a quick sort of regrounding in the rules before we get going for the Versa Challenge, the Bullseye, as it's called. So for those tuning in, 5 1-minute challenge ergs per competitor. Each erg has that prescribed stroke rate, wattage, and drag factor. So the athletes don't know what the drag is. That's a variable that is another piece of information, right, that will come to them in real time. It might feel a bit unexpected. And the key is that this accuracy score is of the utmost importance. So 45% accuracy score or better required to move forward. If you don't hit that, you get hit with that 100-meter penalty if you don't meet the accuracy score. And then again, there's really, with this 10-minute setting, only a chance to kind of get that twice. Once you hit it 3 times, you're not likely to move on. So first competitor to hit their finish buzzer wins. So audible element to this, Natasha. There's the lights, there's the energy, and yeah, it's a fantastic way to round out truly a fabulous weekend of world caliber indoor rowing.
It really is. We can see Liz on the ground there just explaining to the competitors what's going to happen. So we want to make sure this is very fair. There's going to be a lot of movement. Competitors moving down the left-hand side of all of their setup challenge ergs. So we want to make sure everyone is clear on the rules so this takes off very fairly for everyone involved. So we will see them start to set up now. Every single lane or every single competitor has their own lane judge or umpire working with them, and they're just going to be making sure that they hit each of their splits. So it's going to be very well seen from each of them. We can see they have one hand on their penalty erg right now, just getting ready to prepare, but they're just going to be headed to the closest erg, the first of the challenge ergs right here. We'll see. So as they get ready for the setup, I'm not sure if we can hear from the ground when that's going to happen, but we'll see them take their places, getting a little bit more intense in the field. We do have the first, I believe this is the 4 or 5 competitors that are going to start off the challenge.
Yeah, what a moment. And here they are. So starting that first 1 minute piece, again, this is a prescribed stroke rate, wattage, and drag factor. They need to be absolutely precise or they will incur a 100-meter penalty for their inaccuracy. So getting a sense of the field, these top 5 making their way in the early stages of Versa Challenge number 5, the Bullseye.
And you can see this is sort of just a warm-up for them. They're really at a low rate here. Look at that focus on Klein's face as she looks at that monitor. And we can see Heather Petrasco really attacked it off the start. It looks like a higher drag factor here. You can just see that pullback when the athletes go to accelerate into their finish. But a lot of focus here as they go through the first set of challenges right here.
Yeah, we were riding there for a moment with Henrietta Sjöberg of Sweden. So once again, athletes are really traveling from all corners of the world to be here in person. You must be here in person for the Versa Challenge. And we see the first run to the buzzer.
Yeah, so we've got 3 athletes who made it through with a score higher than 45%. And we've got 2 athletes back there you see at the very top of your screen, and they're going to be on the penalty erg. So they did not hit a score higher. But remember, they do have to repeat the challenge that they failed. So this is a big penalty for these competitors. Heather Petrasco as well has made it through here. You can see this is no easy feat. Hitting these splits, just the absolute effort on her face. She is currently in the 7th position though, so she'll really be looking to move up here. Here's Morgan McGrath.
Yeah, great look at Morgan McGrath here from that side angle, the American, the 42-year-old, another regular name on the indoor circuit. And yeah, just such focus from the judges as well, right? So they'll just be needing to pay really close attention to make sure that the scoring and that the way that this is managed is perfectly fair for all athletes. Competitors
it looks like Kristen Klein missed one with Morgan McGrath moving on. So if we can get an overhead, we can really see how these competitors are lining up. But this does not look easy, does it, Colleen?
No, it's not easy at all, is it? And so once again, want to emphasize that the drag factor, they don't know either. So many of us, when we hop on an erg, are used to it feeling a certain way. That's also a piece of information, and they need to hit that target just perfectly in the center. So those first few strokes, they're really just looking to get a feel, sort of understand what it is that they're up against. And that's a fantastic shot of the monitor, and yeah, just exactly what it looks like from their purview of of how they need to hit that for accuracy.
Oh, that's
Well,
an
we've got some
absolutely
data coming
great
through on what
graphic that we see here. Sorry, Pete.
No, that's all right. Sorry to jump in. I just thought I'd tell you what they've got to hit on each of the ergs. On the first ergo, they've got to hit 200 watts at a stroke rate of 18 and a drag factor of 10. So that's the hardest setting on that erg. On the second one, the wattage goes up. So they've got to hit 250, slightly higher rating of 24, but the drag factor then goes down. It goes down to 8. So as they progress on, the wattage they've got to hit increases. And the last one they'll have to hit is 400, and the stroke rate goes all the way up to 42 when they get to that last one. So it's a real shift around in terms of the watts that they've got to hit, the rating going all the way up. The last ergo, the fifth one, they've got to hold a stroke rate of 42, but the drag factor is all the way down at 1. So it's quite tricky to keep that balance.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pete. That's really helpful information as we sort of think about what this might look and feel like from these athletes. We get that overhead view. So watts changing, strokes per minute 42 is exceptionally high for that final stretch, and then the drag just down at 1. So yeah, incredible. This is now back to the Swede Henrietta Sjöberg, the 43-year-old. And a great side view here is big emphasis on the back half of the stroke for her in this Bullseye challenge.
Yeah, she's looking really strong here, a lot of focus. And I think Mike actually might have an update for us from the ground. Mike, if you're there, how's this competition going? Not sure if we have Mike with us, but here's a great overhead shot. We can see how these competitors are progressing. Most have made it to the number 4, but look, that is Morgan McGrath on number 5 already. Look at her go. Let's see if she can get all the way through this challenge. She had yet to do a penalty. Isn't that right, Colleen?
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, 5, the Challenger 5, 400 watts at 42 strokes per minute. So she's just flying up the slide, the drag down at 1. So really different feeling, different rhythm for her, but she's just pressing back, big emphasis into the back half to hit that required watt and to hit that target just perfectly. So it's going really well for Morgan McGrath so far of the USA.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as she heads on. Remember, they're holding each of these splits for a full minute, which 400 watts is quite something. Does she have it here? And she does. She is our first place challenger. What a performance by Morgan McGrath.
Yeah, fantastic. And it's got to be really gratifying to hit that buzzer as well. So that's an audible buzzer. Those down on the floor, certainly Mike and the fans will be able to hear that. But it's a big moment. We see now a transition to the next challenge for Elizabeth Gilmore. So challenge number 4, which is the 350 watts at 36 strokes per minute. So certainly race pace and a drag setting of 3 as she moves through this stretch of the challenge. And a great shot there. Again, it's a bullseye, as the name rightly says, exactly where she'll want to hit in the center to indicate the consistency.
You can see it's not easy. Her bullseye needs to head up towards that target. So she's going to be looking to make a little bit of a change here in order to get that accuracy score.
Yeah, and it's a 45% or greater accuracy on any given challenge erg. Once again, that's what is sending people back to row those 100-meter penalties on the penalty erg. If you're able to achieve that accuracy, then you do advance. And in fact, we see her just run back to the penalty erg, it appears.
Yeah, we'll see if these competitors can finish in this 10-minute time frame. Remember, they only really have time for 2 penalties. So I'm wondering at Henrietta Sjöberg, she really needs to get through. And there we have another finish in the works. Look at those athletes, so happy to be done.
Yeah, really nice, isn't it? Big smiles from them. It's got to be a really big relief. And once again, then there's the chance to hit the buzzer rather. So we have Another competitor just hopping off the erg and into the back for the penalty. So accuracy just of the utmost importance here to be able to achieve the challenge.
Yeah, I don't know if Kirsten Klein is going to finish this one. That was Elizabeth Gilmore finishing. So she's in second position right now, and she just finished second. So we'll see when we put the heats together what the total time looks like, but it's looking very good for her. Here we've got Henrietta Hogberg. She is looking to complete this challenge. She's had quite a few penalties so far, so you can see her really focusing and trying to get above that 45% here. She's got her lane judge right next to her, and we'll see if she's made it this time. And she has. She's moving up.
Yeah, you just see the look of pure exhaustion, and there's got to be a sense of relief in there too. The grimace on her face. This is the next challenge, so moving up without having to go back and do that penalty piece, just absolutely critical. Henrietta Sjöberg of Sweden, among the final few in this race, and you see her just jacking the stroke rate up in order to meet that standard.
And Kirsten Klein here, I think this is the first grimace I've seen on her face. She is a very unperturbed athlete, usually just moving through with her insane endurance and absolute skill here, but she is really working for it. So we need her to get through with above a 45% in order to get to the end of this challenge before the 10-minute marker.
Yeah, absolutely right. That challenge erg 3, once again, 300 watts, 30 strokes per minute with a drag setting of 5. Of course, the athletes, goes without saying, they may not touch the drag. It is preset for them. They can't do that. And we see the cheers just on the sideline as the remaining athletes look to round out this competition. Unfortunately, it's not a move toward the buzzer as we move into the final closing stages. So it looks like then most of them, or not all, have finished this competition. The Bullseye event for the women, just fantastic. It's got to be a lot of pressure and yeah, quite exciting down on the floor for both the athletes and the spectators.
Absolutely, and we saw 3 of those women didn't even finish. So in cases where they don't finish all 5, they will take into consideration total meters rowed if 2 athletes finished on the same challenge here. So yeah, just a reminder of what this challenge is. It's 5 one-minute challenge ergs per competitor, and each erg will have a prescribed stroke rate, wattage, and drag factor, and they will need a 45% accuracy score or better needed to move forward. And we saw people get very close, like a 45.3% to even keep moving on. And if they don't get that, they do have to run back to their penalty erg to do a 100-meter penalty if the accuracy score is not met. We saw those 2 competitors, Morgan McGrath, what a performance from her. She did not get a single penalty. And then we saw Elizabeth Gilmore, both able to hit that buzzer, but the other 3 were not. So this will really shake up the rankings. What are your thoughts, Peter?
Oh, it's tricky, isn't it? It really is tricky to get right. I mean, it just shows the devastating effect that if you don't get it right, that penalty just hammers your chances of coming out high in the scores when it comes to not only your heat, but when the times are combined with the other heat. It really does. It will make a huge impact on the leaderboard and the rankings across all of those Versa athletes. So the skill we saw from Morgan McGrath, holding her consistency, amazing performance from her, a clean run all the way through. I think she was the only one to have a clean run. We'll have to see what the others can do, because she's put herself in the best possible position from that first heat to potentially come away with the 10 points. And that's what she's going to want. But we'll have to wait to find out, because we've got the men's heat to look forward to next. But before we go to that men's heat, we are going to hear from our presentation partners, Concept 2. Well, 5 of the 18 Versa athletes are now done. They can put their feet up, they can recover, because they've given it absolutely everything through those Versa challenges so far. And they can go and chill out for a little bit now and watch the turmoil that will ensue as they watch their competitors race out in the second heat, at least for the women's. Next up, though, we've got the first of the 2 men's heats. Exactly the same format, but it's going to be just as tricky. So before we jump down to the first of the men's heats, we've got Mike on the ground in Canada for a quick interview.
Thank you very much, Peter. Here with Morgan McGrath, and the first time any of us have seen the event known as Bullseye, and you handled it with aplomb. Looked fairly easy to you. So what was your strategy going through each of those 5 rowers?
Pull and pray. That was my strategy. We got a little time to practice it, but there was a few glitches with like calibration. So really it was learning on the fly while you're out here and just kind of adapting as you went and try to have fun with it and not stress too much.
What about that 45% accuracy target? Was that something difficult to achieve, or was it fairly easy to make it through each of the rowers with that target?
It was pretty easy for the first like 3 rowers, and then it got progressively harder. And by this last one, I was this close to missing it. I had a 44.8, my second to last pull, and I got lucky. I hit the bullseye on the last one, and I finished with like a 45.1.
So would you say this challenge is more mental or physical?
It's both. There was definitely some endurance by the time you hit this 5th machine, because it was kind of a 500 pace for us women. So you had to hold about a 135 and at a 42 stroke rate, which, you know, we don't like to do all that long. So it had the physical, but definitely you had to keep a cool head and be able to react to the target and not panic if you missed a stroke and it like flatlined. So there was some both. It was a really good mix of like strengths it had to play on.
Now, your Versa experience has come to a close. We still have one more heat of women to go through, but how would you rate this experience over and above a regular 500 or 200 meter race, trying to test every facet of rowing like you did here in the Versa?
I don't know that you can necessarily compare them. I love both. I love my 500s. I love to hate my 2Ks. And I thought this was a lot of fun. I came in here expecting to have a fun time and try different things, and they definitely delivered on that. So definitely a lot of fun. Highly recommend anybody else thinking about trying a Versa. So, yeah.
So you're middle of the pack coming into this event. First place on Heat 1. We'll see where it shakes out after Heat 2, but congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
I mean, it's tough to pick out when you're watching it, just the level of accuracy they've got to have. But as she said, she was on sort of 44.8% accuracy, the stroke before her last stroke on that 5th last ergo. And she nailed the bullseye on the last one. That's the name of the game, right? That's what we're here for, the bullseye. And that's what she got. And she got a 45.1. And that saw her get the clean run through all 5 ergos and put herself in the best possible position to get the 10 points. Now, we'll have to wait a few minutes for the second women's heat, because it's the first men's heat coming up next. And I'm sure shortly we'll go down to the floor to see how they're getting on with the setup. A little bit more complicated getting these 5 ergs strung together cleanly. So we'll give the technical officials a little bit of breathing room to make sure that it all links up absolutely perfectly. And we don't have any technicalities that cause a disturbance to the race, because we want it to be a clean race so that we can focus on the athletes and their performances. It looks like we've got 1 judge per athlete to follow them through, similar to some other fitness competitions that you might see going on around the world. It's nice to see this extra dimension to rowing with the Versa challenges. And I do hope they keep changing them around to keep all of these athletes on their toes, with not quite knowing what to expect with each competition and as each year goes by. But we'll shortly be able to see which 4 athletes we've got lining up here, because of course there are 8 men in the men's Versa challenge. So it'll be a 4-horse race, this one. And based on the last one, Natasha, it's anyone's guess as to who's going to perform well in it. You know, this isn't one where you'd expect some of the bigger athletes who are used to perhaps a stronger or faster race pace performing any better than anyone else. This is a very different skill we're looking at.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even as the race shakes out, all it takes is to fail on an erg one or two times, and then you end up back in the penalty area. I don't think either of us expected Henrietta Hogberg not to finish, but she ended up just having a little bit of trouble with that fourth challenge erg. And Heather Petrasco, she did really, really well in the first couple of those challenges. But then she ended up having to go back once again just to do some more on that penalty erg. So the penalties, they really add up, and they're an extra dimension in here that I don't think a lot of these competitors were expecting. So it really is anyone's game from any point in the leaderboard right now. The men's leaderboard a little bit tighter than the women's leaderboard, I think, here. We've got Jordan Monig at the bottom. You see him there with 23 points. He did really, really well in the Pentagon Challenge, but also in the consistency aspect of the Key Speed Challenge. So he is looking to do more of that consistency here with the accuracy. And then we have Joel Nakaranen. He is at the lead with 35, very close to the maximum amount of points. So he's really been dominating the men's field here, and we'll see if he can keep this performance going on. Looks like they're almost ready to start. Colleen, what do you see?
Yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? I see just another sort of tense moment as these athletes prepare to get started and sprint to that first challenge erg. As we've mentioned a couple of times, again, really, you've only got 2 mistakes or so that you can make. By the time you get the third, you won't make that 10-minute mark. So they'll have watched the women's heat go just before them and have gotten a sense of what this kind of looks like in real time. But you can imagine just the nerves, the excitement, the culmination of all of the challenges that they've participated in as they prepare for that go signal. And there it is to hop on that first erg challenge. So well underway then. This is the Bullseye and the 5th challenge of the Versa competition.
Yep, the last challenge of the Versa competition. So this is really where they have to leave it all out onto the floor, trying to hit that bullseye. I think it was almost poetic that Morgan McGrath said she hit the bullseye on her final stroke. That's really what it's all about, and that might be the difference between having to go back and do a penalty and being able to progress forward. So you see them sort of starting to test out each of the monitors, trying to hit that stroke rate. That's almost a pause they're doing at the very top of the catch there. So it looks like a couple different strategies here, but we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, really interesting, right? That's almost like a body over pause there with that first challenger, the watts at 200, stroke rating 18, the drag 10. So it feels, it will feel vastly different as they move throughout these challengers. What I just described is a really heavy drag and a low stroke rate, whereas the last, will be light and high. Of course, we know what that feels like. They don't know what that feels like, right? As they're progressing to the next challenger, they're having to figure that out immediately, as you said, Natasha, in the first few strokes to just try to get on to that bullseye. So that's exactly what we're witnessing here in the first few, now advancing on to challenge erg 2.
Yeah, and just watch that stroke go in. They're really trying to channel their energy to make sure that they can hit the bullseye. They can sort of see the top of their stroke going in and try to get it to hit the target. It takes a lot of accuracy here, done very well. We see almost a 70% score, which is pretty good, but it only gets more tiring, doesn't it, as the seconds click down?
Yeah, it's exactly right. They will become increasingly fatigued as they move through this event, really all about adapting your stroke to this target. So taking the information in those first few strokes, being really adaptable, really agile, and being able to hit that target. And we see these athletes just experimenting with that, right? So getting the wheel moving, starting to spin. They're still at a fairly high drag on the Challenger 2, a drag of 8. And so it kind of takes a few strokes, right? A few seconds to get into that rhythm. But we'll be interested to see who is relegated to the penalty erg. So far, so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Daniel Weiger had to go back and do one of the challenge ergs. We see Jordan Menink moving on relatively quickly. Remember, he's at the bottom of the leaderboard, so he really has to do well in this challenge. And I'm sure he's feeling a little bit of pressure from that here as we see these competitors moving on through the different challenges.
Yeah, Jordan Monique, the 35-year-old Canadian, as you say rightly, yeah, he'll be feeling this, right? This is the last chance. And then we see, yeah, just a jump now onto Challenger 3. Great overhead shot here. This is the 300 watts, 30 strokes per minute with a drag of 5. So starting to take in this information, and yeah, it changes the way that one would race it a little bit. It starts to get a little bit lighter and you want to row it a little bit higher. It is all about adapting with that final, the goal, right, being that final buzzer hit at the end after Challenger 5.
Absolutely. We can see these competitors moving through incredibly quickly. If you look just at the back of your screen there, we can see that a penalty erg is taking place and the umpire behind him is holding up her hand, and she's going to drop that hand once he hits 100 meters there. So yeah, 100 meters has been hit, and we can see him running forward to redo the challenge erg that he failed on. But a great competition in the middle here. We still got Weiger stuck on that first erg, so still trying to get the hang of this target. But we have moving even closer. Marshall is going to complete his 5th challenge. So this is, as we said earlier, that high wattage that they have to hit, 400 at a stroke rate 42. So Jason Marshall setting himself up very well. He's currently in a 3rd place position, and he looks like he's trying to hang on to that lead.
Yeah, Jason Marshall, the former professional Canadian rugby player, talk about versatility as he looks to fly through this final challenge. 400 watts, 42 strokes per minute, just trying to keep the stroke rate up high. It's like almost a half slide, quick, fast, light. And the athlete who's able to adapt to, again, what they see on the screen in front of them will succeed. So it's that buzzer just perfectly in the center, rather that target, with the goal of hitting the buzzer. So absolutely thrilling to see as Jason Marshall moves through the final stretch of this competition and of the indoor championships overall.
Look at that accuracy right there. He almost hit the bullseye every time, and he's hitting the buzzer. He has completed the full World Rowing Versa Challenge. That has to be a good feeling. Look at the relief on his face. We have a Canadian teammate here, Jason Menink, and he is going to finish as well. Let's see if he does it, and he hits the buzzer. Look at them congratulating each other. That is a good feeling as they look out to the rest of the field. They really need to be moving through here, and we have our other competitors rounding out the field.
Yeah, riding now with Frédéric Leroux of France. So when we look back at some of his earlier scores, particularly in key speed and the consistency score, he was a little bit lower relative to other athletes. So maybe this target training isn't his preferred challenge. We'll have to find out. That's a look, though, at Daniel Weiger, who we know can sprint. We saw that earlier, Natasha, didn't we?
Yes, we did. And I think we're starting to see the reason he chose the sprint over the consistency score. He is stuck on challenge erg number 1. So he's just going to be trying to get through it as quickly as possible. He still has the rest of this 10 minutes to try to move forward earlier. And he can really hope that his time stands up with the second heat of athletes. Once again, that's Frédéric Leroux. He is back at the penalty erg. The umpire next to him has her hand up and will drop it once he finishes 100 meters. He has to be moving through this 100 pretty quickly in order to get back to his challenge erg, I believe number 4, to finish it. And Aris Weiger just doing his other penalty erg. Heading back to that first one, he's got to at least complete the first one before the 10 minutes is over, so he really needs to stay on it. I think this is where the mental part of the competition comes in.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. This is where you need to just rally and quickly switch your brain and say, okay, this is the one, like this is the time that I get it. Because as you said, if a competitor does not finish within the 10-minute time cap, they will be ranked behind all competitors who did finish in order of how far they were able to progress through the challenge ergometers. So it's critically important to just get through that penalty, reset your mind, get right back to it and say, okay, this is the one, this is the moment where I'm going to hit that bullseye. Struggling a little bit here, but we'll see if maybe he's able to sort of channel that energy into that consistency moment here. Absolutely thrilling Versa challenge in the bullseye, the men's event. Frédéric Leroux not quite able though to hit the bullseye, is he?
He's getting closer and closer. He's got 10 seconds left with a 44-point accuracy. He just needs to get over that 45 marker. It's going to be so close. He is almost there. Oh, and no, 44.1. It was in the last 2 strokes. My goodness, we're really nearing the end of the challenge here. We see Daniel Weiger just trying to get through it, move on up one more challenge erg here. So we'll see how he ends up doing there.
Yeah, heartbreak to have to go back and do that again. To his credit, he hopped straight off the erg. He went right back and he was just ready to jump right back in. So I think too, a real theme of this challenge in particular is resilience, right? So mentally, physically, if you need to go back to that penalty erg, just rolling with it and carrying on. So yeah, just amazing to see both the physical strength, sort of the ability to evenly pace things, and then the mental side of that as well. A look then just trying to get straight onto the target. I love those views where we can see exactly what their percentage point is, ever so close to the center in order to progress.
And this one, I believe it's challenger number 2 for Daniel Weiger. It's looking a lot better for him. So he might even make it to the 3rd one before this time runs out. Remember, it is the 10-minute timer. We'll see it starting to go off here, and we'll see if he can really make it through. Look at the focus on his face. He just needs that 45% to get through. I think they're going to zoom in and show us exactly how he's doing.
Oh, we can see.
It looks like
they said it all. Yeah. So this is a really difficult challenge. Yeah, it's a lot to take in, and it's, you know, with the penalty ergs in the back and the buzzer, it's sort of this whole experience, right, of your surroundings, of everything that's happening. But yeah, just disappointment on his face there. Unfortunately, not able to make the 45% mark that he needed.
Those are some ominous pylons at the end there with those buzzers, aren't they? They're so close, but can be a little bit far out of reach. I think we've got Mike on the floor over here, though, so we'll send it over to him if he's got an interview for us.
Yes, thank you very much, Natasha. Here with Jason. Now, Jason, you were top 3 on the podium going into this event. First place in the first heat. We'll keep you on the podium. We'll see where, if it's 1, 2, or 3 after the second heat. But in terms of the comfort level on each of the 5 rowers, which one did you prefer?
Probably the last one. The reason being there's like more area for error. So like if you miss 1 stroke, you literally have 41 more strokes to make up for it. Where on the first couple, if you miss 1, like you're struggling. And I was really lucky to get through, especially the second one. I was at, I think, 44% with like 2 strokes to go, and I was luckily enough to able to bunker down and get it done.
Now, in most rowing events, it's all about the physical, right? Here is a big mental component. So what is going through your mind when you're right on the precipice of that 45% and the clock's running down?
I don't want to swear, but don't F up.
Well, that worked. Congratulations. We'll see where you land on the final podium.
Cheers. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that was really good to hear. It's nice to hear the insight from how they struggle with certain things. And when you consider what he just said there, on the first ergo, when the stroke racing is so low, and it's only 1 minute, they've only got 18 strokes to get it right, in which to hit their 45% accuracy on the wattage and get in that bullseye. But as he said, when you get to the last one, you're doing 42 strokes a minute. You've got more than double the opportunity to correct and up your percentage if you make a mistake. So there's swings and roundabouts all the way through this, aren't there? I mean, if you don't have as much wattage to throw down on the first ergo, but fewer opportunities to up your percentage if you make a mistake or recover. Here you can see what they're looking at on their screen. They've got to try and make sure they get the recovery and the pull phase of the stroke absolutely right to line that line directly into the bullseye of the target. Looks like Marshall's a bit of a natural at this, and I think Joel now Karinen and Maciek Zawoyski will have been watching that with bated breath, because now they've got to come into this and see what they can do compared to a Canadian rugby player, the ex-national international athletes from Finland, Poland, and the other competitors will be wondering how are they going to make sure that they don't stuff up this final challenge in the Versa Challenge. So lots more to look forward to when we come back to the men's for the second heat. But first, we've got the second heat for the women's coming up in a few minutes' time. It does look quite tricky. It is a bit of a mental game to just make sure that you get that pressure absolutely right. And it looks like some people really struggle with that. I mean, Colleen, it's going to be something that if you don't get it right on the first ergo, it just upsets your mental train for the rest of the time you're in that event.
Yeah, it does, Pete. And I think it's just so critically important then that, the athletes are really able to sort of reset their minds in that moment to say, okay, didn't hit it on this one, like straight to the penalty, get that done. It's a real like one thing at a time moment, I think, because before you can get in your own head about needing to hit the bullseye next time, well, you've got a penalty that you need to deal with. So you've got to put in the effort there in order to earn the chance to come back and try again. Exactly. So these reset moments, just key.
Absolutely critical. Well, we've got a zoom in on the display here. You can see the score percentage that they're working towards in the top left of that display. And this is the tricky thing. They've got the time that's remaining on the minute on the top right. And then they've got their target stroke rate and the target wattage they've got to pull. And then that's it. They've just got to make sure that line lands directly in the middle of the bullseye and that they keep that percentage right. We heard from Marshall that he nearly missed out on, I think he said the second one, where he got a couple of strokes correct just towards the end of the minute, and that rescued his percentage score. And we heard the opposite to that, or we watched the opposite to that happen for Lurius a minute before, where I think he was at 45.5%. And then suddenly the last two strokes, it dipped below 45. But right, Colleen, Natasha, looks like we're underway already with the second heat for the women's. That's Alanda Greenlee on the first ergo.
Yeah, it's underway, isn't it? And so, knowing, I think it's quite interesting too for us all to sort of understand the mindset, right, as we hear from more and more athletes. So we see her getting up and going back, and it looks like, maybe to the penalty erg, we see the judge's hand in the air. So, we just heard about how critical that first challenge erg is. You'd think, well, in most instances, by the time you hit the fifth erg, that's the hardest, but that's not really the case here, Natasha, is it?
No, it's really not, especially as these challengers go through and every single stroke counts. They're just trying to calibrate right off the start here. But we see Anna Mula, our current leader, she is back on the penalty erg, and she's going to have to go try again, I believe, on the first challenge erg here. With those 18 strokes, she has 18 strokes to get it right. We need to see some calm in her face here as she works really hard to get it right. So it looks like there's a lot of focus here, and we might get a shot just behind her of what's happening with her target, but just staying calm, cool, and collected. The same thing happened to Alanda Greenlee here. She had to go back to the penalty, and she is doing her 18 strokes to get it right. Again, the high drag factor here that she's working with, you can see it when she's pulling back, that strain in her upper arms, and hopefully she can get it through this round.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. The 34-year-old American, you see just the incredible determination and focus in her face, that big acceleration into the back half of the stroke. Once you get that target on, you just want to maintain that consistency. And for me, it's a little bit surprising, I think, to see Anna Mula back at the penalty erg. We know that she led in consistency from one of the earlier challenges amongst this group of women. So a little bit surprising as we see her come back to try once again on the penalty.
Absolutely. And remember, she almost guessed that this was the challenge that it was going to be, but she can't let that frustrate her, I think, in this moment. It's a lot of control that she has to do. Remember, in order to finish within the 10 minutes, they can only afford 1 or 2 penalties. Here's Sarah Pigeon, though, looking like she's holding a great score there. That was just above 50, I believe. So she'll be heading on to the next challenger. I think she's on number 4 already. So she is getting, oh, is that number 5? No, that's number 4. She's getting very, very close to finishing here. It looks like a lot of these women have figured it out and are starting to move up.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? They sort of start to figure out exactly what they need to do. And of course, as we know, and as we've seen in the last 2 heats, as they move through the challenges, starts to get a little bit quicker, a little bit lighter with the hands. As Pete was telling us, there's more chances to get to that target because you're taking more strokes per minute. So as the stroke rate comes up, yes, you're fatigued, your legs are screaming, but in some ways you just have a little bit more variability in terms of getting straight to that target. So really fascinating to see as these athletes move through the challenge. And yeah, you see that quick, lighter, quick hands off to the front, and some just moving straight through the challenge while others still back on erg 1.
Absolutely, but both of these ladies on erg number 4, we've got Sarah Pigeon. This is Charlotte Dixon we're looking at right here, but they are very close. They're about 2 points away from one another, so they are competing against each other right now, definitely looking over at each other. Sarah didn't make it. She's back on the penalty erg, and that could be the difference between the two of them. We'll see if Charlotte Dixon moves through this round, and it looks like she does, and that might secure her the lead over Sarah in terms of this race.
Yeah, Charlotte Dixon at the top of the list, so to speak. Coming into this competition, she was seated, well, quite tied actually with Kirsten Klein. So she may be able to advance even more, but this is her event. Big suspension into the back. She's been able to nail these targets. Real consistency from Charlotte Dixon, a regular name on the indoor rowing circuit, the 24-year-old from Great Britain. And oh, fantastic. Look at that score up in the top left, that accuracy score of what, 62, 67? She's making it look easy, Natasha.
She really is. And remember, she was right behind Anna Mula in that consistency challenge in free speed. And look at the stroke she's taking. She's almost hitting the exact same point on the target every single time. She's got a lot of breathing room here with 15 seconds left at a 61%. It's going down a little bit, but she just needs to hold on as I say that through, and she's going to hit that buzzer if she can stay above. Look at that effort. She is so close to completing this Versa challenge.
Wow.
And she does it. Let's see her hit that buzzer. Well done by Charlotte Dixon. Phenomenal race by her.
Oh, so cool. We love to see those smiles, big cheers. And you saw the smile truly as she was putting the handle down. I mean, she knew, and what a cool view to see her monitor as well, the 400 watts, the 42 strokes per minute. And so we ride now just to do the same, not quite at the buzzer yet for Sarah Pigeon, but looking to achieve to get through to the next stage. And it looks like game over for her. We see Sarah Pigeon stand up, big, deep breath, and ooh, back to the penalty erg, it appears.
That's okay. She still has a chance. Remember, that's the same erg that stopped Kirsten Klein and Heather Petrasco earlier. So as long as she gets through that one erg, she doesn't really have to worry about making it in order to move up in this competition. And she really needs to keep that in mind. Even though she doesn't quite know, I think, the results from Heat 1, she has to remember it's just to keep it as far as possible in the competition. Here we've got Anna Mula trying to get past this erg. She's looking pretty decent here with a good score.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Anna Mula, the 37-year-old from Germany, another name that we all recognize on the indoor rowing circuit. And you can see that score in the top left side of the screen, the target at 24 and 250 watts. So it's taken her a little bit longer, I think, than we expected to be able to hit the bullseye and to continue to move to the challengers. But indeed, she does. So there's no turning around to the penalty box. She's on her way to the next one.
We're watching Sarah Pigeon here. Remember, we said she just has to move by this. This is going to be a really tough minute for her. She was just below the bullseye there. So she's just trying to keep her watts up in this situation. She needs those nice long strokes, and she just needs a little bit more energy as we go through here, as she's down around 35 in terms of percentage. So we'll have to see her continue putting in that very, very tough effort. But it's Anna Mula getting the hang of things now, it looks like, around that 60% score. So let's not count her out yet. There's still some time left in this 10 minutes that she's going to go through.
Yeah, that's right. So Challenge Erg 3 watts, 300 strokes per minute at 30, and the drag at 5. So this is a little bit closer, I think, to race pace as well, right? This is a speed and a rhythm that a lot of athletes are familiar with, whether it's a 2,000 meter distance piece, if they train on the indoor rowers, or a 5K, et cetera. This start to get a bit more comfortable and figure it out. And of course, as we've said, there's just more chances to get it wrong because you have more strokes to take to get straight onto that target. So this is working well for Anna Mula. She'll be pleased to advance then on to the next Challenge Erg. Challenge Erg 4, the watts come up to 350, the stroke rate comes up to 36, and the drag comes down to 3. So different strategy in terms of how she'll want to pace that. And then we're back there with Nicola Goss of New Zealand.
Yeah, and she is currently at the bottom of the leaderboard here, but she came all the way from New Zealand for this, and she looks to be getting the hang of it as well. So she's around that 60%, which is what we want to see here. The 18 stroke rate aim. So she's going to be looking to get past that first Challenge Erg here. Let's see if she can keep it for the next 20 seconds above, and that's time. That looks like it's time.
Wow.
So we'll see how far Anna Mula got in this race.
Yeah, oh, the end of the 10 minutes, and you can see just the frustration, a little bit of a head shake there. Target training, it's all about the target training, Pete.
It is all about the target training. And I think everybody at home who's watching this and thinking about whether they'll enter the Versa in years to come will be replanning their ergo training for the next week and getting on to that Bullseye program and giving it a go. I'm certainly looking forward to spending a bit more time on it and seeing if I can adjust the rating and tinker around with the challenge myself. But speaking of the challenge, that's it. All done for the women. We've got the competition concluded for them, and shortly I'm sure we'll find out the final standings for the women, just as we look now at the remaining 4 men coming out onto the floor for the last Versa challenge for the men. So these 4 athletes looking to see what they can do to move up the order quickly, consistently, without putting a foot wrong, and see if they can't complete this Bullseye challenge where so many have failed just in the last 3 heats that we've seen, not through their own endurance, but just the trickiness and the difficulty of making sure that they remain on target, as it were, with their strength, stamina, skill, and rating all the way through the 5 one-minute ergo pieces that they've got to do. So this is the penultimate race of our 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, if you can believe it, Natasha, because you've been through all of them. I don't know how you're still standing. You're an absolute rock of our commentary team, and you haven't lost your voice whatsoever. So well done, you. But it looks as though we're nearly ready with the second heat for the men. Can anybody come anywhere near the Canadian rugby player?
Yeah, we'll have to find out, won't we? It'll be a really thrilling way to end truly a weekend of fabulous racing, and with the first ever Versa challenge. So, rugby makes you quite tough, and yeah, we'll have to see if anyone can come near Jason Marshall. It's a look at the full floor once again to sort of ground everyone. Those penalty ergs are there situated in the back. So if you're not able to make your target, you are relegated to the penalty erg until you're able to hit the target, advance to the next erg. But of course, the catch, Natasha, is that you have just 10 minutes. That's it. It's a shorter one, yeah, than some of the earlier challenges that we've seen.
Absolutely. And that time constraint should be weighing on them, but it also shouldn't be a mental block for them. We saw it happen some in the earlier rounds, just looking up at that time, not knowing if they have enough time. But I think for the women, particularly for that 3rd place position, It's going to be how far they got on their challenger number 4. That seemed to stump quite a few of them who are very close in the rankings. Here, I think for the men, the main challenge is that first erg that we saw a lot of them stopping on. And there is your leader right there, Joel Nakarainen. It's a wonder if anyone can unseat him because he is ahead by 4 full points, which means he has to come in at least 6th position here to be unseated. So he seems to almost be running away with it, but crazier things have happened here at the Bullseye Challenge, haven't they?
Yeah, crazier things have happened indeed. And I think you're spot on, Natasha, about erg number 4 being a bit of a sticking point for several people. And so we'll see, you know, from the men's perspective, if they're able to get through erg number 1. And we'll see in general, right, if they're able to get on to erg number 4. I think one thing that's interesting is that from challenge erg 3 to 4, you jump up 6 strokes per minute into real full-blown race pace. So you've got to be ready. And we see them just sprint on to challenge erg number 1. This is long and low and heavy, 200 watts, 18 strokes per minute with a drag of 10. They get a few strokes, and now they're well underway with the goal of hitting that target. And yeah, here is our leader, Joel Nakarainen from Finland, looking to just get there as quickly as he can.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just getting used to it here. But remember, he did really well in both the consistency score and the max watts, getting a 7 and an 8 respectively. There is Maciej Zawaski from Poland. He, remember, was our leader in terms of consistency for the Key Speed Challenge. So we'll have to see how it goes for him here. Looks like he is also just getting used to it, down around about a 25. So we'll see what happens there in terms of this first challenger. But I think we might see a lot of penalties, it looks like, going through. And we definitely do.
Yeah, we do, don't we? And what a sprint, a little jog over to the penalty erg. We see the umpires, the judges hand up in the air. That will drop once they've completed the full penalty. That was Maciej Zawaski, and now with the American Zach Foll. We'll see how he gets on underway, hoping to get a sense of exactly what that accuracy score looks like as we get the look behind his monitor in a little bit. He's certainly focused, though, no doubt about it. And in terms of his standing, well, 28 points total before coming into this event. So about 5th overall in the standings and kind of middle of the road in terms of accuracy from what we saw in the earlier Key Speed Challenge. So there it is, a look at the monitor. And oh gosh, just a little too hard to tell for my eyes, Natasha, for that accuracy score. I don't know if you can read it.
Yeah, he's down around 65, 67, but he did hit one exactly on the bullseye, which I think is what we want to see in this situation. I think how they perform on the first 2 competition ergs is very telling of how they're going to perform for the rest of it. That score has to get him on, and it does. 70%. Look at him smiling. He knows he's close, but he doesn't exactly know what he's in for in terms of progressing in this competition. So that's Zach Foll there. And then we still have a few of our competitors on that first erg, but drawing even with Zach Foll. That is our leader, isn't it? Not here. This is Julian Barbeau. He is on the first competition erg. He's going to head back and do another penalty round. He's in second last right now. Remember, Jordan Menink was able to finish this challenge, but Frederic Lorius was not able to. So that's his main competition right now. He has to get as far as he possibly can in this competition. We see a little bit of turmoil here as he finishes his 100-meter piece. They're not going particularly hard on this 100-meter pieces. It's just sort of almost a cool down, I would say, in between these 1-minute pieces, which is what they have to save their energy for. So he's going to give it a go again on the very first competition erg. But we'll see up here how it's going for Joel Nakarainen. We just saw Zach Foll move up 1 more spot. So he's going to be looking to unseat the champion here. But we'll see what happens as we move further on in this race.
Yeah, Zach, now it's sitting with Zach Foll, who the American looking to get that score just ever so close. Looks like he's in the 50 range, the low 50s. We'll get our camera back. Oh, great over top view that gives you a sense of which athlete has been able to progress. It's great news for Zach Fowler, but yeah, look out on the far side for him, our leader, Joel Nakarinen of Finland. He's just crushed these earlier events. And then back to the pole here, getting a sense of Maciej Zawojski of, yeah, just a little bit tougher, I think, for him. He's still at one of those longer stroke rates on the earlier ergs.
I think so, and I think the long stroke rate, as you pointed out, is a bit of a detriment here. You see a lot of the rowers, especially Jason Marshall earlier, he was going, I would say, half slide on this particular set, really shortening his stroke. No layback. We can see here that there's a strong layback for Maciej Zawojski, so it's going to be that difference, I think, that's going to prevent him from moving up. He's had 2 tries at it already, though, so hopefully he can get through. This is going to be Zach Fowler. If he completes this, the buzzer is in his sights. So you can see the determination in his eyes. Will he get there? And more importantly, will he get there before Joel Nakarinen?
Yeah, super good for Zach Fowler, who's kind of the middle of the pack in terms of the standings coming into this challenge, but just heartbreak for Maciej Zawojski, who's just trying to advance on and stay up. And he's, yeah, has been at one of the higher rankings overall, but really needing to focus here in this final Versa challenge. Oh, the buzzer. That has to be what's on their mind, Natasha.
Oh, absolutely. And we see him. Has he completed it? He has. He taps in the buzzer. We'll have to see how that lines up with Jason Marshall's time. That's going to be the interest between the 2 heats. But Zach Fowler absolutely crushing this competition, going through those minutes, almost making it look easy. And there we have the leader, Joel Nakarinen. He is going to be completing the challenge as well. He's hit his buzzer. So we'll have to see how those times line up.
Yeah, it'll be really, really interesting to see. And there he goes, Maciej Zawojski, able to advance on to the next erg, really looking to just get straight into it. He's got to adjust his foot straps. You can see that they're able to row into this challenge. And now these critical first few strokes, right, to just get a sense of the drag and the rhythm and the watts, and then just nail that target. So, you know, he won't be pleased to be behind those who have finished both before him, but able to reset mentally and advance to the next erg, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this middle erg here, this is going to be very similar to something like a 6K pace or something he would do set pieces at. So you can see he's hitting very close to the target, a bit more comfortable here. I think he's in the high 60s in terms of accuracy. So doing very well here. He just needs to hold on for the next 20 seconds. We only have about 2 minutes left in this race, so it's going to be very, very close for him to finish, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely so down to the wire. And as we've said, you really only get 2 mistakes, right? You can only really do 2 penalties or so before you just run out of time in this 10-minute block. So he's advanced on to the next erg. You rightly predicted it, Natasha. It's a bit trickier, I think, for the men to really get those challenge ergs, the earlier ones with the longer stroke rate, but he's thriving in these higher watts with the higher stroke rate and the lower drag, so a heavy load, as he looks to fly through and just get this done within the allotted time.
Absolutely. He has to get a bit more accurate here. He's under 40, but he just hit a bullseye, so he really has to get that perfect right on. There is no room for error here. He has to hit the buzzer this time, or the time is going to expire. He can't be thinking about the time expiring here. He just has to be thinking about that bullseye. Where is he now? He's up. He's over 40 now. Let's see if he can keep it. It's getting a little bit blurred in my vision, but let's see what happens when he finishes this minute. I think he's got about 20 seconds left in his minute right here. And he is done. He is done. He finished it in time. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And then now with the Frenchman, Julien Barbeau, so we'll get a look at his monitor here. So looking like he may well run out of time. And there it is. That's the game over out, and he's advanced on to the next erg. So feet in really quickly. And Julien Barbeau, he struggled a bit with the consistency in one of the earlier rounds in that score, so perhaps not surprising. But Natasha, we're down to the wire.
We really are down to the wire. There's less than a minute left in this competition, but he has to be going as well and as far as he possibly can. That's a great score right there, a 64%. So he's really learned how to do this challenge by doing this challenge, as all of the Versa athletes do. But he's really thinking about beating everyone he can possibly meet in the maximum meters road.
Yeah, that's spot on, right? It's now down to the final, less than 30 seconds to go. Just looking to get through this round quick as he can. Julien Barbeau from France still holding on to that strong consistency score, which we can see in the top left, that target, which needs to be higher than the 45%. So as the pace got hotter, got a bit quicker, the strokes got a bit lighter, then he was able to really move with it. He's on to the next erg. Oh, and the 10 minutes are up. So just as he transitioned to erg 4.
There we go. At least he got there. Look at his fellow Versa athletes congratulating him. That is it for the Versa challenge, but what a different challenge. We're really not used to seeing it. Pete, I think we'll go back into the studio and hear your view on what just happened.
Yeah, thanks, Natasha. I tell you what, it's so difficult to watch, isn't it? When the athletes on the first couple of ergos are really struggling with the pacing. It just seems that that's the harder portion of the race. Those that get through to ergos 4 and 5 seem to be in the swing of it, and they're going to get through and finish. But the ones who seemed to perform best in the early stages with a lower stroke rating seem to be the ones who are able to do it a little bit more staccato, a little bit more broken up. They could completely segment the stroke. They were almost entirely stopping and then doing a recovery and then a jerky pull through. It seemed that seemed to be a way to make sure that the right portion of the stroke was happening at the right portion of the line moving across the screen to land on the bullseye. And that almost seemed like it disadvantaged those who were a little bit more used to a full rowing stroke and a full rowing rhythm, because they were just having to break themselves away from that full stroke in order to try and hit the bullseye. So it's going to be interesting to see what adaptations we make to the bullseye event in future years, because that certainly did test athletes in a way that I think many rowers would be completely unaccustomed to, breaking up the rowing stroke each time. Now, that was the last of the Versa Challenge races. So viewers at home might be wondering, who's this lot coming up onto the field of play? Well, we've got one race left in the World Rowing Indoor Championships for 2023. It's the team mixed relay, the team relay, and quite an exciting format for this. But before we get to that, we are going to quickly check in with our presenting partners, Concept 2. Well, Concept 2, our presenting partners, great to see Pete and Dick Dreisegacke sitting in a boat rather than on the Concept 2 ergo machine that they founded that has taken over the world. But without Concept 2, we wouldn't be able to stage this World Rowing Indoor Championship. So we must be extremely grateful to them for partnering with us to stage this event in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. Well, we've had the Versa, and just before we move on to the next and final portion of our weekend, final reflections on the Versa challenge, Colleen?
Oh, yeah, goodness, how to even condense that and put it into words. I think it is a true testament, as we've said, right, to the most versatile indoor rower truly in the world, especially in that last challenge, being able to take in new information every single stroke and adjust one strategy in real time. It's just been a delight to watch, and I'm really, really pleased that World Rowing sort of took this step to put something all new together, and it's been a real delight.
Yeah, it certainly has. And Natasha, what do you think?
My main takeaway is the fun of it. I think the crowd's having a great time with it. World Rowing really did a great job trying to get the crowd involved. And those athletes are having fun trying something new, trying to strategize, something new to talk about. But I think it's really important that we see these grueling tests, the 2 kilometer test and the 500 meter, but it's important to put the fun back into rowing with this Versa Challenge.
For sure, for sure. And one day we might see a Versa challenge on water, break away from the 2,000-meter usual. But before we wax lyrical about the Versa any longer, we're about to have the team relay mixed event. So here's a brief video to talk about what that is.
The team relay is a 2,000-meter row completed by a team of 4 men, 4 women, or a mixed team of 2 men and 2 women. Using one machine per team, athletes will row one at a time, switching every 250 meters. Teams can switch however they wish and in whichever order, but each teammate must row twice and switch every 250 meters up to the 2,000-meter mark. Teams participating in the team relay will only be successful if they can handle smooth and fast transitions after a short sprint on the earth.
Well, that's what the team relay is, so it's just moments away from getting started. So why don't we jump to getting ready for that action? Colleen, Natasha, tell us, what can we expect? Who's racing?
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting way to end the weekend. I love the team relay races. They're really intimate. Speaking of fun, Natasha, you see the fun, the camaraderie amongst teammates. We've got entrants from Mexico, Great Britain, Canada, just a fantastic sort of grouping of athletes, and yeah, real versatility. I think fantastic to see Egypt, Norway, Finland, South Africa, and we kind of get that tour around the world, as it were. And a look at the final few warm-up strokes before they get ready to go. So it's the middle of the night, Natasha, for many of these groups.
It really is. Let's pay attention to some of these team names as we flip through our virtual athletes. We just had Kai Rowe, Row ROW there, coming to us from Egypt. I really appreciate that creativity in this last race of the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Remember, once again, we're going to see those boats numbered 100 and above. Those are going to be our virtual teams on our race tracker. And then from 1 to 99, those are going to be our in-person teams. So they're getting ready for the start now. We'll see a number of different techniques. I think a lot of teams have opted to hold one another's feet down just to try to get those splits. And as was explained in the video, these rowers are doing 250 meters. They have to row at least twice, and they can do any order they want. We're going to see quite a variety of splits here as well, just because we have a mixed team. So I think we'll see some of the men holding very, very low, looking at, low 115s like we saw yesterday. But we'll see some of the women also doing very low splits, but might be doing it off of sync with the other team. So we'll really see a lot of flipping around happening, which I think will keep this race very exciting.
Yeah, it'll be a really, really exciting way to end what has just been an absolutely thrilling weekend of indoor racing from all corners of the world. The stop rowing graphic up on screens now indicating exactly that it's time to stop the wheel and make sure that the start is just perfectly fair, which is a huge accomplishment to be doing across a hybrid event. So both those participating in person in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, and those around the world. That's the go mark. So we'll get a sense then in a moment of where this shakeout is, but looking good for Remo Mexico, Free Speed. Absolutely love their name. Great Britain, the British Army B. We see Team Finland floating up to the top. Team Finland starting to make a bit of a move in these really early goings. And yeah, once again, we know it's 250-meter blocks of work. That means 2 switches for each athlete and in any particular order that they want to do. There's Team Norway. And yeah, just big, the goal, right, is to keep the wheel moving as fast as possible. There's Team Cairo. And wow, Natasha, the transitions are amazing. They fall right off the erg.
That was maybe one of the best transitions I have seen all weekend. We had the men's and women's relays yesterday. That was very, very well done. These athletes have practiced this, but we also see some names that we recognize from throughout the competition. We saw Brianna Clausen from Team Norway there doing her stint on the erg. Here's Team Finland, who has been really strong in all of the events. Here's AUC, who is coming to us, team mixed relay there with a bunch of spectators. So it's looking really good for all of these folks. We can see some rearranging happening as well. We've got an average split for some of the top teams around a 120. Here, Team Finland has someone on going around a 110, 111, 112. Those are pretty exceptional times here. You can tell they just went through a transition. Some of the times have popped back up to 2 minutes, and they're starting to head down again. But a really widespread in this team, as this race is going to go by quickly, isn't it, Colleen?
Yeah, it's going to fly. It's going to absolutely fly. And if your job is to row 250 meters, then it truly does. I mean, people generally, these are very fit athletes, right? They can blast through that 250, but that means that the transitions are critically important. So can't emphasize that enough. The time that they will lose is switching athlete to athlete. And that's especially true with these 250-meter bursts, right? So it's not the 500 chunk of distance that each athlete is taking. It's the 250. So that means, yeah, many, many transitions. And that will be a really key place. And I think that's why we're seeing, yeah, just such kind of creativity in what each team thinks is the quickest way to dismount the erg, as it were. Fantastic, though, to see Team Finland up ahead, really starting to open up their margin, free speed running with them. Then, yeah, the Egyptians, Team Norway, right there as well. So a good look around. Yeah, there's free speed, and that's the next transition. That was beautiful. That was really quick.
Yeah, it's looking good. I'll just take the time, too, to call out some of our local teams. Here we have Jack Attack. That's one of our local clubs, Don Rowing Club of Mississauga, hometown team. We also have the Guelph Griffins. So that's going to be from a local university. I actually raced them in a relay 2 weeks ago, so I know they're quite a strong team. I'll be looking out for them there. We have the Egyptian Navy here. We also have some fun names you can see on your screen, 4 on the floor. There's a club here called Argos. So their name is Our Ergos Are Faster Than Yours, which I like, the abject confidence there. So great team names, great team spirit, and we're about to see another switch through this 750 of the race as these teams continue to go. This is Team Norway here. So they're hovering at about 6th position, but we'll see that change. They're starting to go up more and more. And this is really where they're planning for their finish, right, Colleen? Just having which athlete finish?
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's a bit of strategy, as we've talked about, in terms of who is sort of positioned where, and they'll be thinking about getting to that finish line. For Team Finland, it is less than 500 meters to go. Free speed running right with them. And then we have the Navy team from Egypt. It's back to Great Britain, RNRA workforce. Just fantastic to see some of these teams slipping back as they lose momentum in the transitions, potentially as they spin the wheel as well. But for Team Finland, they have got this down because they're continuing to open up the margin. We see them, in fact, pushing free speed even further and further back. In the final 250 meters, no one is daring to keep up with Team Finland, or at least can. There's free speed, the image just in the top there. We see teammates holding her feet in just to make sure that she's able to get up and down the slide and yeah, work as hard as she possibly can. Finland, though, they're out and away, Natasha. They're still opening up their margin.
They really are holding a 129 right now, 100 meters ahead of the nearest competition. We just saw free speed switch to their last competitor here. He's going to do 200 meters as hard as he possibly can, and that means a 1:14-1:15 split. So he's really going to try to narrow that gap here for free speed. We see Team Norway down there in the bottom left. We have the KSA team mix as well, but it's Team Finland crossing the line at 5:27 for the 2 kilometer. That's a 1:21.7 split. Free speed just crossed the line as well. You can see that celebration there, of course, in the arena in Mississauga, Canada. Very close race here between KSA Team Mix and Team Norway. And that's going to shake out to a very close split, both pulling 5:50.3s, but I think the South African team wins there. And then we have the Egyptian Navy as well coming through the line. Close race from Cairo, one of my favorite names from today. Soup Group, British Army A, British Army B, they're all heading across the line. But look at the celebrations happening there in the arena.
Yeah, really amazing celebrations. Team AUC from Egypt, Team Navy from Egypt as well. We saw Saudi Arabia up in the mix as well. Here's, Team Cairo, just absolute exhaustion. A phenomenal effort from all of these athletes with those 2 switches. And then here's, the Team Saudi Arabia. And I think, if there's any takeaway here, Pete, maybe it's that the hard things in life, well, you're better suited to do that with your friends.
Oh, well put, Colleen. Well put. That's a nice way to end the commentary, isn't it? Absolutely right. It's you can see that Finland gave it absolutely everything, and they get to be top of the podium. Looking at the South Africans here, Soup Group, great performance from them. But it's Team Finland who took the win. Free speed second, and then the Saudi Arabia team mix will take the bronze medal. Fantastic performance. I just can't believe the splits we were seeing from the Finnish team. I mean, 1:21.7 was the average over the full course. That includes the transitions. So when we were frequently seeing 1:11s, 12s, 13s, absolutely blistering. Those were the men on the team. But then when the women came on, they were barely dropping at all. Absolutely blistering compared to some of the other teams. I think it was the women in the Team Finland group that really put in an amazing performance that meant they had such a high average compared to the others. So fantastic result, I think, from Team Finland, a remote team, and then free speed, the fastest in the stadium, and then Kingdom of Saudi Arabia team mix, number 103. Fantastic performance from them as well. I enjoyed that team mixed relay, an exciting format for the sport. And you called it, Natasha, that some of the speed on some of those transitions, the handle, let alone the flywheel, the handle didn't stop moving. They'd fall off the seat onto the floor, and before you know it, the next person's already in, feet in, and rowing. Fantastic stuff. So that, sadly though, folks, was the last race of our weekend, if you'll believe that. So the World Rowing Indoor Championships for 2023 has been raced out, and it's been some amazing racing so far. So just when we think about wrapping up, I'll come to our commentators for their highlight of the weekend in a minute. For me, I think it's going to have to be the Versa Challenge. And I think, well, it's tough to choose which one. I particularly enjoyed the Key Speed event, and I was wondering about the Bullseye event, but as it went on, I gained a much greater appreciation of the technical challenge that they've got to go through to get absolutely bang on target. And I thought that it was really impressive what they managed to do there, particularly Morgan McGrath winning the first women's heat. And then I thought that Jason Marshall, he just mastered that machine. An amazing performance. Here's a quick recap of the relay that we just had in the highlights reel. Look at these transitions though. The British Royal Navy, very, very rapid. That's Team Finland, our ultimate winners. Look how quick she was to get that handle moving again. Amazing performance in all of these team relay teams, and soon enough we'll have their medals awarded. Look at the delight in Saudi Arabia. The team, their supporters, the friends and family, the coaches, chuffed to bits with that performance. Well, I've just heard from our producer that we're only a couple of minutes away from the victory ceremony for the Versa Challenge. So whilst we wait for them to get fully prepped up for that, let's come to Colleen. You first. Over the course of the weekend, what's your highlight been?
Yeah, of course, the Versa challenge, no doubt. I mean, truly, like, especially in that last challenge, my heart was racing for the athletes. And yeah, I agree that the key speed was particularly interesting. Really loved that. I always love watching Ollie Zeidler race, so that was a true highlight for today as well, to especially the fact that he came from Germany to be there in person in Toronto. I thought that was just fabulous. So I think those are some of my top highlights. Really enjoyed some of the junior work as well. So Claire Junius, to see the 14-year-old, while she wasn't at the top of the pack in the end, I mean, truly there must have been some odd 100 entrants. So the depth of that category, to be 14 years old and have that has got to be pretty confidence boosting, I would imagine.
Yeah, she's going to be a rising star, certainly, in the local scene. And I think she's found her sport at such a young age. That's we should be so lucky to find our sport that early. And she certainly demonstrated an immense proficiency for the rowing machine. And we look forward to hopefully seeing her translate that into on-water speed and maybe the Canada national squad as well. Now, Natasha, how about you? You've commentated every single race. You've got a slightly broader field of races to reflect on. Any highlights or favorites from you?
Well, of course, Elena Buriak is a fan favorite. And if you told me in a day where I was watching her race put on an absolute clinic on how to do a 2,000-meter race, I would say, of course, that's going to be my favorite. But as Colleen mentioned, we can't forget about these under 17 athletes. Both the women and the men are just showing great potential, and it makes me really, really excited for the future of this sport if these are the hands that we're putting it into, especially getting these young Canadian athletes excited about indoor rowing, the possibilities of competing with indoor rowing in the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And that's just the power of the indoor championships moving around, and this time being in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada.
And I think that's what brings the perfect combination, certainly from today's program, where we've had the junior athletes racing on their national stage, but broadcast to the world, right alongside some of the top international athletes competing in the Versa Challenge. And who knows, wouldn't it be fun if schools, colleges, universities, or national federations had their own go at setting up the Versa Challenge locally, and maybe involving some of the younger athletes to give it a shot, and we might see Key Speed or Bullseye being played out amongst local club teams in local competitions. I think that could be a fun way to help the younger generations explore the sport beyond what would be the standard distances on the indoor rowing machine. So that's been great fun. And in just a few moments, we're going to go to the victory ceremony for the Versa Challenge. And the standings have been updated, and I won't spoil the fun by telling you who's won. So in a moment, we're going to go down and see our kings and queens of the Versa Challenge crowned. Perhaps we've got a few more minutes before we'll go down and they just finalize their preparations. So team mixed relay. Natasha, I think I caught from you earlier that you raced against some of those athletes who were competing just a moment ago. Tell us about that.
I did. So we have at one of the local universities, just in our university circuit, and some of the high schools participate. There's a relay that happens every year, and everyone prepares for this relay. It's not the 250 meters that we saw. It's actually just 10 strokes each. So the increased number of transitions makes those transitions more important. And it's not quite a 2,000 meter, it's an 8,000 meter. So it's called the 2x4. That means each person ends up rowing 2 kilometers, but they end up doing it 10 strokes at a time, as hard as possible. So once again, it's a fun race. Everyone is sort of preparing for the indoor season circuit, so doing those 2 kilometer tests. But then they're allowed to do fun races in here. And here I think we've got a mixed relay team on the floor taking a photo together, looking at what they've accomplished. I believe this is the Guelph team right here. So that's great to see from them. But yeah, there are definitely some more fun races, relay races. You really get to feel like you're part of a team, along with doing your 2-kilometer and 500-meter races as part of the indoor rowing circuit during the indoor months, where in places like Canada, we can't really row for the winter months of the year.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the good things of the indoor rowing, particularly in Canada, where your winters get bitterly, bitterly cold. But it's such a vast country as well. I mean, I'm sure many of the Canadian athletes have travelled further than some of the international athletes in order to just get to Toronto to compete. What can you tell us about you're born and bred Mississauga, aren't you, Natasha? So what can you tell us about the stadium that they're in at the moment? Is that in central Mississauga? What have we missed out on tuning in online?
So this is going to be in North Mississauga. We're still only about 20 minutes outside of Toronto, near several airports, so it isn't the worst commute for a lot of these athletes. As you say, close to Lake Ontario, so just across Lake Ontario is the U.S. A lot of these athletes coming up from sort of the eastern U.S., so we get to see them come up here through the majority of the bridges. But this is sort of the central stage. A lot of people, of course it's Canada, play hockey here, but it's going to be one of the central stages. This is where the Indoor Rowing Championships have been hosted for the vast majority of years. The Canadian National Championships happening here in the past. So it looks like we're going to just be bringing it back to this stadium, and this is the stadium a lot of the athletes, the Canadian athletes that we saw compete throughout this weekend, are going to call home for a while and are going to be very excited to come back to in years to come for more rowing indoor championships.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Really, really cool to see it there in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. Very sad that it's all drawn to a close. We've had 2 great fun-filled days of racing, and a lot of change coming to the sport, it seems, Colleen, with the introduction of the Versa, and people starting to question what and where the sport may go, with the introduction of the beach sprint finals, coastal sport growing, prospects at the Olympics for that, a lot of variety coming into the sport.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think it's fabulous because it provides access to more people who may otherwise, perhaps not have access to a boat or to water or, to a home club as easily as others. So yes, there's the indoor side, there's the beach sprints, as you mentioned. There's just increasingly varied ways to be a rower and what being a rower means and all of its shapes, facets and forms. As Natasha, you were talking a bit about Canada and the different clubs. I was thinking too that next year, so 2024, that St. Catharines, Canada will host the World Rowing Championships. So a combined event, I believe, as well. So there's more rowing to come to Canada. There's always something happening. We talked about the Canadian Henley earlier, but the senior, the under 23 and the junior championships in that Olympic year. So this is a big moment too for Canada as you all prepare to host that event.
It really is, and I think you can almost feel it across all of the athletes. We do have 2 dedicated training centers. I think we're getting a little bit of a view of the Versa athletes here holding their flags. So I'm not sure if that's a bit of a spoiler for those watching at home at what these Versa athletes are doing. But back to your question, Colleen, yes, Canada is very excited through Rowing Canada, and each of the provinces have their own sort of rowing central. So it looks like we're going to have quite a few athletes coming in and quite a few athletes from the hometowns get more interested in the sport, which is really what we're looking for here, is to grow the sport. We've had racers 70 plus all the way up to 94 in some of these masters categories here that have been great to see and great role models for all the different experiences. So I think that's just been a pleasure to watch, and I think we'll see the interest in the sport grow, the funding for the sport hopefully grow, and we'll see Canadian athletes represented at world events in future.
Yeah, well, one thing too that's on my mind, Natasha, is that the Canadian women's 8 had a particularly special performance in Tokyo. For those maybe who don't know, the gold winning, of course, Canadian women's 8. So talk to us a little bit too about if that's infused even more energy into this junior pool of athletes.
It really has, especially because some of the junior athletes have the opportunity to go to the national training centers and train with these athletes. I was given that privilege, able to train with some of the athletes who went to the Olympics last year, and it's pretty incredible to see the hard work and determination through all those years pay off at this event. And then you look at their habits that they built, you look at how hard they push themselves, even just a little training camp with some junior athletes. And you really take it as your inspiration. So I think a lot of people were looking at that 8 win, and when those hands raised across the finish line, it wasn't just the 9 of them across the line. I think it was echoed throughout all of Canada, and a lot of younger athletes thinking, hey, I could be them someday. So I think we've seen some of those athletes here today.
Yeah, that's a wonderful moment, right, where your brain kind of processes something and thinks. You have that aha moment, like that could be me. So fabulous to hear from someone who's in Canada, Canadian, firsthand in the rowing world, exactly what that feels like. And yeah, just great momentum and energy as you all were the Toronto, the host Mississauga for the indoors this year. And then we can really look forward to even more fantastic racing to come in 2024 in St. Catharines, which is a really special rowing town. Can you talk a little bit about that? It's a very magical place.
Absolutely. So it's about an hour away from Toronto in general, just across from several land bridges to the US. So there's definitely a lot of cross competition, especially in the early phases of the year, where athletes are going to and from the US to compete against one another. And of course, there's the famed Canadian Henley course there, going through the 2,000-meter course. There's an island in the middle, and people have really been drawn to the spot. It was used for the Pan American Games, so there's been some funding going into it. They now have a training center, so there are a bunch of Concept 2 indoor rowers.
Dear athletes, fans, and families, the victory ceremony for the 2023 World.
We can go through and look at the frozen water and the snow as we are outside.
So it's looking like the victory ceremony for the Versa Challenge.
For third place and the bronze medal, Zach Fowl and Maciej Zawadzki. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Jason Marshall. Winner of the gold medal and 2023 World Rowing Versa Challenge Men's Trophy, Jo Naukarinen. I would like to present him with a special trophy as the first ever Versa champion. And now the victory ceremony for the 2023 World Rowing Versa Challenge Women. The medals will be presented by Peter Dreisegatter, Concept 2 founder. In second place, and tied for silver, Charlotte Dixon. Also in second place and tied for silver, Anna Müller. And winner of the gold medal and the 2023 World Rowing Versa Challenge Women's Trophy, Elizabeth Gilmore. And the special trophy presented for our very first Versa Challenge winner. Congratulations to all of our women.
Okay, I'm joined by our first ever Versa champions. Elizabeth, I'm going to start with you. You had no idea what this experience was going to be like coming into this weekend. Now that you're on the top of the leaderboard, you had the first place trophy, the first ever Versa championship. How does it feel?
It's amazing. This was a great event, lots of great women competing, and I just had a blast.
We saw 5 scored events, Joel, and again, you stood on top of the men's heap at the end of the weekend, the culmination of those 5 scored events. What was your favorite event, and what do you think really was the catalyst for your victory?
This last event was absolutely my favorite. I had prepared well to it, and starting it from the leading position could have caused some pressure, so I had only chance to lose that. But I just wanted to do a calm, determined execution, not rush, just enjoy feeling.
Well, it worked out for you. Elizabeth, same question. What was your favorite event of the weekend?
It was the team event. We had a great team. It was my first time on slides, and we really came together as a team and worked together and communicated, and I made some friends out of it.
Last question for both of you. Joel, will you be back to defend your title next year?
I don't know. This sport has been a big part of my life the last 10 years, and I have put quite a lot of effort to it, and that's why maybe I want to focus next to reach my dreams on water.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing that. Elizabeth, will we see you back here defending your Versa championship?
I would love to.
Congratulations to you both. Let's hear it for our Versa champions.
Well, wasn't that a great way to crown the first Versa Challenge victors of Yolna Karen and Elizabeth Gilmore? It really did come down to the wire with those points. You saw how close it was. Joint bronze medal in the men's, joint silver medal in the women's. It just shows that the points really don't split them up that much, and it can come all down to that last challenge. So exciting stuff there. We've still got the victory ceremony for the team mixed relay to come. So don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be back with that in just a moment. But Yeah, interesting to hear, Colleen. Yolna Karinen now thinking of focusing his efforts onto his on-water activity, is what he just said then.
Yeah, Pete, I almost shed a tear. I was like, oh no, this is not a retirement moment. Like this can't possibly be this like big public moment. And I was really relieved by the end when I heard him say, yeah, you'll see me back in flat water events. So, you know, TBD, I think to be determined if we do see him back in the Versa Challenge, kind of there's time to reconsider that. But oh, Natasha, I'm quite relieved. That was my reaction, but lovely to hear from both of them.
So we're going to go down to the floor now for the victory ceremony of the team mixed relay. This looks like Phil Ljubčić handing out the medals. Well, they're not already been introduced. That was, of course, the free speed team who took the silver medal in the mixed relay, because Team Finland
winners of the gold medal of the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships Team Relay Mixed Hybrid, Team Finland.
Well, we can't see Team Finland because they're, of course, at home in Finland, having competed virtually. But on screen here, we've got the free speed
Please
team,
show your appreciation for
silver
our
medalists. That's good. At least those that were able to attend in person managed to go home with their medals. So that was the free speed team and the Saudi Arabian team mixed relay who took bronze. I'm sure their medals will be in the post toot sweet, as well as Team Finland's gold medal as soon as possible. But as far as I can tell, that is the end of the weekend. I still can't quite believe it. But before we say goodbye here from the studio, we've got our man on the ground up there, Mike Arsenault. Mike, you've done a stunning job. Thank you for bringing us all of the action from the stadium in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. And we'll hand it over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. It has been a joy. I'm a bit of an outsider to the indoor rowing community. I felt welcome all weekend long. The performances were incredible. The stories were captivating. Hopefully we can do it again. My voice is hanging on by a dear thread, but it was a really enjoyable weekend. And just once again, to all the athletes, to all the organizers, a fantastic event. Let's do it again next year.
Thanks, Mike. It's been a pleasure having you work with us, and we've really enjoyed your interviews, making sure that we get all of the latest insight from the athletes as it happens on the ground in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada for the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. And with that, folks, I think it's time to wrap up. So before I wrap us up, Colleen, final reflections?
Yeah, just a huge congratulations to all of the athletes that competed both in person and hybrid. I'm so impressed, particularly with our virtual athletes, all times, all over the world, really able to throw down some incredible racing. So a massive thank you and a job well done for the first ever hybrid event. And a huge thank you to World Rowing again. Love that willing to try something new with the Versa Challenge. And we all sort of made our way through it. And then, you can see the excitement from all of these athletes. It was a fantastic experience. Friends made, I'm sure some that will be lifelong. So yeah, a huge thank you to everyone and to all of you tuning in at home. It's been a real pleasure.
And same to you, Natasha.
Yeah, same thing. Just a thank you all around, especially to the people tuning in, the people supporting those in the stadium. It really doesn't happen unless there's someone to drive to the event, the volunteers behind the event, all of that sort of stuff that goes on. So a big thank you to everyone tuning in. A big thank you to all of the athletes for participating. A big thank you to Concept 2 for being the presenting sponsor. This weekend wouldn't have been possible without all the people here to make it happen.
Well done, everyone involved. It's been an absolute pleasure. So on behalf of myself and the team, we've had Colleen Saville, Natasha Kozak, we've had Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks, Martin Cross, and myself, Peter O'Hanlon, and the whole production team in World Rowing. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you at the World Rowing Indoor Championships of 2024. Have an amazing year of training, and we'll see you soon.
What a fantastic race. What a finish.